think it should not be high rise like 15, 20. Bombay is planning even 40 stories. But it's much easier to manage, lower technology, lower cost, if it is 8 to 10 floors with modern amenities. I mean, there's some excellent designs. NAREDCO has offered to the Prime Minister's office, not now, but for the last 5-6 years, that we will give you good for construction plans free of cost. We've seen it actually. People in Maharashtra live very cleanly. Nobody places a shoe inside the house. It's a 1 BHK and extremely well planned. All your systems come on the outside. They're exposed. They're easy to repair. They've got lifts. They've got service lifts. People are living there. And each one of those, we made about 2,100 over there till now. Another equal amount has to be made. Each one of them is a crorepati because that area is right in Tardeo. It's behind the Willingdon Golf Club. It's right next to the Mahalakshmi race course. So anyone getting a 300 carpet area dwelling unit is either a crorepati or a 1.5 crorepati. So please, you have to provide for that. This policy is a great policy. It will come to the benefit of everyone, but we must have an provision for housing for the poor. It's not just enough. Manjuji and I have had a long innings looking after convention centers. And it's being made. That big one, we had to pay 1,000 crores for 35 acres. The new convention center is being made over 350 acres, I thought. And with the logistics, Dwarka, for 1 rupee. It is a true thing. Whether it was Amitabh Kant, whether it was I, we said you cannot have a convention center. By nature, it's not a profitable business. You cannot monetize. That's where the problem lay with DDA and with all the planning bodies, but not because the problem was caused by them. The problem is that all of us who are discussing today belong to institutions which have to be transparent, which are open to public scrutiny, which cannot do any favors, and therefore the best way is the tender system, which lends you into a problem. The best way is a licensing system, which lends you into a problem. In any city, any municipality, is it not rent seeking? None of you know that completion ke liye pay karna padta hai. None of you know that sanction ke liye pay karna padta hai. And yet, new systems are being developed. They're going online. They are being made faceless. Even income tax is being made faceless. So therefore, changes are possible. It's you and I who have to make the changes. I'm so grateful to NAREDCO, to Gaurav, to Praveen Jain, to everyone all over the country who've supported us in NAREDCO for getting this program through. And we really look to all of you who are leading citizens of this country, who are the leading intellectuals, leading architects, town planners, and National Institute of Urban Affairs to show us the way. Hamare margdarshak aap baniye. Because lots of conflicting interests have to come together to make a vibrant country and a vibrant city. Thank you very much for taking time, but just wanted to highlight this aspect of housing for the poor, which has got neglected in the last 70 years. And that is why we have slums, and that is why we have unauthorized colonies on government land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. So now I would like to request our President, Dr. Ranjan Hiranandani, to please speak. And sir, just to update you, sir, right now we have around 150 people who are, of course, joined us on Zoom. And in person, we have around 40 plus people from across the, you can see, and sector, including DDA, who have, of course, joined us. And Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, who is our and chief guest from NIUA, he's also on the panel, sir. So over to you, sir. Ranjan, sir.
A very good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you very much for this wonderful program that has been organized. A special thanks to Mr. Gaurav Jain, which I believe has taken the great initiative and coordinated the entire program. Thank you very much, Gaurav ji. It's such a pleasure to see that you are very active in this whole subject. Of course, my chairman, sir, it is wonderful of your introduction and giving a whole idea of the holistic situation that real estate and this country is going through. So thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Talwar. Thank you for being with us all the time and leading this entire industry and now the state. Thank you very much, Hitesh Vaidya. Thank you for being with us here today. Manjuji, all the rest of the people who are here online and offline, as I am today. Unfortunately, Maharashtra is in a bad situation. We just followed up with Delhi, and our situation has got worse. So it was not advisable for me to travel. So I'm missing to be physically available with you. But I guess I'm trying to do the second best thing that I can possibly do, which is to communicate to you through this VC. So thank you very much for that. I will dwell only on two small points that I would like to state. The first being that, and I continue from where Mr. Rajiv Talwar ends, which is what is our responsibility in order to continue the development of this great region of the Delhi region, or NCR as it is. And I think the Green Development Area Policy becomes extremely important. You and I are both aware, unfortunately, that the kind of pollution which Delhi sees because of what has happened in the last couple of years, whether it is on the agricultural side, whether it is on the vehicular side or any other matter, we are indeed in a sorry situation where the capital of India goes through such pollution norms. I think the idea of a green development area policy itself is a positive thought process that you have brought on the table. And I think anything and everything that we can possibly suggest in this direction is going to be good for our capital, for our cities, for our region, and this becomes extremely important. Whatever you can do, whatever little individuals can do, whatever the state can do, whatever DDA can do, whatever each one of us can contribute, I think becomes extremely important in order to save our cities, save our country, and the future of development. It's important, and Mr. Rajiv Talwar, we both have children and grandchildren, and even my sambandhis are from your great city. All of them are worried about the kind of pollution the city has thrown up. And I'm sure that this green development policy will go a long way in order to reverse the trend which has taken place. So this, along with a focus on what we want to do in terms of making this paradigm happen, is going to be extremely important. We are going to suggest definitely on what should be the agricultural policy and the technology inputs that are required in order to stop the pollution. I'd say not reduce the pollution, stop the pollution. I think that is going to be extremely important. The other part of it is vehicular pollution. I think the metro has come in. We need to get vehicles and buses which are non-polluting. All these are going to go a long way in order to see that Delhi makes a paradigm change. So I wish you the very, very best on making the green Delhi that people will be attracted to, not feel unhappy about staying over there, not worrying about the children's health, not worrying about the future of how we are going to face this disease of pollution that is there, adding on to the issue of COVID. So all in all, I wish you the very, very best. Thank you very much for making a wonderful program, a great policy. I'm sure that we will add inputs to the policy so that it becomes something which we will relish and cherish. The kind of great Delhi which was designed earlier, and that concept which was created has lasted 250 years. I do hope that the green development policy will be similarly visionary, which people will remember and say, oh, this was the policy which made the second change to Delhi from a polluting area, from a negative area, from an area where people were worried about the quality of life. The area has now begun to see a change, and they will thank and bless you for whatever you are doing today. So all the very best to you, and one and for all, on behalf of NAREDCO and all of us here today and all the members today, I wish this new ideas, new concepts, and new leadership the maximum success. And every professional sitting over here today and speaking owes it a great duty to do. I know Manisha Natarajan is also here anchoring some of these programs. And I think she will also ask really important questions as to how we can make this paradigm happen. How can we do these changes? I know that she, being from Delhi, will be able to ask the right questions in order to see the correct policy is created by the government and by industry and by the professionals. Congratulations. Wish you all the best. Keep safe, all of you, and keep healthy so that we can meet physically very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you very much. So now we'll request our chief guest, Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, to please address all of us. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
I'd just like to add a word before sir speaks, is that, under the aegis of NIUA, which was required by DDA, we have this beautiful policy in place with us. So maybe sir can give us a very high level understanding of what has gone behind the scenes, which somehow we at the ground level don't know about. So once the vision is in place, I think we can deliberate very well thereafter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And thanks for inviting me. Thanks, Rajeshji, to invite me. Thanks, sir. It's a privilege to sitting next to you. Till my 20 years of career, I was this side listening you, and today sitting here itself is a big privilege. and Hiranandani ji, but you articulated very well. So it's a great honor to be here. I come from National Institute of Urban Affairs, and we are supporting DDA to prepare Master Plan of Delhi 2041. When I joined last year, I was a country representative of UN Habitat, and I joined and I was told we are working for last 3 years developing Master Plan of Delhi 2041. I was saying, where is the planner on the earth who can plan for Delhi 2041? Do we have that vision at this moment? I was really scared. I was skeptical. I didn't know whether this assignment, which we have taken up in our hands, we will be able to fulfill. But I will tell you, with the support of DDA, we have submitted a first draft to them, which is under discussion. And I see this green area development policy and land pooling policies are the key ingredients for this master plan. But as you said, this whatever we do today is not for us to enjoy. It's the fruit which our next generations will really cherish for that fruit. And tell you very frankly, and being very candid, every day when I go home and I tell my child, who is also studying in Delhi, I'm part of the team which is looking at working on the master plan of Delhi 2041. He just looked at me and he says, "Don't joke." There's the whole generation, the young generation. They have lost the faith in the plan. They have lost the faith in the governance system of our cities. And that is the biggest challenge. Challenge is not to prepare the policy. Challenge is not to prepare a master plan of Delhi. Challenge is how do you retain this faith of young generation on our governance system of the country. And I think that's where we all planners have to really put our head, because they are saying that things are not happening. And how do you really bring that? And that's where I see the role of National Institute of Urban Affairs when I started was not to prepare a master plan of Delhi. That's not a National Institute is preparing a master plan of one city. We are a national institute. Idea was, can we create the principles of planning, which then can be replicated across the country? And I think Delhi gives that opportunity to you to create those principles, establish those principles of planning, which have been lost over a period of time, to bring them back, to rejuvenate them and take it to the next forward. And that's the challenge which we are trying to work out right now, is how do we work on master plan of Delhi and establish those principles, which then can be replicated or applied by different cities. Because what we are seeing, as you said very clearly, and I said, mess. We don't want a whole country to go to that mess. So the learning from this mess is an opportunity to rebuild. And I think that's what we should be really thinking about. Post-COVID and COVID, we saw what has happened, and I don't want to, you articulated very well, poor living, but what it brought is that there is a life beyond city. What is the city we want to define? There is always a dependence on rural area. There is people who have houses and people don't have shelter. They went out. But again, we are also seeing reverse migration coming back because economy is much more important. The lessons which we learned in COVID, if we could, our cities could survive. And today we are sitting here right now having this discourse. It means without all these challenges, we worked. The cities worked. The system worked. Maybe bad, wrong, ugly, but we did show the cities. And I think one thing we should all do is give a big hand to the city leadership. Because of their efforts, today we are actually surviving. We might have challenges, we might have issues, but still with all the problems, we are still surviving, we are still working, and India is much better than any other countries, even though second wave may not be that, but first wave, we really showed a way to the whole country. So I think cities do work. We have a system, we have a problem, we have a thing. That's why I don't think so. Today's discussion, we will be focusing on green development area policy, but I think the COVID has shown the business as usual will not happen. We need to start thinking new ways of doing things. We need to start. And one thing which came up during the COVID, and I say, is it was very, very clearly all the action was at a local level. There was no one textbook or MBD which we used to read and pass our exams. That won't work. You have to have a local contextual thing, and neighborhood planning became much, much more stronger than anything else. So we need to focus, go to a granular level of neighborhood planning, which we have lost somewhere. We in our whole archaic laws of British, which we imbibed, we have lost that concept of neighborhood planning. The master plan has to come down to the neighborhood, even though we have a zonal plans, we have others, but we need to really start getting back to the neighborhood planning. And greenery for our lungs became a much, thing. We started looking at public places. We started looking at talking about trees. These whole concepts which we were used to read during our planning courses started coming up, that this is the reality that we need to imbibe and which we have forgotten and need to push. And I think this is the post-COVID, that opportunity which is coming up, that let's start thinking our planning processes again, and how the master plan does not, there is a lot of criticism of master plan exercise, but I don't want to get into that. But I think master plan has to be more strategic plan rather than just a master plan. And it has to be more implementable plan. So while green development area policy or land pooling policy, they are good initiatives by DDA, and we are very happy and fortunate to support work with DDA to come up with that. I think the challenge is bringing policy to practice. And that's where we are more weak. And nobody talks about, we all talk about cities not happening, planning not happening. But I think the biggest challenge is the governance system of cities has to be much more strengthened. Who owns this policy? Who really implements this policy? I think that's where I'll give you an example. Maybe it may not be politically right, but I'll give you, when we were doing one of the big mission, I was working on a guideline of that mission within the ministry, and final version was going out, and I was asked to do a last proofread of this guideline, and I read the proofread, and they said, all fine. I said, fine, but I have one submission. And being a consultant at that side, other side, it's not easy to pass a comment on that book which has been worked on. I said, there's a small thing. There's not even a single para in this book who will actually implement this mission. That's missing. He said, no, that cannot happen. I said, you can read. I read it. What to be done, how to be done, where to be done is all talked about. Who will do it? It's not even talked about in this. And I think that's the biggest challenge we need to really talk about. And I will think, while we are working in a master plan, we are talking about these ingredients like green policy or land pooling policy. I think the focus should be the implementation mechanisms of this policy has to be really thought about. And how do we monitor this? What happens, plan once prepared and then forgotten. Then it comes, while 21 plan is now being thought about at 2021, 2041, we will start saying what went wrong. So I think this is an opportunity, and we have, I see these deliberations, people like you coming up with a lot of challenge. Today we are with the second and coming, because it seems that there is a desire to do something. And that is why it's not that it's a government dictate, come here and do a workshop. You all have come, organize this workshop, is that we all want that change to happen. We all wish that Delhi changes. And that is why we are even putting our life in the risk, not for ourselves, but the next generation, where we can go and see on their eyes and say, this is what we have left behind for you to look at it. Because right now, if I say, working in the National Institute of Urban Affairs for 1 year, I think somewhere we have lost urban into it. We are only talking about National Institute of Affairs. Urban is nowhere there. And I think that's where the challenge is, to bring urban into National Institute of Urban Affairs. And we call ourselves a think tank. Again, I will say that, thinking is happening in the corridors of power. And we are either pushing the tank, pulling the tank, or below the tank. We are not even the driver's seat of the tank. And you talk about guidance, and I think the guidance will come if we start working. And you see National Institute of Urban Affairs, a platform where you can raise your voices, and we become a bridge between the practitioner and the policymakers. And I will be more than happy to be that bridge for yourself. Yeah. So that's the role I want to play. Last 1 year, I come from UN Habitat, so I was a country representative there. And I asked, last 3 years, I was thinking, what are the key asks state and cities have from UN Habitat? They were asking 5 things. Tools, give us tools to do things. They were talking about templates. How do I have a quick template where I can work on? Give us technologies which are happening across the world, and we can apply those technologies to make it better. Give us training and capacity building, handhold us, guide us. And last, give us a best practices from the globe and position us better into the whole ecosystem. And when I look at NIUA, I think these are the 5 asks all our states and cities have from NIUA. And I'm saying we are, if I call it after 1 year, I may be a good errand boy of the ministry, but I am not fulfilling that task as of now. And that's where I'm happy to work with you. If we can work together to come up with those 5 things, which we can give it to states and cities to work on those tools and all, because NIUA is actually a UN habitat of the country, because they have a member states, and 27 states and union territories are my member states. We need to really utilize that jointly. And I see this workshop, this deliberation, not just to exchange ideas, not only to give direction, but whatever you think today will be a part of Master Plan of Delhi. And we have this opportunity to influence, because Master Plan of Delhi will also be for a public consultation very soon. We have given, they are deliberating it, it will be out. So all of that will be actually leading a big vision, which we are talking about Delhi. And if we can make Delhi a better place to live, a green place to live, a sustainable, and I call it sustainable, has become such a good word that whenever you don't want to abuse someone, you tell him you are sustainable. That means you are talking about. So, but this sustainability has to be defined locally, contextually, and every city has to come up what its thing. There's no one can dictate it. It has, all the solutions has to be local and contextual. And I think that's the challenge which we have to do. And green development policy is very much local. Talk about Delhi issues, talk about Delhi's pollution issues. President Sir has already talked about mobility issues, and all of these things. Green alone cannot be a green. And that just, I also remember when we started saying, I was a part of USAID project, and we said we want to do a green infrastructure. One of the JS said, what do we mean green water supply? He says, for us at that time, and I think that thinking has changed. That time, he said, green means I will put one water supply with a green color and one pipeline with the other color. That means a green water infrastructure. But I think the green has to be looked at in a larger perspective. Green has to look at how we retain our water bodies. Green has to look at how do we improve our green economy. Green has to be how we create our recreational spaces green. Green has to be looked up from the migration and informal sector point of view. So green is not just planting trees or creating a green spaces, but green has to be looked into a larger context and a sustainable context. And I think that's the opportunity which we have today to deliberate upon. And I see this, nobody has there's no magic mantra that I have once magic mantra and I'll do and Delhi becomes a green development city. We all has to come together, and I think this is workshop is that opportunity where we can collaborate, discuss, deliberate, and come up with the solutions which can have a long-term solution. Because always we say that is a supply side. Everything comes from the top and nothing. And this is an opportunity where top can start, bottom can start talking about what we want. So demand and supply, a balance can happen. And I think that I look at, we can if work together and have this consultation, come up with a very, very concrete suggestions, which can not only part of the what should be in the green development policy, but also look at how should Delhi be, and some of those suggestions can, while we are revising and go to a public consultation for master plan of Delhi, they can get integrated into a larger master plan of Delhi. So with that, thank you once again for inviting me, and I hope I wish all the success for today's deliberations and wish you all the best. But as I close, I still say, please use National Institute of Urban Affairs as a platform, a bridge between the practitioners and the policymakers, and we will be happy to be that platform for you. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, sir. So this session will extend for 10 more minutes because we started a little late. So I think the next session we have the 15 minutes buffer with us. So.
And thank you so much, Hitesh sir, for joining us and sparing your valuable time today. And now I will request Bhupinder Azarji, who is President, Delhi Master Plan Committee and of Delhi Dehat Vikas Manch. He was really helpful and instrumental in, you can see, in guiding us and throughout this workshop, inviting eminent speakers, and of course, helping us out with the overall program. So we are really thankful to you, sir. And over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Smith. आदरणीय श्री राजीव तलवार जी, NIA के डायरेक्टर श्री हितेश वैद्य जी, मंजू पॉल जी DDA से, और मनीषा मैडम जी DDA से, और स्पेशल थैंक्स मैं हीरानंदानी जी को और मेरे बड़े भाई गौरव जैन जी को देता हूँ इन्होंने इतना अच्छा कार्यक्रम ये इस पॉलिसी के लिए ऑर्गेनाइज किया है अभी, और आशा है कि इसका हम लोग सभी को, जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, इसको सबको आगे इसमें बेनिफिट मिलेगा, सब लाभान्वित होंगे। आप सभी के सुझाव सुनकर लगा कि अब दिल्ली के अंदर जो आप लोगों ने गाइड किया, जो बताया, काफी अच्छा डेवलपमेंट होने जा रहा है, मगर इसके अंदर कुछ चीजों का हमें ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है। जैसे कि लैंड पूलिंग पॉलिसी भी पहले आई थी, मगर उसके अंदर इम्प्लीमेंट होने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। उसके वेरिफिकेशन प्रोसेस या उसकी मैपिंग प्रोसेस, उन सब में धीरे धीरे डिले चल रहा है। तो ऐसा ना हो कि हमारी जो GDA पॉलिसी बहुत अच्छी शानदार पॉलिसी, ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट एरिया पॉलिसी बनी है, इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी ऐसे बाधाएं ना आए, तो उनका हमें खास तौर पे ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है। तो आप जो DDA के या NIA के डायरेक्टर्स हितेश जी आए हैं, तो इनसे अनुरोध है कि इनको थोड़ा ध्यान देकर इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में थोड़ा फास्ट प्रोसेस में करें। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि नोटिफिकेशन, ड्राफ्ट पॉलिसी के लिए नोटिफिकेशन आया हुआ है, और इसमें सभी RWA, इसमें संबंधित जो फार्म हाउस एसोसिएशन है, इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, सभी लोगों ने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया हुआ है। तो इनके अंदर जितना भी पॉलिसी को हमारे को इस वर्कशॉप से समझने का मौका मिलेगा, और इसके अंदर जो भी कमियां होंगी उसको दूर करके हम जल्दी से जल्दी इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें, उसके लिए हमारे को टाइम मिलेगा। सभी इन्वेस्टर या जितने लोग हैं, उन्होंने लगभग 50,000 करोड़ रुपया अभी तक दिल्ली के अंदर इन्वेस्ट हो चुका है सिर्फ ग्रीन बेल्ट डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसी के अंदर। तो इन्वेस्टर अपने स्तर से सोचता है, आरडब्ल्यू अपने स्तर सोचती है। मैं दिल्ली देहात की बात करूंगा, क्योंकि दिल्ली देहात के जो लोग हैं वो इसको बिल्कुल अलग नजरिए से देखते हैं। इन्वेस्टर देखते हैं कि इसके अंदर हमने इन्वेस्ट किया, उसके ऊपर योजनाएं बनाते हैं, उसके अनुसार ही अपना रिटर्न की गणना करते हैं। और दिल्ली देहात के लोगों के लिए ये एक बिल्कुल अलग प्रोस्पेक्टिव, एक नई तरीके की पूरी नई प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है। उनके आवास, रहन सहन, उनकी शादी, उनके ब्याह, सारे की सारा ये डीडीए की जो पॉलिसी है उसके ऊपर बिल्कुल पूर्णतः आश्रित होते हैं कि कैसे वो डेवलपमेंट आगे इम्प्लीमेंट कितनी स्तर पर कितनी जल्दी हो पाएगी। तो ये दिल्ली देहात की बात को, कोई चाहे उनकी बीमारी हो, चाहे विवाह हो, कोई भी चीजें होती हैं, तो वो सारा का सारा इन पॉलिसीज पर डिपेंड करता है। उनका सारा सब कुछ बदल जाता है। उनकी जनगणना या उनकी गणना इस चीज से नहीं होती है कि मेरे को इतना इंटरेस्ट कमाना है या इतना, उनका तो पूरा जीवन ही इसके ऊपर, उसकी लैंड के ऊपर ही निर्भर होता है। मेरी आपसे प्रार्थना है कि किसान भाइयों का आप लोग दर्द समझेंगे और इसको पॉलिसीज को पेपर पे आने के बाद जल्दी से जल्दी इंप्लीमेंट करने के प्रक्रिया को ध्यान में रखेंगे। ये हमें बड़े अच्छे से सुनिश्चित करने की जरूरत है। हमारे पास उच्च एक बड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट भी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की डेवलपमेंट में ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान, चाहे लैंड पूलिंग पॉलिसी है चाहे जीडीए पॉलिसी है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगी। एक उच्च श्रेणी की यहाँ पर प्लानिंग और डेवलपमेंट होगी। तो इस चीज का हमारे पास एक सुनहरा मौका है कि इसको हम उसके पार्ट बन रहे हैं, उसका एक हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। और इसमें आप लोगों का, सभी का सहयोग की जरूरत भी होगी। और अब दिल्ली देहात की तरफ से हम लोग इसके अंदर ड्राफ्ट सुझाव और इस मीटिंग के बाद हम लोग साझा करेंगे डीडीए के साथ भी। तो उनको जल्दी से जल्दी जितना अच्छा जो क्रक्स निकल के आएगा उसका आपसे साझा करेंगे, और प्रैक्टिकल जो समस्याएं हैं वो आप लोगों के सामने रखेंगे। तो आप उनको कंसीडर कीजिएगा उसमें बदलाव करने की प्रक्रिया में। मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस के सिद्धांत को, इसके स्पिरिट को लागू करने की जरूरत है हमारे को। और मैं दिल्ली देहात की तरफ से आश्वासन देता हूं कि एक अच्छी, ईमानदार, प्रोफेशनल, इनोवेटिव पॉलिसी को हम इम्प्लीमेंट करने में अपनी तरफ से पूरा सहयोग देंगे। और इसके लागू करने की प्रक्रिया में जितना भी हमारे से बन पड़ेगा, हम आप लोगों के साथ हैं, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार हैं। आज की मीटिंग में जो भी बिंदुओं पर विचार विमर्श निकलेंगे, मैं पुनः इस इनॉग्रल उसको आप सभी से साझा भी करेंगे, मीडिया के भाइयों से भी बात कर रहा हूँ। और इस इनॉग्रल सेशन में पधारने के लिए आप सभी महानुभावों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मुझे इनवाइट करने के लिए, मुझे एक ऐसा मौका मिला, इतने प्रबुद्ध जनों के सामने मैं अपनी बात को रख पाया, ये मेरे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। और मैं अपने मीडिया के बंधुओं से आग्रह करता हूं कि दिल्ली की इस पॉलिसी को इम्प्लीमेंट करने में आप लोगों के सहयोग की बहुत बहुत जरूरत पड़ेगी। तो इसको ग्रीन सिटी, एक अच्छी सिटी बनाने के लिए आप हमारा सहयोग कीजिए, हमारे साथ मिलके चलिए। बस इतना ही, ज्यादा मैं इन चीजों का अनुभव मुझे है नहीं तो कोई गलत बोला हो तो उसके लिए क्षमा भी चाहूंगा। जी 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 तो धन्यवाद सर।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने इतना टाइम निकाला और हमें हर तरह से आपने हमें हेल्प किया, असिस्ट किया इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। सो नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट द creator of this program, who was actually leading us from the front, from like in day one, like from starting and initiating the entire concept note to the like idea and identifying the right people and the speakers. He really helped us, and of course led us from the front. So we'll really like to invite the co-chair of this event, our vice president at NAREDCO and MD Samak Development, and Mr. Gaurav Jain, to close this session, please. Over to you, Gaurav sir.
Yeah. So we are now 7 minutes into the next session, so I'll keep myself very short and sweet. It's a fantastic, I would say, a response to a very nascent thought. Once this policy came in public domain, and I, remember talking to our friends in DDA somewhere in February, it was like a, we can call it a rains in the very high summers of June in Delhi, that at least something has come back. We lost hope for last 7, 8 years that, it's happening. It's been happening. Actually, many people, as Bhupender Bhai rightly said, people waited and a lot of marriages could have been done in a better way, but, because policy was not there, so it didn't happen. The whole idea is to, with the platforms of NAREDCO, NIUA and DDA being together, to very openly, frankly discuss, and I'm very happy to see the response. I think we've had the fantastic, representation from all walks of life. As we know from the program today, we divided the program into 4 parts. Part number 1 being, our existing farmhouses where they have their own peculiar issues. B, the opportunity in the proposed policy. Therefore, we have seen grade 1, 2, and 3, very, very high quality thoughts have gone. Earlier, it was either you be a farmer or a house. Now you got a farmer, a house, and some kind of business, some kind of play areas, and many, many more things are coming to play. Third is the technical session, which talks about purely the nuts and the bolts, why 6 meters, why not 9 meters, and vice versa. And fourth is the legal part of it. In this country, I think at the end of the day, everything falls into the legal brains. We got a friend here, Avnish here from Khatan and Company, so, he'll be leading the show at that time. The point is, we are trying to cover every part so that once the policy starts, it gets implemented. There is no pushback. Earlier policy got pushed back by one letter from one of the government officers, and it took 8 years for it to come back on the track. Now, obviously, our next door neighbors, both Haryana and Noida, and Talwar Saab, has been the doyen of our, both industry and the chairman of NAREDCO. The policy making is so much easier in Haryana. I can assure you that, in case there's something to be done, and there's an open case, it just goes discuss, couple of deliberations back and forth, it gets done, So I would say that somehow the process of policy making should be only to support the cause, which is the development of Delhi in the right direction, whatever it means, After all, we have seen that, for last maybe 50 odd years, we're not seen a decent colony coming up in Delhi. Every farmer development which is there today has all taken a shape of a very sporadic developer. Radhamohan Drive never started up with Radhamohan Drive, the Bund Road never started with that. It just kept on getting one after the another, and with the very high quality private initiatives, everybody's done a fairly good job, So my understanding is, right or wrong, every policy has its pluses and minuses. Even the cost of India has gone changes. And we are here to support the policy. We are saying let's get it implemented. And over a period of time, whatever are the pluses and minuses, I think we'll all write it together and we'll change it. The only one plan I want to show you, which is here and on your screens right now. The area we're talking about is a very small area. This is the only part of Delhi which is left. Delhi 1100XY, the pin code, will disappear either into a slum area or into a planned development. Everybody in the country, everybody in the world, no capital city has such kind of a, I would say, skewed development behavior where an unplanned development goes unabated and planned development waits. My peripheral areas, if you see, and some of the green zones, this is a very small area. It's not a big area. And the point is, if you let it happen the way it is happening, I know one of the developments we've done in some of the last villages here, there, the next door neighbors are today my illegal slum dwellers, or they've done illegal developments there, because they say, how long can we wait? They waited long enough. The advantage is there's a demand. That's the reason we have 150 people on Zoom. We got 40 very high quality eminents sitting in front of us, and we got a panel of 20 very high eminent personalities who are contributing to the fact. So this shows there's an interest. As long as we can get a development model, economic model in place, I think we are done. This is an area where government can generate a fantastic revenue. I can assure you, with the right prices, everybody who's sitting here is willing to walk the talk. So without taking any further time, I first of all, with my sincerest thanks to DDA for, Manjuji and Manisha ji being here on behalf of VC DDA. He could not come and told he got some pressing urgent, commitments, which we understand, LG has been tweeting for the last couple of days that, they've done deliberation on master plan 2041, number 1, number 2, number 3. So this shows there is a urgency everywhere. I sincerely also thank Dr. Vaidya to be here with us because his opinion meant a lot to us. After all, we call you the architect of this policy. Whether right or wrong, I think you still have to take the credit for that. So, and, most importantly, Bhupinder Bhai for having, brought us some of the eminent people in place. And Talwar Saab is our, guiding force. He's somebody who is Delhi. So lot of people ask me, for example, where are you from? I said, I'm from Delhi. He said, no, but where are you from? We said, yeah, we are from Delhi. So, to say that where you're from, when you say my grandmother's side, they had a house in Delhi 6, so that breed is gone. Who is Delhi? So I think most of us sitting here are Delhi. We feel for the city. I would say we want to be really a part of it. Agarwal Saab sitting at the back, he created Western Greens once upon a time. So why not he would like to be part of this once again. So at the end of the day, I think what was done in 91 could not be done after 20 years thereafter. So the point is, why do we stop? So I think let it be a new beginning, but let it be something we can be proud of. As Vaidya Saab has said, once we see these peripherals, we can have a cyber city somewhere, we can have a Gurukul somewhere, we can have a club somewhere, we can have a very high quality, housing residential enclaves. So, and I think it's all par for the course. We are ready to walk the talk. So thank you for being here with us. Next session will start maybe in 10 minutes time. And Jayashree is here with us, very, very, I would say, eminent personality in the media world. And she is known to ask hard questions. I think Manish Agarwal from, Western Green Association, who is also a dear friend of Satya Developers, is somewhere in the panel on Zoom. She grilled him yesterday. So I would say that somehow let's roll it out. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I will request, we have few questions over Zoom platform. If you would like to take it right now, please, sir.
Number one is that, of course, thanks to everyone for being here. I think we were very lucky to have such panels over here. If you can take time out and spend the day here, believe me, it will be great for the city and marvelous for all of us to learn something, because I think great care has been taken by Gaurav and DDA to draw up 4 sessions, really with the best people in who can speak. So I would love to remain. We do have a DDA, as you know, the LG today, the chairman of DDA is a former vice chairman of DDA. He's also been the Secretary Urban Development. So I'm sure these are issues which are very, very dear to his heart, and any kind of deliberations during the day today will go a long way in giving him, food for thought and food for implementation. The last part which I want to say is, we are all doing urban, since we are all connected with urban and with Delhi. I think on behalf of every city in this country, especially Delhi, we need to thank one frontline warrior who are not mentioned. Those are your Safai Karamcharis. Those are the people who provide you electricity, and those are the people who provide you water. I think we've seen during the last 1 year that things which have faultlessly and without, the police has done a great job, the doctors, the hospitals, everyone, the government has done a great job. But I think we need to mention those also who find no mention at all. Our Safai has been great in this town. Water supply and electricity have never faltered. So I think we owe it to them also to be called at least back of the frontline warriors, but they've been absolutely marvelous.
So I'll, if you allow me to ask, so Hiteshji, it's for you. What are the guidelines and amendments of upcoming new master plan of Delhi 2041? So we have only one question, which if you would like to,
wait for it. It's still under deliberation. So before
great. Yeah. So thank you so much. So I will request Rajeshji also to please join us for a photo opportunity. So we are just winding up our inaugural session here. Rajesh Goyal sir, our Director General, please. For I once again and thank you everyone in the panel and to be here with us in this morning. Thank you once again for joining us, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. So now we'll, Jayashree, now it's your session. So I will request everyone to kindly and be seated. Now Jayashree is going to take over from here on. So, and we'll request all to please and be seated, and we'll immediately start the session now. So, yeah. Madam, thank you so very much. Really appreciate it.
Whenever you are.
I'm ready. Anish ji is already online. He is there. Madam, please. Thank you so much. Isha, madam. So may I request esteemed panelist of session 1, JDA framework for existing farmhouses, which is being led by Ms. Jayashri Kurup. So may I request Mr. Kuldeep Singh Dhingra, Mr. Bhupinder Sikri, Mr. Amir Singh Pasrich, and to please and join us here on the session. And Mr. Manish Agrawal, he is joining us online. And rest, I'll request all the panelists to kindly be seated so that we can start the session.
Oh, excellent. Good to meet you. Sir, like, us to just sort of. Wherever would you, I can come there. Where would you like?
Come anywhere. How does it matter?
I've only got my laptop to move around. That's why.
No, sit. No problem.
Still seem to any.
So I will request Sanju. I'll request everybody to kindly be seated. We'll start the session right now. So over to you and Jayashri. So and just to add, Mr. Anish Agrawal, who is also the panelist in this session, is joined us online, virtually here. Thank you. Over to you, Jayashri.
Manish Agarwal is online. इनका भी लगा दिया. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Jayashri Kurup. I used to be the editorial head of Magic Bricks. Recently, I retired, and now I am a researcher. I'm a researcher on real estate. So I'm a researcher, and I drive policy advocacy. That is the role that I play, and I've been working with NAREDCO for a long, long time. Delhi is something that is a area of interest, a place where I've lived, I've grown, and a place where I've done intense research. In fact, the Master Plan 2041, the housing white paper, was done by my team and I. Very quickly to tell you, to introduce the panelists to you. I have Kuldeep Singh Dhingra. He's the president of the Jaunapur Garai Welfare Association. I have Manish Agarwal. He's joined us online, and he's the treasurer of the West End Green Farms Welfare Association. There's Bhupinder Sikri, who heads the Sudbury RWA, and Mr. Amir Singh Pasrich. He's the president of the West Jaunapur RWA. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Hitesh Vaidya spoke very eloquently about what happens if the plans are not executed. The Green Development Area Policy, in this name, it's new. But for all of us know that it has been in the works for many, many decades. What happens when a policy is not implemented? The policy is declared, therefore you know which are the areas that are impacted. But if the policy is not implemented, what happens is that illegal development takes over. Justifiably, because it takes way too long. How long can people wait? There doesn't seem to be a policy thrust of implementation thrust. And more than anything else, the people in that area know what needs to be done. And therefore, these gentlemen who are here, they have bought land here. They have lived in farmhouses, but to bring it into the formal process, they're still waiting for things to happen. And like Gaurav said, the time has come. Can we now make sure that we not only make policy, but we implement them? So let me start with you. So when you picked up a piece of land in Delhi, what were the challenges that you faced, and what are the challenges you faced subsequently because it has not got into the planning process?
Most of us at that time when we shifted there, it was for the greenery only. We wanted to stay in a sort of green areas. We like trees, we like flowers, we like a little bit of agriculture. So we moved over there for these very reasons.
Right.
And then over a period of time, the quality has gone down, meaning the lot of unauthorized construction came up. Then the roads issues were there. So problems started happening there also. Water shortages, because you need water for horticulture, etc.
Yeah.
And even when this planning was taking place about Delhi, they were going to, we were told that even for this area, they were planning these multi-storied areas and all that. All of us got together and we said, no, then Delhi, how will Delhi breathe? Let some areas be green. Of course, if there were multi-storied group housing and all, it's more profitable. But all of us decided, no, we didn't come here for profit. We came here for greenery and good air. So therefore, this was that green policy, that farmhouse policy, etc. came, that LDRA policy, etc. came over here.
Yeah.
And now we're very glad that it's been extended for larger area for green development.
Right.
So the challenges are, yes, unauthorized construction and the rule implementation, the rules, etc., which encourage unauthorized construction. So those are the issues. And this policy now which has come is excellent. But there are some things which need to be sort of fine-tuned for it to become effective and pragmatic. Otherwise, again, there'll be unauthorized stuff.
Right. One of the biggest problems that we faced in these areas is that the road width, which actually is very critical, because in the event of a disaster, you need emergency vehicles coming in. Also remember that there are large vehicles that the residents have, and those also need to negotiate this. Now the width of the road has been an issue, and 6 meters, 9 meters, 12 meters, 24, 30. Today we're talking about 30 meters. But what happens when you have developed roads that have not quite been 9 meters or 30 meters or something like that? How do you cope with that? How does a new policy take?
See, the point is...
no, I would like him to start.
Okay.
Thank you. Actually, Kuldeepji knows more than I do about this because he's on the main road.
No, we'll go back to Kuldeepji. I just want everybody to start speaking and then we go back to him.
He's been our leader for a long time.
Yeah.
I should say I've been in Jaunapur area for about 12 years. I lived there. And I'm sad to say this question about roads is the most important thing.
Sure.
And it's our, I don't want to cast a dark cloud over this meeting, but it's our biggest failure in Delhi, the roads. Because you compare it with Noida, where we expected Delhi to be far ahead when we bought this land in the early 90s, late 80s, even the 70s. The road development in Delhi has failed. Connectivity is weak. We don't have wide roads. We don't have an integrated system of reaching places, and it's more and more clogged despite the metro coming in and being an absolute godsend. But you still have Andheria Mode, which is not in good shape. The gap between Andheria Mode and up to Fortis Hospital, they are just not able to widen it. Harcharan Bagh side is still a nightmare. Then you commute from Jaunapur on the Mandi Road and you're reaching Jaunapur. That road has been rebuilt only 4 times. And nobody has thought about how to do it right. They've dug a nice big 3-foot wide drain underneath the road, which took 2 years to build. And then they realized that the outfall of the drain was going uphill. So that was in 2007 or 8, but nobody fixed it. The drainage is still patently lacking. And somehow the shopkeepers around there, I don't know why they oppose drainage. I've actually seen them prevent a drain from being cut and dug. So I don't know how this is going to translate in the future. But until we fix the roads, that's one problem. The second one is we've got a new policy, and I know every policy is a good measure because it's movement, at least something rather than nothing. This policy talks about 9 meters, 12 meters, and even 6-meter roads for the farmhouses. For my mind and thinking, I think that was very needed. At least you need 9 meters, as you said, because you can't get an emergency vehicle through to a farmhouse. You can't even get to these large lorries in. If you look at, you asked this question on the phone yesterday. I'm sorry to have a big, huge laptop in front of me, but I couldn't help it because the print was smaller. But if you look at what you've got here in grade 2 and grade 3, the gap between grade 2 and grade 3 is really twofold. One is the size of the plot and the road width. Yeah. Now, some of these activities in grade 2, which are being permitted, will not work with this road width. That's your question. Yeah. And you'll find these huge trucks. I've seen massive 40-foot container trucks. And if you allow the storage facilities, at the bottom it says subject to 18-meter road width. Yeah. In Jaunapur, that's already existing. And there are these container trucks. I've got photographs of them if you want. And they come and I don't know how they manage to navigate. And the other thing is these tractor trolleys with these huge, dhan, which they carry, and they block the whole road. But nobody seems to notice that when that happens, if there's an emergency at that point, or an ambulance or something, there's no way that person can get through. He just has to wait maybe half an hour, maybe 2 hours. So and weddings are another nightmare. That's right. So thank you.
So you see, what has happened is that the road width, which is the basic ground, the jigsaw puzzle of urban planning, that seems to have been neglected. How you can retrofit it today, even with the new mass development plans, that is a issue that I am raising a flag here. For whoever is planning this entire process, whoever is going to implement this, the road width is something that you will have to fix. You will have to figure out, is somebody going to give land because you want to make it a 9-meter and 18-meter road? Maybe not. Maybe 2 will give, 3 will give, but all of them may not give. Therefore, within the plan, there are small footnotes on what you can do. I think it's important that we flag this issue and pick it up when we make the recommendations. I'm going to come to you, sir, Mr. Bhupinder Sekhri. Now, there are 3 grades of development, right? 1, 2, and 3. One is largely agricultural, about 5% built up. You have 2, which has residential with a little bit of other commercial activities thrown in, and 3 is on 30-meter roads, where you will have maybe Home Depot kind of development. You will also have maybe schools and warehouses and clubs and things like that. What is that magic formula where all this can coexist without really spoiling? Like Amir mentioned, that if there is an emergency, it's clashing, right? How do you ensure that all this is able to coexist?
Thank you very much, ma'am. First of all, I would like to go back to roads. I would like to say that I'm living there since 85 in Satwadi. Yeah. It's on the main road. Although it's on the main road, we are talking of inner roads, 9 meters, 6 meter, 12 meter. But we could never thought of talking about the main roads which are connected with. This second, last master plan when was made, it was so nicely drafted and made. But unfortunately, not even a single inch of road is constructed or made as per the plan. Like, for example, they have made one road. I'll quote one example, UER2. UER2 was to connect NH 1, 8 and 2. So that road was so nicely planned that if that road would have been made, now I am living in Satbadi. One of the factories in Panipat. Supposing sometimes I have to travel, it takes me minimum 1.5 to 2 hours to reach the border. If that road would have been made, the connectivity was that from my house, about a kilometer of DLF gate, and within 30 minutes, I would have at the border. I don't have to cross this Andheriya Mode, Vasant Kunj, Vasant Vihar, Dhola Kuan, and what all and what not. How much traffic it would have been eased.
What held up? Was it land issues? That land was not available? That land was encroached? Or there was no implementation?
I don't want to say that, but I certainly would like to say that more than the planning, important is the implementation.
That's right.
There is no implementation takes place in our country. And we people do, when the emergency happened or something major tragedy has happened, then we people will woke up and one of the day will say do it. Now in our area, back of my house in village Medan Gadi, there's a huge development coming. They are making in 100 acres Sakh University. They are making biggest hospital of armed forces, CBI housing, DDA, even their housing, Delhi Police housing, Ministry of External Office, what not and what not. They have already allotted land for a rugby ground, but there's no connectivity. The entrance point is about 15, I think 20 feet. The road plan is 30 meters. All those buildings are complete. And still DDA has got 250 acres of land lying vacant on that patch which they are going to use for developments. Where is the connectivity? I myself have made a representation to the engineers and to the DDA officials sometimes. Look, even if you are planning these roads, now they have planned Gaushala Road up to Sakh to that place and connected to IGNU. But from where to reach these places? Again is only Chhatarpur Mandir Road. My office is on Mandi Road. Invariably, now something good has happened, that drainage is there and I could reach my office. Otherwise, during rains, many times I couldn't reach even my office. My office is opposite C dot and I live at Chhatarpur Mandir Road. Although I come from the DLF gate. But again, the problem is roads. DDA also wanted, I gave them the proposal. There was one road planned from 100 feet road to IGNU Gate 1. 2.5 kilometer stretch. If you make this, your 50% traffic of Chhatarpur Mandir Road and Naibsrai, is already jammed. You are making such a huge construction, so much of traffic is going to happen there. But how do people reach? 50% of Naibsrai will cut down 50, but they don't. It's their own way they do it. Right. So and roads.
Actually, this is a big issue. And I would like to raise this thing. Many years ago, when I was working with I was talking to some planners in the US. In San Jose, Cisco was one of their largest drivers. And Cisco asked for one new tower. But the city authority said, we cannot give you the permission. Why? Because there was not enough adequate infrastructure. There was not enough road space. There was not, the number of vehicles that they anticipated would come in. They could not see that the existing infrastructure could handle it. They upgraded the infrastructure and then allowed the tower to come. Here, what's happening is we haven't allowed, we've proposed, but we haven't allowed all this to happen. Neither have we fixed the infrastructure. And if you, it's already reached, like each of these gentlemen said, it's already reached a crisis point. If you don't implement it today, what will happen is roads are going to be the single biggest disaster in this green belt. You do need that network of roads, and you need an authority which will say that we will implement these roads.
I'll just take a second.
Yes.
I will give you an example of China. I asked somebody, look, there's so much huge development has taken place. Infrastructure has been made, but there's no development. They say we do the development first, infrastructure, then we do the development. In our country is vice versa. We do that development first, and when there is a problem or emergency happens, we go for infrastructure. So that's what we say. We are talking of internal roads. We are ready for 9 meter, 12 meter. We offered DDA or all the agencies. There is one road they have to make, which is to connect this SAC University. I have given in writing my these khasra numbers. Your road is passing. I'm ready to give land, provided you give me FAR. In Delhi, I'm very much pleased to see the word of TDR. It was never there. Right. Even FAR today, even corporation, when they take a road, they give you FAR for that. People are ready to give for that, but they don't want. They say you take it as circle price. Now in Satpadi area, Chhatarpur, when the land rates are about 20 crore, 15 crore, 25 crore rupees per acre, and they offer in 53 lakhs of road, would anybody would like to surrender? No. But if they offer FAR,
TDR is
it's a good move. It has to be.
And let's put that in our recommendations.
How the Maharashtra has developed is only, but in this policy they have written TDR. Yeah. But again they say whatever the zonal roads we need, inner roads we need to connect green, we will not give any compensation. Certainly nobody will. Now supposing in a row 3 houses are made, 3 plots are empty. Now he has to construct. But other 3 will not give a road, but they are already living there, and his plans will not be approved.
And then what happens? Yeah.
Then unauthorized construction will happen. I am living there since 85. It is why I shifted there. I was having a house in the city because I wanted to live in a green area. Nobody was there. We were only 4 families living in that area. And I've seen how from the backside of that, all this Pahad, how the water stream used to come, that people living at back of my house, many a times during rains, they used to park their cars at my farm, and then my Sierra used to go and drop them. The water flow is so much. Now so much development has done, there is no water coming from anywhere. But nothing, no infrastructure has been created.
Let me take the conversation forward. Let's pick up the next issue.
Just wanted to leave one thing on an interjection, which is that I don't see in this policy any reference to if you cede land, you still get to consider your plot as big as it was before. Okay. So what the effect is that if you cede the land for the road widening, your FAR would decrease to the size of the plot that's left. Yeah. And that has to change because you have to automatically give them incentives, as he's rightly pointing out. Yeah. And the second thing is we must start using construction waste for building roads. Right. There's so much construction waste. They're talking about water bodies. The moment you have water bodies, you'll have construction waste being poured into those water bodies. Right. So we should have construction waste policy also as part of this. And that blue-green policy that is rather elusive and exists online, that should have a construction waste policy.
I have written in one of my suggestions, the provisions for compensatory FAR or TDR be made available for the land, made available for public facilities, even over by local bodies or service providing agencies. At least even the criteria. Now, many farmhouses have 1 acre. If is 500 yards or 1,000 yards will go away, again, plots will not be in that category. That's right. So they should give that consideration.
And this is especially important right now when you are fixing an irregularity that has to be regularized. Fully taking point. Do I have Manish Agarwal logged in online?
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Manish, when we regularize, all of you are from existing colonies, when you regularize these, what are the new services that you expect will be provided to you? And is there a clash between who will provide? There's a DDA, which is the planning authority. There is the MCD, which is the city authority. Is it clear in the policy who will provide the services to you?
Okay, so good morning, Yashiri. First of all, West Indian Farm Society wishes to place on record its appreciation the way DDA has placed this policy, proposed subject policy, GDA policy. As far as your question is concerned, see, they have discussed about it, but they have asked the societies like integrated development policy, which is integrated green development policy, where the clusters are already existing, but it is not clear they are asking the land to be provided by the society or by the landowners who owns the land, which is not feasible. Actually, this land should be provided by the Gram Sabha land which has already been vested with the DDA, and it is there. They have to provide all these facilities like school or like a small nursing home or like other things, a small police post or anything. They should provide for that land, which all they have lot of land in like Gram Sabha land which has vested with this DDA.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was talking to him. I'll come back to you, Kuldeep ji, with the services. The quality of services rendered to the farmhouses in the green areas. What are the changes that you are anticipating? And has that been well defined, or do you think that needs to be fine-tuned better?
No, there's not even mentioned about water or treated water. It's not even mentioned.
Right.
But there are so many other hurdles which are there.
Yeah.
Right of way is one. Everybody talks about implementation, and the policy should make sure that the authorities implement it.
Yeah.
No one in these farm areas minds if their lands are taken away for road widening,
Right.
for right of way. No problem with that.
Yeah.
Provided that the FAR allowed is the same as if that land was still there.
Sure.
So therefore, people don't want even compensation for money for road widening.
Right.
Because in our association, we at one point they were wanting to widen the main road, and I got letter from all the members saying that you are free to take our land.
Yeah.
Okay, no compensation needed, but the FAR should not be reduced.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
Because everybody has 2.5 acres of land. 2-3 meters going from this side, 2-3 meters. It doesn't harm anybody. So there is full support there. Yeah. But the implementation has to be done by the authorities, by policy, by force. By force, that has to be done. Meaning, you can't expect people to go and talk to the neighbors, will you please break your wall? It doesn't happen. It's a public space. Public space, road and right-of-way roads are a public matter. Authorities have to do it. So therefore, don't stop anybody. Keep the things going on. At the same time, keep implementing the right-of-way. So, yes.
That's the bigger issue.
So just clarification is there.
We are asking for both. We are asking for both.
So therefore, please.
Yeah. See, my farmhouse where I live, my 15-meter road will go for road widening, that Chhatrap Mandir road. I've given in writing that you take the land, give me a FAR.
I don't think giving the land is an issue, but the
meter is going.
Eligibility of the farmhouse. If out of a 1 acre farm, if you give away your land, then you're not even a farmhouse, right? Yeah. You don't fit into the policy. That's the bigger issue.
Yeah, and also earlier the policy was when this farmhouse policy was there, the right of way width was 2 gatthas. That's 16.5 feet. So there are many farms already with this kind of ROW. Now, by all means, everybody would like 6 meters, 9 meters, whatever it is. But the authorities must come and implement it. Let them come and implement it. Nobody minds that at all. And nobody will stop you. Everybody will all support you.
And a timeline. And a timeline.
Yeah, that's right. But don't hold up people. I mean, if they are giving, plans for new FAR as per new rules and all, let them carry on. Because and so they do their job, and the authority should come in, do their job of implementing the public roads and all that. Come and smash up the boundary walls, break them. Yeah.
I agree.
We are all for it. No, we are all for it. Okay. We've given in writing also. Okay. But they should do something. You see, they must authority.
That should fill joy in the heart of the implementers. Yeah. Because if the RWAs are with you, and here they all represent very powerful RWAs. If the RWAs are with you, this should
they are, because you look at the logic of it.
All the sanctioned farmhouses
have
already given it an affidavit
at
the time of sanction.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Move back by 5 meters, 15 feet.
Yeah.
So that is already with them. They have to come and implement.
Okay.
The RWAs can't break the walls for private people.
Right.
The authorities can come and do it.
Right.
We have already given an affidavit.
Sure.
All sanctioned farmhouses have that in the file.
Important
so it's
point.
like
That's right.
Good.
They have to do it.
Not
It's
only
very easy
that,
for them to do it.
For example, in my case, and some others may have done it, or once I gave that, I actually left that land and then I made the boundary wall. That no, why I should have break the wall later on.
Right.
So I've already kept my boundary wall much behind what I was actually I own.
Yeah.
So my own land is on public next to the road,
Sure.
on the road.
Sure.
So that is the spirit as far as the farm owners are concerned.
Right.
The authorities must come and implement this RFD and not hold up anything.
Sure. Get the point.
Just 1 minute, Jayashree, sorry. For implementation in Delhi, the problem is they say if your road is 9 meter, corporation has to make it. If your road is 25 meter and above, PWD has to make it. If your road is this much, NHI has to make it, or DDA has to make it. Better is ki the way they have done in Dwarka, they should take this place as a development area, do the development, hand it over to corporation.
Yeah.
Let one agency handle it. There are so many agencies involved. Like in one of the policies, private land policy came in 2018. Till now, only one LOI is issued. How many years have passed? The procedure is you file a plan with DDA. DDA sends it to corporation. Corporation sends to revenue for verification. After verification, they send it back to corporation, and you know corporation very well. Then they send it back to.
Actually, what you need to do is, from what I hear, what you need to do is pick this up as a project that has to be completed and implemented.
Yeah, and that is
Have
one agency do it.
a single window. Whether it is DDA, whether it's MCT, that's immaterial. What you need is one organization implementing the whole thing, handing it over to whichever the authorities are. But that is the only way the established colonies, that's what I'm talking about, the ones that are already established, if you have to retrofit them, you have to complete the process of planning and execution of all the services, you will have to pick it up and say that.
I hope there is no corporation fellow sitting here, but it should not be corporation.
I'll add something to it. With DDA handling it and MCD handling it, the policy was notified in 2013.
Yeah.
They could have easily sanctioned the farmhouses on 9 meter roads. They did none. Right? On the rest, whichever issues were pending, they could have left them pending, which was clear they could have done it. MCD will not do it. They will not do it. They know, everybody knows about them. It should go to DDA, a single window, DDA will do it.
Can you identify yourself? I don't know.
I'm Yudhveer. I stay in Vasant Kunj in Green Avenue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Manish, I'm going to come to you again. Today, to get this entire process implemented in the already established farmhouse areas, are all the members of the farm, are all farmhouses members of the RWA? Do you have any problems with one or two landowners not being part of it?
Yes, a lot of people are not members of the association. Okay. Yes, they are.
No. In Western Indian Farm Society, everybody is a member. That's a different question. Yes, I think 10% are not participating in, they are not paying their contribution. 90% are paying their contribution. But everybody is a member of our society, 100%. We have 172 farms, all are 2.5 acres. And everybody is a member of our farm. Our society.
What about yours?
No, not everybody. We don't have everybody yet a member, and we are working on getting that sorted. But I just wanted to make one quick intervention, which is about the policy as it stands. I don't see this policy talking about providing sewage. I don't see any mention of the word there anywhere, or drinking water. Or when is that going to come about? I appreciate that there's a lot that's been put onto the farm owners, and they have to do this, and they have to have solar, which is a great idea, and rainwater harvesting, which we all have. Hopefully we all have it, but most of us at least have it. We have these rainwater pits. That's also compulsory now. Excellent ideas. But what is the government and the property tax that we're paying going to do for us?
Yeah.
We must have some commitment somewhere where the policy says we'll give you this in return.
Yeah.
And I don't see any of that coming about yet. That's my short. There's one more coming, which I'll give you.
Sure. I would actually urge that in the later sessions, when there are planners, when there are officials here, do pick this point up. If they pay for the conversions and they give up their land and so on, what happens? What is the promise of services? Water, sanitation, sewage, drainage. Clearly, these are areas that are very, very important in urban planning. Can we get those addressed? Right? Yeah.
Can I add one thing here?
I'm sorry?
Jayashree, can I add one thing here?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay. So my only thing is, this is regarding when we talk about the external development charges, which they have proposed, they are going to charge that.
Right.
I will propose they should make a escrow mechanism where whatever societies are contributing the amount, that should be kept in the escrow account, and that money should be utilized for the development of that area.
Yeah.
Maybe at least 80% of that amount should be utilized for the development of that area. Rest they can utilize anywhere. I understand that thing. Not 100%. At least 80% should be utilized to development that area.
Yes.
That, if they do that, all the services and everything will be there, and it will be done immediately. And that's very important. Single agency, whether it is DDA, NCD, naturally we will also prefer DDA only. DDA should do that, and that is only up to the sanctioning of the layout, because they have a very good thing in section 7.1 where they are saying yes, we should give an integrated development plan, green development plan. So we will propose that integrated development plan. So DDA or any authority should only approve that plan. After that, all this sanctioning of the farmhouse and completion of the farmhouse should be done by the authorized architect, the way all rest of the Delhi is doing. And everywhere doing is. Very well, they have said in initial inaugural session, now they are going faceless, everything. So here also it should be faceless. Architect should be authorized to approve it. This is my suggestion.
Right. Get it. We'll put that in. There is one more point that I wanted to pick up. These are the last 10 minutes of this session. So let's quickly pick up two points. One is that the grade 2 and grade 3, can they coexist? This is a point I raised earlier too. And I would like each of the panelists to quickly tell me what are your views for and against that. Kuldeep?
Yes. I don't see any reason why, both of them cannot exist.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Grade 3 has got, wider ROW.
Yeah.
And grade 2, not as wide. So that's fine. They can coexist.
Yeah.
But the point is, in grade 2, there are many sort of activities which are allowed.
Yeah.
One of them is farmhouses. So for farmhouses, the ROW can be, if somebody wants to just have farmhouses, not any of the other options available there, then the ROW issue is not so much because the density of population is small.
Yeah.
So there should be separated. Meaning you have to have very different rules for the existing farmhouses. And number one. And number two, for farmhouses in grade 2, then you need a different set of rules. And for the other activities, a different set of rules. And ROW, by all means, is a subject authorities must come and implement. And therefore, nobody should be harassed because that is the responsibility of the authorities. So come and implement that, whatever minimum is required. But don't hold up any plans on anything, because that is the job authorities have to do. The owners of the land can only control inside their land. Outside their land, they have no authority. So therefore, the authorities must take responsibility. And earlier, there was a lot of stress on implementation. Please come and implement this. A big problem will be solved.
Okay, Amir, can grade 2 and grade 3 coexist?
I mean, as he said, they have to coexist because of the mess that's been created. We've got only hindsight now. We don't have any foresight. So if we're going to move forward with foresight, something of the nature of a serious plan on the ground, very detailed at each stage, has to be done. If the DDA gives us a macro plan and plans on it for the next 20 to 30 years, which doesn't get implemented at the pocket stage, pocket means little phases, then you can't have grade 2 and grade 3 coexisting. You have to go into the detail. And as somebody said before, the implementation and the ground level is the key. So, I mean, not only Mr. Dhingra, but also somebody had said it on the previous panel, how important it is how you implement. And one more thing, just before, because this is a very important point. This 25% perimeter, I can't understand the sense of this. It's absurd was the word. I struck off the word and wrote unworkable, but I can't be charitable. It is an absurd provision, this 25% perimeter. It has no brains behind it. I agree with you if you're going to subdivide plots. And if you're worried about that, then you're looking at a rectangular or a square plot. But the concept of a 25% perimeter has no operation. It doesn't help, doesn't change anything. You must have access. You must have a wide road to lead up to the plot. But there are plots that are hidden behind, look at scenic farms, for God's sake. And I don't have a plot in scenic farms, so I'm saying you cannot reach those plots with this concept of 25% perimeter. Some of them are like this, bottle shaped. So how are you going to implement that? Somebody has to be a little sensible about how to deal with that. Just one last thing on existing farmhouses. The grade 1, grade 2, there's if you just look at these 3 categories, you will find that some plots will not qualify for grade 2, even though they are well over 2.5 acres. That's the problem because of the categorization, the minimum access and this criteria. If that happens, what happens to the plots in, say, scenic farms, etc., which don't qualify for grade 2 and fall into grade 1? That's actually a contradiction. Yeah. And there are 2 contradictions between 4.1, this minimum area, and 5 point something, which talks about the existing farmhouses. One of them is the existence of a basement. Everybody's got basements. Now you're going to say no existence of basements in the grade 1 because of a 600 square yard plot. But what about the existing basements? And what's wrong with the basement? How does it matter? So I don't know why they've said no basement.
Clearly, we need NIUA to step in here, right?
A little bit more like clarity has to come in. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Bhupinder, if there are, let's assume a row of farmhouses and one person decides to sell out and sells out to another grade. It is all residential and suddenly one sells out to another grade. Will that create a disruption?
Certainly. What I would like to say, like especially the primary secondary education facilities, that means schools can come up. Supposing there are a farm ROW or a farmhouse area and some school comes over, in any school, if it comes over, how much for a neighbor it's a problem.
Right.
So this facility on a 400 square meter or in grade 2 should not be there. Likewise, some facilities like primary secondary education, resorts and clubs, storage. Supposing I open a club in my farmhouse, and what about my neighbor? Yeah. If I open a school, there'll be school buses coming and all the time traffic and all, it will become a nuisance for the people. So you can't call it a green area. Green area means it should be green area, low height. We don't mind, let them give even 9 meter. The ground coverage they have given is hardly anything, like they have given 10%. And they say you make 30 of that. That means you will make 3-story houses. Yeah. Are you going to make a colony like scattered houses in a colony? Wooded area we appreciate. We want wooded area. We shifted there only because of the greenery. I was the one having house in city. I shifted in 85Y for a green area. But now all these activities, if they allow showrooms, storage,
the green principle goes away if you have
let it be in a facility corridor, let it be in a 30-meter right of way, so that if you have a bigger plot and you want to develop it, or if it doesn't obstruct other. But 1 acre plot, if some neighbor comes and he starts a godown, it's a hassle, or a school. So these kind of activities should not be permitted in grade 2. Let it all be in grade 3. Because it's a 30-meter right of way and it's a bigger plots, minimum size is 10,000 square meter and above. So it's wise and viable within the plot also.
Okay, I'm going to open this up for questions. 5 minutes questions. I think Gaurav wanted to ask some questions. All of you, keep your answers brief so that we can handle more questions. Right, Gaurav?
As part of our objection.
We can't hear you, Gaurav.
Manishji, what I'm saying is one suggestion from each of the panelists, which we can record and send it to DDA as part of the objection suggestion. So we have discussed the deliberation. Now, one key point which we can actually write it as you speak and as you say it exactly. Right. So it's not a wish list, but what we can implement it. So please help us to 4 of you, 4 suggestions, please.
Yeah. Okay, Kuldeep, we go.
It's about right of way, which is a welcome issue in the policy, but it should be implemented by DDA or whichever authority they nominate. and the owners should not be held up for any sanction or construction if the ROW say is less than 6 meters or less than 9 meters. They should come in. This is their job to come and implement it. Then it's fine.
Amir?
I think the 25% perimeter rule abutting that ROW has to go. If you keep the ROW, which you probably will to some extent, then you have to at least get rid of this, and you can have an access rule, which is important, and we appreciate that. And I think the other thing that we have to also look at is the existing farmhouses. Quick policy for regularization. Look at them, do your drone survey and do it fast rather than keeping it pending and this 2 and 3 years of implementation. Have a very decent policy with a good set of people in a committee that regularizes what's existing and safe, and do it fast, not too expensive, because we had 98% of the farmhouses last time did not even try to be regularized. That 63 or 65 lakhs system didn't work. Okay. So you have to have it cheaper and more and smoother. Thank you.
Upinder?
With the permission of Chair, I would like to use two points. Yeah. One is ground coverage. If we really want to give a look of greenhouse, we may restrict the height, but we should give little more ground coverage, maybe equivalent to FAR. And second, I would like to say that these activities, what they have given, like schools and clubs and godowns, it should not be in grade 2.
It should not be grade 2. It should be grade 3.
Grade 3.
Oh, okay. Manish?
Okay. Yeah. So from my side, they have 3 grades: grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. So grade 1 should not be there because we are discussing about green development policy. Basically, we are creating a green lung for Delhi. And if we create grade 1, where they are allowing 600 square yard plots and giving just 5 FAR, means 300 square feet, then again it will create a slum. Everybody will do illegal constructions and everything. So in this area, it should not be less than 1 acre, 4,000 square meter, which is grade 2. And I agree with Mr. Sikri, they should not allow any other activity except residential farmhouses. That's all. Other things can be permitted in grade 3, which has 30 meter ROW. Which is possible and how much time they will take to implement it. And they should be eligible, but if there is any delay on that.
Sure. With your permission, Gaurav, I'll ask that gentleman. He represents Vasant Kunj. Would you like to give your suggestions?
I think all 3 suggestions have been there. The perimeter is very important. Only 3 to 4% farmhouses will be sanctioned with 25% perimeter. Otherwise, none will be sanctioned. That's very sure about that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you wanted to make. Yeah. Could we have the mic with him, please?
My name is Prith Paul.
Yeah.
I represent Pushpanjali RWA. Another reference I think is important are the services.
Yeah.
As we discussed earlier, I think it's quite mandatory and relevant aspect, especially when you're looking at green area policy.
That's right.
Because we need greenery. For greenery, we have to have water.
Yeah.
And right now there are a lot of restrictions on bore wells and all the related areas, services, drainage. I think all those aspects have to be looked after very carefully because they are apparent for the survival of green development area.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm surprised nobody picked up escrow accounting. I thought that was a very important point that you picked up in the final round of recommendations. I think that is important. If you collect from that area, you have to plow it back into that area so that the upgrade can happen. It doesn't go into the city coffers. I thought that was an important point that was made.
Sorry, Jayashriji. I would like to say that we will not be selfish for that also. Let them create escrow account, that's good. But if I say that you only develop my area like Ansal Villas and forget about the road, how do the other infrastructure will be developed?
The broad planning area.
The broad planning area, if it is spent, but it is with the only my request is there should be one implementing agency.
Absolutely.
And I still say if it is DDA, area is declared as a development area, that is a much more faster and will be done in a better way. Because right now, as I told you, there are corporation involved, PWD involved, DDA involved, and so many NHAs involved.
and nobody knows what all it is.
Point is made. And at this point, because you are actually recommending DD, I'm going to ask Ms. Manju. She's the additional Commissioner Planning DDA. And ma'am, if you could speak.
I have some random thoughts on whatever has been discussed and what I have been noting. I want to clarify a few facts. We started with MPD 2041, and while the text which has been circulated to everybody talks about this policy having been put in the public domain as MPD 2021, there was a rationale behind putting this policy as a part of MPD 2021 because while MPD 2041 will be looking at the holistic view, the Vice Chairman was keen that these particular policies which are impacting development and people have been waiting for very long, we should not delay these policies, and these policies should be made implementable as soon as possible, and they can be suitably integrated in MPD 2041. So having said that, I want to assure the House that we will be very soon coming up with this policy, and the regulations are already in the process, which will dovetail the process of as to how to go about it. So the 8th is the last date, which has been mentioned time and again. So we will request, and I have already been told that within a period of 2 days, the NAREDCO suggestions will also come. We are also going to have a board of inquiry and hearing because we have already been getting many suggestions. And while sitting here and hearing those suggestions, they are not very different from what we have got from other people. So more or less these suggestions are there, but once they come in writing, it becomes easier for us to consider. And we may invite somebody from NAREDCO who can represent all those concerns in the board of inquiry and hearing, which will facilitate in making suitable decisions. Because there are a couple of suggestions which are coming up, will need us to digress from the original document. So that is one. Secondly, governance issues are being talked about. When we are talking about governance issue, I assure you that right now in DDA, we are actually aiming for transparency. So we are thinking about nameless people and faceless clients. We do not intend that we actually interact with the people per se. And because of the digitization, we would have everything online. And if all of you are aware that already for our building plan sanctions, we have gone for the online building sanction plans. Something similar of that nature would be done. But having said that, Sir mentioned that it has to be DDA. But no, in this organization, we cannot just move along with DDA. But whatever we do, whatever structure we develop, we will have local bodies on board who will be there and who will be hand-holding us. And a single windows clearance system will take care of whatever approvals are required from whichever body, they come there. I just hope everybody is aware about the online building system. Similarly, we will have the system. So the all local bodies will be at one place and we will be granting approval. So it should not be a problem once the policy is in domain. Then secondly, we were talking about issues like the sustainability, which has to be locally. Yes, one policy or one solution doesn't fit all. This green policy, this green area policy, to me, it's more like a green oriented development. So green has to be taken in that way that I'm orienting towards having a sustainable development. And that is the reason why today my policy, which we have tabled in front of everybody in the domain of public, not only just envisages the 23 villages which were earlier licensed as the LDRA villages, and they were seen in isolation. And what was happening to the peripheral revenue villages, very few opportunities are being granted to those villages. And that is why we were seeing a splurge of unauthorized construction. Why the green belt? We have been criticized a lot. It was the mandate of the NCR plan, and we could not have done away with it. But having said that, in consultation with NCR and keeping that in mind that NCR does mandate a green belt, right now this green area development policy is taking into cognizance both the green belt area and the LDRA area. And what will happen is, what was happening, if you see our zonal plans were standalone plans where the road connectivity from one zonal plan would not talk to another, or even if they would talk to another, somehow they would stop at the green belt. My particular policy is going to see that there is a seamless connectivity between the LDRA area and the green belt, and we have a consolidated development. So again, I said that one policy does not fit all. So when Sir was talking about development, taking care of the poor, so we do have other policies coming in the city. This is kind of a mix of a green brownfield and a greenfield development. Land pooling is totally a greenfield development, and the other city areas, they will have a brownfield development, which will take care of these aspects. And if you see all the policies individually, as well as if you see them together, in every policy, we have ensured now that the proper representation of every sector is there. We have also, in the new master plan, though it's not the mandate right here, that we have talked about even housing for the urban poor, affordable housing for the urban poor, but not in any other way, but in consonance with the Government of India policy as a rental housing. So the rental housing, be it for the urban poor or be it for various strata, as we were saying, that now it's high time we need to digress from that economic divisions of LIG, EWS, which sounds very bad, from that to cater to all the groups, be it the student groups or be it the people who need studio apartments. And this is being mandated by the Government of India. So we are totally with the Government of India and we are adhering to those policies. And well, these are a couple of my thoughts. So I just thought I would like to share it with you.
Okay.
And then we will need the full coordination of the local bodies. So after this meeting, I intend to shoot a letter to the local bodies and do need their views, so that at a later stage, once it comes to an implementation stage, we should not be facing hurdles like as if they were not consulted or their views have not been taken into consideration. Not only that, we are going to specially invite them for the public hearing. They will be there, their views also will be taken, and your views certainly are going to come, and the views of the public. Everything will be taken into consideration, and then only we'll work forward. And in fact, I thank NAREDCO for taking this opportunity, because with the wide varied people from various spectrums, we will have a contribution which will really, really help us in enhancing the policy. You know, no policy is without flaws. But when we get the input from the right people, probably we'll be able to improve it. And thank you for that, for helping us to improve the policy. And the last point, ma'am, talking about the escrow, we are very, very serious, because we have seen in the past that wherever the funds are collected, they generally end up in the salaries of the organizations, not for DDA, I assure you, but mostly for the local bodies which are money parched and so on and so forth. So we do ensure that in every policy of ours, we are building this mandatory criteria of escrow so that the funds go right there in that particular thing. No, that is a thought there. So with this, I just
thank you, Manju ji.
So much. My pleasure.
We always knew that we had a patient person to hear us, but we didn't know that you were already implementing most of the suggestions which they are giving.
Sir, I also have to be the convener of the board of the inquiry.
Thank you so much.
So I really need to have my ears and eyes open.
Yes.
Or else I am the one who's going to be criticized the most.
No way. From past experience, we know that you are excellent. And I think whether it's the escrow account, whether it's rental housing, whether it's the local people and the kind of stakeholders, I think it is really marvelous. I mean, one is staying back during the day here because I think this one is so well planned. Thanks to Gaurav and all of you, that we have the right people here to sound and to give actual living examples. They've actually lived it. They're walking the talk right now. They're actually.
And last but not the least, I am sorry, I forgot to thank NIUA, because NIUA has been hand-holding us, and they have really done a fantastic work, and it would not have been possible if they were not with us. So it is not my work or DDA's work. In fact, when I look at DDA Green Development Area Policy, I would have loved to have this board as Green Development Area Policy for Delhi, and where NIUA should also have got its due credit. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let me thank my panelists. Thank you so much for joining us and having such a delightful conversation where you brought all your problems forward. Thank you.
I'll request for a photo opportunities of all the panelists. A photo of all the panelists. Manish sir, if they're online, so Manish sir will not be able to add you here. Manish. Manish.
Okay, thank you.
Manish sir is also there on the panel, so please see how you can add him there in the photograph. He's there in the panel. So हल्का सा right बस great. So after this we will go for a tea break and for 5 minutes. So I'll request all the panelists and to please be right back after 5-10 minutes for the next session. All the panelists are there in the hall right now. So we'll request everyone to please join us back in 5 to 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Request everyone to kindly have their tea or coffee, and we'll start in next 5 to 7 minutes. So we'll request everyone to kindly join us in next 7 to 10 minutes. There is a tea break. So we'll request everyone to kindly join us in next 7 to 8 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah. See you on television, see you on give you one choice. And thank you for being with us. It's really appreciated. What happens is, once we all sit together at the same time, including communication, it's a very high quality I know.
हाँ जी जैन साहब गोयल साहब माय ब्रदर सौरभ जैन
What will happen? I'm not able to resist the temptation.
Just one moment.
This will be a fantastic.
Don't forget to send it.
That was the first one. First ever. So that was the earlier change. Ma'am, I wanted to introduce myself. Before I
One more person is joining. एक और बंदा. You want to have some tea, coffee? We'll arrange it. गेट पे
हितेश चड्डा।
अच्छा, इनका मेरे को चेक करता हूँ सेशन 2 ना। एक्चुअली लास्ट पे मैं भी एंटर क्या हो ये क्यों नाम लिया ना वो पक्का नहीं है। अरे तो और होंगे ना, लेके तो आया था वो 5 ही तो लेके आया। अरे तो हमारे लगा दे यार, कितने लगाने पड़ेंगे? हाँ लगा पानी पानी पी लो, पानी पी लो अंदर। एक गिलास पानी चाहिए, एक चाहिए मैडम को बस, एक गिलास।
अभी ना हमें जवाब देना भारी पड़ जाएगा।
एक गिलास पानी लेके मैं आपको उसके बाद नहीं बोलूंगा।
इसके बाद नहीं मिलेगा।
हेलो उसको निकाल लेगा। कौन? हितेश हितेश तो इसी में ना, हितेश चड्डा उसको नहीं डाल रहे उसमें।
किसमें है?
हितेश
आपने जो मुझे दिया उसमें तो नहीं।
तो मैंने क्या दिया?
कल जो प्रोग्राम दिया था शाम को उसमें तो
देखो ना, देखो तो देखो क्या आ रहा है। अबे तुम यार नाम रख दो, बाकी छोड़ दो।
आपने बाद में चेंज किया ना? इसमें नहीं है, इसमें तो नेक्स्ट सेशन है। इसमें तो सेशन
शाम में प्रोग्राम चलेगा ना। सबको बोलो अंदर आने के लिए। We'll request everyone to kindly be seated. We have to start the next session on time, please. All are requested to kindly be seated, please. We have a full day session here, so we have to adhere to the timelines. We'll request everyone to kindly be seated so that we can start our next session on time. Please be seated, please. Thank you very much. All are requested to please be seated. Lavin, please ask him to shut the tea coffee, please. Please ask him to shut the tea coffee and send everybody in, please. Send all of them inside. And I need more chairs on the dais. Lavin, I need more chairs on the podium now. Please add a couple of more chairs. We're starting now. No problem. So we look forward to see you here. We'll ask because Manisha is there, so I'll inform her that you're on the way. Date number 3. Date number 3. जो आपका पुलिस स्टेशन से के पास है ना, पुलिस स्टेशन के पास करके सीधा आप लोअर लेवल मैटर वगैरह है वहीं पे कैफेटेरिया हॉल है। हितेश का नाम बोला मैंने ओके you can stand. Meet is on the way. He'll take another 20 minutes. Yeah, it's coming. You have already called. Yeah. Anju? Hitesh जी का कहाँ है वो? मनीषा वहाँ पे लगा। उसको बोलो कि यहाँ पे नेक्स्ट सेशन में next session be technical. We'll request everyone to kindly be seated here, please. We'll request everyone to kindly be seated.
Mr. Gurmeet, we can have in the next session.
He will join in next 15-20 minutes. So. हाँ, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, वो तो this is. So we'll request everyone to kindly be seated. No problem, no problem, no problem. Leave it. So we'll request everyone to kindly be seated. All the panelists are requested to kindly please be on the stage. And over to you, Manisha.
Thank you.
All are requested. Hello. All are requested to kindly please be seated and take your seats, please. Please be seated, all of you. So just to add to you, Manisha, we are also live on YouTube.
Yes.
And it's always, and we have around 100+ in participant on Zoom as well, just to add.
Great. That's lovely. Okay, should we wait for people to finish their tea and come in?
No, we'll just give them a try.
We'll start. I've just after hearing all the stakeholders in the morning and the panel discussion, I've decided I don't need to move out from Delhi to Bangalore, because that was my plan, looking at the condition of Delhi and where the capital was headed towards when it came to quality of living. So we can get this green development area policy going along with the master plan implementation, that I think we really can look forward to be proudful Delhiites and have a world-class capital in one of India's most, or the world's most thriving democracies. So on that note, with the ambition of making an inclusive, sustainable, green, clean Delhi, we welcome the Green Development Area Policy. I think it's a fantastic framework, and the devil lies always in the detail. In this case, it lies in implementation. I'm going to just read out, because the topic that I have is a little unusual. It talks about GDA land policy, opportunities for the future, best practices to be adopted based on Delhi's requirement as per the master plan. Now, we just heard Manjuji say that the Green Development Area Policy is actually not dovetailing with the 2041 master plan, which is a futuristic one, but is a part of the 2021 master plan. Nevertheless, this is what the LG has said. He said the master 2041 for economic, creative, cultural development. So that is the big stated ambition of Delhi. Now, what does the DDA Green Development Area Policy talk about? It has 3 ambitions, and let me break these down. It says, number 1, let's foster city-level hubs for green living and recreation, and also create green jobs and economies. Very ambitious target. Green is a very loosely used word, but well, that is the ambition we have. Number 2, encourage production of food and other natural produce to improve food security and meet horticultural needs of the capital. So that's the second one. So I'm very curious to understand from developers and everybody else here, how are we going to have farmhouses and horticulture and green and sustainability, all of it together? Who's going to do it? For me, the important part is karega kaun? Sanjay karega, ke Mr. Agarwal karenge, hai na, kaun karega, ke Hitesh karenge. So we need to know who's going to do this, right? And the third one is create a regional environmental buffer, reduce impacts of air and noise pollution, urban heating, and improve predictability of rainfall and combat threat of desertification. Now, these are fantastic goals. Having said that, Delhi is actually one of India's greenest cities. Yet we have a pollution problem. So is more greening going to help and improve our quality of life is a very big question. So for all my panelists, we're going to start with fostering city-level hubs for green living and recreation. Sanjay, my first question is to you. Does the Green Development Area Policy framework give you the confidence that this is possible?
Thanks, Manisha. See, we've been watching this policy in its various avatars from 2012. So I always welcome, when something is about to be implemented. The issue, as you said, lies in the devil lies in the details. And we've been watching Delhi for the last 50 years. So just to give you a little bit of a, background about Delhi as to, I don't know how many people know what is the size of Delhi in terms of square kilometers. Anyone venturing a guess in terms of square kilometers? I'll just give you, and I'll give you a leeway of 100 square kilometers. Gaurav? You know the answer, sir. 100 points to him. And do you know what percentage of it is developed? He is right on both counts. But that is an eye-opener. It was for me when I was doing a presentation about 7-8 years ago that less than 50% of Delhi is developed.
Yeah.
Which basically means there's 1.5 acres of land, which is the green agricultural land, which has remained so for the last 50 or 60 years or whatever it is. So Delhi has developed from 2.5 stories houses to 3 stories, which has now become 4 stories, which is what we do. And that is all that is allowed in Delhi. So Manisha, we'd be very looking forward to doing something in Delhi. All the developers have moved out of Delhi since the 70s. DLF is the biggest example of this. Why? Because they're not allowed to do anything in Delhi.
Right.
If you're not allowed, if the land is just remained as agricultural land, there's no policy here.
Right.
So I've been living in Chhatarpur for I've bought the property 40 years ago. I've been living there 20 years. So it's remained the same. And even today, this policy that is being shown here, if it is implemented, it will be a great thing for Delhi because it will allow a lot of development. It will allow a lot of choices to people of Delhi. You talked about Bangalore. I have just seen, I'm just doing something in Goa. What's happened is that in this post-COVID era, there are a lot of people who are wanting to move away from these 2,000 square feet pigeonholes and move to larger green areas. The question is, where is the choice? You don't have a legal choice. So you are doing illegal stuff. And that is the problem. Now, if only this policy is implemented, we would be very welcome to, be a part of this. And I support the DDA and the authorities that please implement this in whichever format it does. We will muddle through it.
You'll muddle through it, all right, because there still are many gaps, but then we Indians are very good at muddling through and getting it right eventually.
We will get it right.
Mr. Agarwal, आप बताइए मुझे कि एक तो है कि सबको फार्म हाउसेस चाहिए, all right, but that really isn't talking about, to me, that is not inclusive Delhi, right? It is not, when we talk about an inclusive Delhi, we don't want Delhi to have those images of migrant laborers going back, right? We don't want illegal, unauthorized colonies. So are we looking at this policy only as this opportunity to create fantastic houses with lots of green for the well-off? Or are we actually, developers like you are going to look at it in a slightly more inclusive manner? It's a very difficult question. I'm going to hold you to it. आप जो बोलेंगे वो करके देना पड़ेगा. DDA को नहीं, आपको भी.
सबसे पहले तो मैं नरेडको को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने दिल्ली ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर एक ये सेमिनार रखी। इससे पहले एक बात और कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मैं 1980 से सिर्फ जमीनों का ही काम कर रहा, लैंड कंसोलिडेशन एंड टू डेवलप इनटू ए ग्रीन फार्म। थैंक्स टू ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ अर्बन डेवलपमेंट मिस्टर हरदीप पुरी, जो इस लॉन्ग अवेटेड पॉलिसी को 1980 से 40 साल हो गए आज एक टेबल पर लाए हैं और एवरीबडी इज हैप्पी। मैं इसमें
हम तो पॉलिसी देख के ही खुश हो जाते हैं सर, ये हालत हो गई है कि पॉलिसी है तो हम इतने खुश हो जाते हैं।
अगर हम इसमें, जैसा कि मैं अभी 2 सेशन में देख रहा था, तलवार साहब हमारे बहुत पुराने एक्सपीरियंस्ड और हर चीज को जानते हैं, मैं तो एक छोटे से सेक्टर का आदमी हूँ। अगर हम देखें कि इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है, तो ये पॉलिसी हो सकता है कि 1 साल के लिए और आगे चली जाए। आज हम ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं डीडीए से और मिनिस्ट्री से कि इसको जल्दी से जल्दी इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए एज इट इज। जो भी हम सजेशन देंगे वो इसमें चेंज होते रहें, हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट के साथ होते रहें, ये अच्छा हो। मैंने 1985 में 1985 में राधे मोहन ड्राइव डेवलप करनी स्टार्ट की। लैंड थी, 10 फुट की रोड थी, धीरे धीरे कंसोलिडेट की, और वो स्कीम राधे मोहन ड्राइव आज भी नंबर 1 पे कहलाती है। Thereafter I came to Western Green, and now I am developing the Grand Western Green, Gurgaon, Haryana border. I am in Delhi and ambience in Haryana. That is also 300-acre consolidated land. Out of that, 50% I had sold. Now I am waiting this policy to construct the buildings in a way that people see California here, Singapore here, every abroad city here. This is my views. 1 or 2 small changes I want to suggest. जैसा कि हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट ने पहले कहा कि जो 4000 मीटर की ROW राइट ऑफ वे लिखा है, 12 मीटर तक लिखा है और 25% ऑफ द लेंथ ऑफ द प्लॉट, उससे सिमेट्री सब खराब हो जाएगी, हम डेवलप ही नहीं कुछ कर पाएंगे। क्योंकि बहुत लोगों की मेंटलिटी ऐसी होती है कि यार ये मेरी जगह है, मैं इसमें सर्वेंट क्वार्टर बना दूं, मैं कुछ और बना दूं, और कुछ भी बना सकते हैं। इसी तरीके से 10,000 मीटर के ROW में राइट ऑफ वे में 18 मीटर इज सफिशिएंट, क्योंकि मेरी 300 एकड़ की राधे मोहन ड्राइव है, 400 एकड़ की वेस्टर्न ग्रीन है, मैं उसमें देख रहा हूँ 60 फीट की रोड इज सफिशिएंट। अगर मेन रोड से उसकी कोई एंट्री नहीं है, हमारी बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूसिव वेस्टर्न ग्रीन है। और उसमें सबसे बड़ा मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा उन लोगों को जो मैंने हाई प्रोफाइल के लोगों को फार्म हाउसेज दिए हैं उस कम्प्लेक्स में। All of farm house land purchasers do the fantastic development and maintenance management and enhance the green revolution. I have today also 300-acre land in L zone, but I want to develop in a manner कि लोग बाग साउथ की बजाय नजफगढ़ जोन में आए, क्योंकि वो एरिया हमारे पास पानी के साथ है, पानी का थोड़ा ट्रीटमेंट करना पड़ेगा। जहाँ तक ये आपकी जो रोड आ रही है जोनापुर वाली रोड में, इसमें कई दिक्कतें इसलिए आई हैं क्योंकि ये किसी डेवलपर ने डेवलप नहीं की। आप देखिए DLF छतरपुर है, चाहे वो बड़े बड़े प्लॉट दिए चौधरी साहब ने, बड़े बड़े राजा महाराजा को बुला के दिया, तो वो यही कारण था कि वहाँ भट्टे वगैरह थे, उन्होंने कहा यार अच्छे लोगों को यहाँ पे बसाया जाए। आप जो ये रोड जोनापुर वाली रोड जा रही है, इसमें किसी ने 1000 एकड़ के प्लॉट काट दिए, किसी ने मेन रोड पे 10-10 एकड़ के बना लिए, तो प्लान्ड वे में नहीं हुआ। ये सोसाइटी बाद में बनी। मैं क्या करता हूँ, मैं जब ये मेंबर्स को परचेजर को बेचता हूँ तो सोसाइटी में पहले बना देता हूँ। और हमारे ये लकीली हमारे प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर अरुण भरतराम जी वेस्टर्न ग्रीन के डायनेमिक आदमी, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया। मैंने करीब जब ये स्टार्ट की तो उनके घर पे हमारी 40 मीटिंगें हुई कि वे कैसे करें। रोड का मेरा अपना डिसीजन था कि मैं उसको 60 फीट।
तो आप चाहते क्या है इस पॉलिसी, आपके एक्सपीरियंस के बेसिस पे इसमें आपको क्या
इसमें मुझे सिर्फ यही चाहिए कि 4000 मीटर ग्रेड 1 और 2 में जो उन्होंने लिखा है 25% ऑफ द विड्थ को आप 40 फीट रखिए और 90 फीट रखिए। ये ठीक नहीं है। उनको चाहिए सिमेट्री बनी रहनी चाहिए। कोई भी आदमी जाए दूर से, हमें अपनी लगे कि हाँ भाई ये इतनी लंबी रोड है तो इसकी सिमेट्री खराब ना हो।
ठीक है. All right, sir. That's a good suggestion. I think that's something which has been discussed in previous
एक चीज मैं
panels.
इसके अलावा कहूंगा जो ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट में जरूरी भी है उसको पूरा करने के लिए, इट इज आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड फॉर सैंक्शन ऑफ प्लान. जो हमारे प्लान सैंक्शन होंगे अभी तक उसमें बहुत सी कमी है, उसको हमें वन लाइन में लाना पड़ेगा. बेसिस ऑफ सेल डीड, इफ आई हैव 1 acre सेल डीड and the boundary, then my plan should be sanctioned. अभी क्या होता है कि मेरे पास शेयर है, हम 3 भाई हैं, तीनों भाइयों की शेयर होल्डिंग है 3 एकड़ में, तो जब तक मैं उसको नहीं बेचूंगा वो उसको नहीं बेचेगा तो वो नक्शा पास नहीं होगा. I have 1 acre rights, भूमिधरी rights, and have the boundary and have the ROW, right of way. Then my plan should be sanctioned. ये मेरा एक सजेशन है, ये मैं आपको इसमें.
ठीक है sir. I'll come back to you. So these are two important suggestions.
Just
Okay, go ahead, sir.
please consider for reasonable size of swimming pool, which is in every farm today, with some levy to stop unauthorized pool construction.
Okay. So at least get, यानी कि unauthorized है वहाँ पे.
Definitely.
अच्छा. So that's it. I mean, we have a problem of water to water our green areas abhi. We need to a hefty levy. I think, yeah, if the rich want swimming pools, they can, they totally can afford it. Maybe they will. I may not be called for the next panel discussion because I'm very socialist. I can just see this.
Government notified that we can go for commercial water supply.
Right.
Then why not this?
Yeah, agreed. That, I mean, pay for it. If you want that privilege, then at least authorize it and pay for it and have a policy that you can do it if you're willing to pay the top dollars for it. All right, great. That's a good one. Yatindra, I would like to understand from you now, because the conversation has moved from inclusive housing to farmhouses. I might as well, take it in that direction and then move to inclusive housing. So what is, I mean, with now the earlier rules are going to be changed. Everything is going to be subsumed under the new green development area policy. What happens to the farmhouse market in Delhi? Because everyone is waiting for that opportunity. They have large parcels of land collated. It can be developed. Does price come down? Does it become more affordable? Is it the right direction to go in?
Thanks, Manisha, and thanks, NAREDCO, for bringing up this very noble cause. So, Manisha, this is a very important question in today's parlance. When we say that there are new farmhouses or new zones coming up, definitely the supply would increase. But on the other hand, so would the demand increase. Because currently, everybody needs a bigger place. We are, as Sir just said, that we are tired of our pigeonholes and smaller 2,500 square feet of apartments. So when anybody looks at a picture of a farmhouse, what does one see? One see a very large green space with swimming pools and with personal gyms, and it's more like a bungalow within a very, very green zone. So for the following reasons, we are in between a pandemic, and distancing is the key word. So large spaces for everybody, because now the office is also moved back to the home. And everybody needs, as I said, a personal gym, a personal swimming pool, recreational facilities for the kids, large staff quarters for the domestic helps. So in my view, definitely there would be an increase in supply, but the demand would catch it up.
Demand would catch up. Okay, all right. So there are enough people who want large farmhouses.
It's very simple mathematics. If you're actually looking at a country which will have something like $5 to $10 trillion economy, there'll never be oversupply here. And that too in a place like Delhi. In a place like Delhi, never. This is a city, it's an NCR region. So look at the kind of wealth that will flow in. Mr. Agrawal is assured. There is, his lifespan can never outdo demand.
In a room where we are calling 2,500 square feet, a pigeonhole, we would have gotten beaten up by Mumbaikars, right? I mean,
Manisha, that is why it is the green development policy of DDA. In 2,500, you can have a 7-bedroom house in Bombay. दिल्ली वालों को तो आता ही नहीं है. They don't know what is from ground to ceiling. They don't know how to utilize the area. अगर आप अग्रवाल साहब से पूछें कि नीचे से लेके ऊपर तक एक कबर्ड बना दें तो बोलेंगे इसका तो घर ही इसका तो ख्यालात गलत हैं. So Delhi is used to ground space. Mumbaikars are used to utilizing every square inch of the wall area. So that is why in this area the demand
is not going to be a problem.
Especially if you have an economy which is on the trot. Is there going to be a problem for food in China? Well, with that 5 times the GDP here, I mean, how can they ever have a food problem?
Well, I think at least in terms of the rates, what are the property rates of these properties?
See, no, please. I think we are confusing. We are confusing that. This is a policy which will generate lots of economic turnover. करोड़पति बनेंगे यहाँ पे. You are not. In fact, that is the reason Mr. Agarwal has never talked. He is still talking as a independent India citizen. हमने दूसरा word नहीं ढूंढ पाए हैं. In 75 years of independence, we still talk of servants' quarters. मतलब ये हैसियत हो गई है हमारी कि अभी भी हम सोचते हैं नौकर है वो, पर अगर वो 2 महीने की छुट्टी चले जाए ना तो आप हॉलिडे पे जाने को तैयार बैठते हैं. घर आपके नहीं चलते हैं. So allow him and Sanjay, because Yatindra and Avinash, I think, is KCT group. Is it the Karamchand Thapar group? Tell them to think that where are they going to make 1 lakh homes? That is what we were discussing before you came.
That is what the answer I'm trying to pin to.
No, that is what we were saying. This policy is highly ignorant of that. It does not include, even if, Madam Manju Paul is here, there is no question of this policy. It will generate huge amount of turnover. It will generate huge amount of revenue. It's a great policy. But please provide, you have the last chance in these sparsely populated areas to provide something like 50,000 to 1 lakh homes all over Delhi. There's not one single building for what we call community service providers in New Delhi zone. The only thing is 1967 में बना हुआ अंकटाड, उसके साथ एक लाइन. If you recall, every little development, whether it was Raksha Bhavan, whether it was Putodi House, all those had separate lines of people for community service providers. No apartments today have it in.
How will, I think, before I
think she needs to raise it. She needs to raise it.
She didn't speak about the fact that we are working with the government on the national rental housing policy. Right?
It has to be rental. It cannot be ownership. It has to be rental.
Anyway, the ownership model is fractured.
So tell them to give land free for every farmhouse colony of 300 acres. It is what even government of Haryana came out with a policy on the Kundli Manesar. 2,000 acres. The moment we suggested that 30% will go for services, you're left with, out of 2,000, 1,400. Please devote 300 to first create housing for the poor. Your industries will come there, your high cost housing will come there, everything will come there. But without that, where will you get people to come and serve you from? So, is there a provision in this policy? No. 1 एकड़ के फार्म हाउस बन जाएंगे. हाँ, उसमें बनने भी चाहिए कि भाई फैमिली एक्सपैंड कर रही है, जैसे 4 फ्लोर्स बनते हैं, अब बनने भी चाहिए. लोगों को पैसा भी कमाना है, बट उसमें कोई प्रावधान तो रखो कि गरीबों के लिए कहां पे देंगे. नहीं तो कितने इनके फार्म्स पे भी वेस्टर्न ग्रीन ले लो, ग्रैंड वेस्टर्न ग्रीन ले लो, आप टेक राधे मोहन ड्राइव, टेक एनी डेवलपमेंट, टेक DLF छतरपुर फार्म्स. डू ऑल द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स लिव इन दी सर्वेंट्स क्वार्टर्स और कम्युनिटी सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स? हो ही नहीं सकता. बाहर से आते हैं लोग, इन्होंने तो देखा होगा जब राधे मोहन ड्राइव जाते हैं तो वहां पे लाइनें लगी होती हैं लोगों की जो अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज में रहते हैं. रात तो 10 बजे का कर्फ्यू आप लगा देंगे, लोग महिलाएं और पुरुष 10 बजे के बाद तो अपने घर पहुंचते हैं और सुबह उनको निकलना पड़ता है 6-7 बजे नौकरी के लिए.
So to make that happen, the government needs to give land free. Am I reading this right?
They need to give land free.
No.
Because if they are going to benefit, somebody needs to part with land, because land for rental housing has to be zero priced.
Yeah.
That is why you're looking at government land. You're looking at land from the armed forces. You're looking at land from public sector undertakings. Unfortunately, I think in this part of Delhi, we don't have land belonging to public sector undertakings.
Right.
Agar ho, I think the nearest land is only at the entrance of Gurgaon, which is that Hindustan Antibiotics or something like that. Agar aisa land hai, to government ko acquire karke unko dena chahiye and free of cost उसमें घर बनाए और रेंटल करें. अदरवाइज इनके जो यहाँ पे जो घर बनेंगे वहां पे लोग कहाँ से काम करने आएंगे?
I don't think, Hitesh, is that a problem that you guys are thinking through? No, not really. People get it. People are coming. So I think there's a huge disconnect. As far as I can see, this is essentially for a green belt around Delhi. Therefore, you have farmhouses and this thing. So
all your unauthorized colonies in South Delhi are in that same land.
Yes.
Whether it's Ayanagar, whether it's any place. I think Bhupinder was saying, Bhupinder ji, Mr. Sikri was here. उन्होंने ये कहा था कि पहले मेरे पास पानी इतना आता था कि there used to be floods. इस पानी नहीं आता है वहां पे क्योंकि सारी कॉलोनीज बन चुकी हैं.
Hitesh, what will you do with the water for water and for inclusive? Look, the thing is that the only thing, pardon me for I've declared myself as being a far more socialist person than anybody else here in the room. Having said that, my entire when I looked at it, I don't quibble with any of the ambitions that this policy has. It's a great policy to have. The only thing which I found terribly missing was that where is inclusive housing in it? It seems to me that there's going to be a lot of development for the well-off Delhiites, which is all right because, you know, we're getting more and more cramped in South Delhi colonies, or people have to go to Gurgaon and make DLF rich, which is fine. Yes, you've been waiting for very long. But could we talk about whether there is a thought process amongst all of you who have land there and are waiting for this policy to create a more inclusive environment, or is this only the government's job?
I think the people in Zone J, I don't know what the rest of it, but for us, where we are not very large landowners, like 3 acres, 3.5 acres. So I am a 3.5 acre landowner. I have my own community service providers
living in
and it's absolutely fine. I mean, we do get, our guards, etc., they come and go, but most of it is on site.
Okay. So let's
99% is on site.
All right, let's move on then. What is it within the policy that you find most exciting, and what are the changes that you'd like?
As an architect, now we'll get a free hand to design. We get the plotted columns. We either get one phase or, usually one phase. Lucky you get 2. But here now we can just go all out. They've done a fantastic job in terms of giving us the freedom. Having said that, as a landowner, absolutely no complaints.
Okay.
Beautiful. Only problem which I feel is what I think Neil had pointed out was that there is no mention of what are we getting.
Yeah. What are the services are you getting?
I mean, you want us to do a lot, and we're ready to do it, and we're already doing it as an individual owner as well as a RWA member. But there's no water, we don't have water. Give us the water. Keep it regulated. You're providing it for free. And people in our area are using it for service centers. We have a problem. So, I mean, everything is fantastic, but government also needs to give us something.
Kuldeep, you want to add to that?
Is there a possibility, just a suggestion, that for the trade-off of services, without which I think this policy will be a complete failure, can we think of a trade-off that either land or something could be provided for what you're calling inclusive housing, what I think is an integrated development of the city?
Right.
Is that a possibility? Infrastructure because it can only be provided by the government, whether it's sewage, whether it's water supply, underground electricity, so on and so forth. In return for that, can there be either land given away, obligation to put up some this thing? Mr. Talwar, maybe you can.
But wasn't there a policy in?
And also suggesting that in return for the sewerage, water supply, so on and so forth, that is very much needed for the plotted development. Can there be an obligation to either do some housing or give up some land or something? Because at the end of the day, the government needs money for doing all this. Government doesn't have money.
Who sets the land?
Is the land, can the land be given away by the land? In new places, existing colonies में जो आप built up है वहाँ तो disaster है. वहाँ आप नहीं कर पाएंगे.
So point to be thought. Let's revisit it because we've got, another many other things to discuss, but it is a point because, we talk about the larger aspect of this policy is to create a buffer for improving the quality of living for Delhiites. We have a huge problem on air pollution, right? And we are a very green city and that's not coming less. So what happens is if all your service providers have to travel every day, then there is a problem, right? We are not solving your air pollution problem.
EDC can be escrowed for that purpose. If the EDC is adequate. I don't know the math.
But it's a point to be thought that how do we create within this green, some inclusive or integrated housing as well.
And that could be at the nodes, it could be at certain places where transportation, long-term, high-speed transportation networks are.
You're picking this point up. Even, okay, for farmhouses, I think it's all spelled out for us, we can manage it.
But even the plotted development today, like a def call or a green park, we have to illegally make it in the stills. The government just doesn't give it to us. Charge and give it to us. You've got to have at least one servant a floor. It doesn't happen. Either people will make it on the stills or in the terrace area. So this thought, what you're thinking that we should have it, that should be given to the government. Okay, listen. I mean, within the story.
Can I tell you what South Delhiites will do? They will use it to make a room and they will still make an illegal servant quarter. I've lived in this city for the longest time. But having said that, Avinash, I need to get him also in on this conversation. Go ahead. What are your views? I don't want the discussion to be hijacked by inclusive housing. It is on the larger policy and there is a lot of good on the policy. So go ahead and tell us what you think about it and what are your views on what can be done better.
So first of all, I think this is a very welcome move by the government. Of course, it's very late, but better late than never. And I think if you see the overall perspective of the government and which everything has been laid out pretty well, there are certain points which are minor points which needs to be addressed. And I think all my fellow colleagues and whoever has done, they are much matured and experienced than me to tell about the policy which they have done. I only see, when we talk of inclusive and other things, when you're doing a new development, one can really think about that. And irrespective, like what Sir said, the land area. Now, I think the problem is when you're giving a land, probably you get out of some eligibility criteria of a 4,000 square meter or 10,000. I think it's not an FAR, which I said in the first session also. It's more that you are should be considered as eligible for that area. I mean, even if your area is reduced for something public services, say 1,000 square meters, but that should be considered as it is for 4,000, right? While you're doing in the 3,000. Yeah, because you see, that is the key. Because if in a 4,000 square meter of plot, even 500 square meters of green goes, I think nobody will mind it. But the mental tension from a developer or from an owner perspective is, am I out of the eligibility by 3,500? That's where the policy is not clear on that. Yeah. So that is the one key point which I want to make here. Second, I think I am not too much into development, like from the development norms and all, but I would pick up the other points like, there are nuances of Delhi Land Reform Act, which is you have to become landless. I don't know how it will get solved. When you're doing a subdivision, well, how will you be able to solve 1 acre sales? So these are certain points I didn't find the answers of them. So maybe, whether DDA is the right body or who's going to take it up.
Session 4. I think we'll do it for that.
Fine, agreed.
Okay. But even after we've been urbanized,
there are certain.
One at a time, please.
So it is not addressed. Yeah, there are certain villages which are still not urbanized where green policy will be there. So there the challenge will come. Secondly, when you
so many villages,
not all.
they are urbanized.
Fine. Out of 27 have been declared, but I think there are
21.
but there are rest of them, some of them which are still.
Rest of them, जैसे हमारे तलवार साहब ने कहा कि मकान उनको चाहिए, जो हमारे एक फैमिली के 5 आदमी हैं, जो एक मेरे यहाँ काम करता है, एक दूसरे के यहाँ करता है, एक तीसरे का, वो सारे आदमी मेरे एक फार्म में मैं उनको जगह नहीं दे सकता, वो अलग अलग जगह रहेंगे, इसलिए वो बाहर किराए पर लेकर रहते।
नहीं सर, आई एम टॉकिंग दिल्ली लैंड रिफॉर्म,
मैं उसको भी बता रहा हूँ। दूसरी बात ये है कि गवर्नमेंट की प्लानिंग है, जितने भी हमारे 21 या जितने ग्रीन एरिया है, अभी दिखा रहे थे जो ग्रीन एरिया चारों तरफ, उसके साथ में ही सेक्टर रोड्स हैं जो कि कनेक्टेड हैं मकानों के लिए, स्कूल्स के लिए, हर हॉस्पिटल्स के लिए, हर चीज के लिए फैसिलिटी टू ऑल इज अवेलेबल विद इन 1 and 2 kilometer.
As per the plan, which of course some RWA heads had a problem with having a school in the same place. But Sanjay, is that a problem area? I mean, how will you not have the more walk to school? You will have to give community services to people living in that land.
What Mr. Kalwar said, the community services is an essential part of it.
Yeah.
This is the way I see this policy is it's baby steps that Delhi takes. Delhi does not take bold, big steps. Unlike Haryana, and so Delhi takes very incremental small steps, and like I said, it's been 40-50 years in the making. I mean, we're still discussing, what to do with these large land holdings that whether we own it or the point is it still exists.
Yeah,
correct. If it is from the earlier policy where it was 3 units per acre to now 1 unit per acre. Whichever Raftar it comes in.
They don't say 1 unit per acre.
Yes, it is not clarified.
UBBL says 3 units.
Yeah.
And therefore it is not
2, I think.
So it does not mean that we
So it's a grey area.
No, it's not grey. You are calling it grey.
I mean,
don't call it grey.
I think what he's saying is, since it is not defined, then you can pick up that.
UBBL,
Until it should have been specified.
Right. This is absolutely a grey.
Is it 3 units per acre or is it 1 unit per acre? It's going to completely change the math and the economics.
That's a big question. That's a big question.
So that's not the point.
All right, go ahead, Sanjay.
The point
Yes.
is that if the government or the policymakers in their wisdom demand something of the landowners, they have a right to do that, and we should be happy to give it.
Fantastic. I'm happy to hear
that's
that. I'm happy to hear that. All right.
that's-
Let's
And
come on the. go ahead.
Just last one more
Yes.
point. I think there was when you do an integrated development, and there are internal roads of say 9 meters. Fine, that's all okay. But again, my point comes from the eligibility criteria. Because of the roads, are you as a developer, are you really losing that land, or is it a part of your 4,000 square meters per plot? Because land is really expensive in Delhi. And if you suppose
We
if
can
it is-
afford to sacrifice a little bit for public
no, that's
utilities.
fine. But I think if it is only from eligibility criteria, people will not say 9, you say 12 meters, no problem. Everybody is stuck on that, right? So I'm simply making a point that even if IFR is a small thing, but eligibility criteria is met, counting that road, I think nobody will have any objection on 9 or 12 or whatever.
All right. Fair enough.
technical session की तरफ बढ़ गए इसका friction
I know. I mean, it was supposed to be a much larger discussion.
पॉइंट्स को इसमें
Let me-
उसके अंदर कवर किया जाए अभी क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज है कैसे इसको डेवलप करना चाहिए उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा आप लोग जी
Grade 3 we need to understand because that's a very strong proposed, change to the policy.
Which is a cyber and knowledge centers. Yeah.
And in fact, let's talk about that. How do we make sure that?
Sorry. Yeah.
And I just wanted to add to it.
Yeah, please.
Only the area of the road which you are surrendering. As long as it is that, it is perfectly fine. And that is in the policy.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. The other thing which I wanted to talk about, which Delhi is missing, and this has been, all the governments have been saying that all your commercial hubs, your cyber hubs, everything is outside of the city, right?
Correct.
You have to go to Gurgaon and you have to go to Noida. I mean, today, for a professional, I think we are the only lone professionals amongst our batchmates who are still in Delhi because my parents stay here and I have to stay close to them. Otherwise, everyone is in a Gurgaon or a Noida, right? Because that's where the commercial hub is. What... Hitesh, would you like to take that question? I mean, does this framework give us now enough land
Absolutely.
to make Delhi into a thriving commercial and cyber hub.
Absolutely. Yes. But there are conflicting, policy has it all.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take it away. But what I think is that again, the excise policy doesn't make it conducive.
So technical aspects are apart, but is there something,
in terms of a provision, absolutely.
There is enough leeway. Would you...
Manisha, I'd just like to introduce you. Gurmeet Singh is a dear friend and architect and accredited with making High Court of Delhi and many other good buildings.
All right.
So he understands the policy framework rather well. Sorry he got late, but maybe we can introduce him to the conversation as a
All right. So let me give you, Mr. Singh, first of all, welcome. And we'd love to hear your thoughts. And I think so far what we've discussed is that it's a great policy. 40 years too late, but glad it's here. And it now needs to get implemented. And there's a lot which can be done to basically accelerate the economy of Delhi and create larger spaces of housing. It still does not address the inclusive housing problem, which is to probably get in rental housing within this framework. Maybe we need another framework. The question we are delving upon right now is, and maybe you'd like to add to that, is do you think that this particular policy, what Delhi has been missing is a thriving commercial business district, more, let's say, green, they say green jobs. So we can look at cyber hub model, right? Bring in IT jobs to Delhi. Can it be done in this green development area policy framework?
Well, apologies for being late and for joining right in the middle of the session. I think it's a great policy, like you mentioned. Equally, we must be cognizant that this policy is part of a larger framework where lands around the green belt shall also be developed, and possibly with more flexibility in terms of the land use that we can accommodate there. I feel that at a macro level, Delhi has the unique distinction of being a garden city, the way it was envisioned. And if one goes back, it was inspired from a book, Garden Cities of Tomorrow. And the heart of the city is really a treasure. And, sometimes I feel the obstructivist attitude of the bureaucracy has helped retain what architects like us might have undone. So here again, when Delhi developed, and you see large master plan greens in South Delhi, some of them in North Delhi, but if you look at West Delhi, and I'm doing a project called the Delhi Cycle Walk where we are connecting forests of Delhi, and sadly there are no forests to be connected in West Delhi.
Yeah.
So the perimeter of Delhi, which is what this policy is looking at, was envisioned as another green ring around the city. And so it would actually be, some call it the green lung, I would call it the nostrils, like they actually keep us insulated from the desert bowl that surrounds us. And in that sense, and combined with the fear that illegal colonization will actually take it away, combined with the fact that agriculture is no longer a viable option in that area, so that land is really in disuse. And therefore, this green development policy, and various names are attached to it, is really a very powerful solution to restoring a green ring around the city.
Mm-hmm.
And when we say green, we must not confuse it with lawns, because lawns do absolutely nothing to fight pollution. We need forest. And we need biomass.
Yes.
Even within forest, a typical Aravali forest has just got kikad in it. The biomass is very limited. In fact, a lot of forest redevelopment project DDA is doing. In fact, kudos to DDA. I think they do a great job to the city. They go pretty much revered and respected for what they do.
I live next to one, so I'm quite.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
47 acres
Yes,
of DDA
yes.
green.
And so even DDA within themselves is now looking at putting in trees with more biomass, etc. Now, coming back to your question, whether commercial activities should be permitted within the green development area, yes, to a certain nominal degree, so that the whole community is complete. But to the tune of a convenience shopping center, yes. Certainly not a local shopping center, which can easily come in the nearby villages, because this is only looking at the
green belt,
the land pooling area, which are next to it. And so why cannibalize into that? And of course, anything larger than that also. So to my mind, and the policy is very beautifully drafted, it should be low density, low ground coverage area only. And the more homogeneous the nature of this is in terms of a low density
and look and feel,
and
the
look and
basic
feel.
spirit of it. Yeah.
Yes. And the more we will be able to even control 20 years from now, 30 years from now, the nature of this development, it can actually become a beautiful replica of Lutyens Delhi, more inclusive, that you and I can hope to buy there. We can't hope to buy there. More inclusive in that there is already some amount of accommodation being permitted for the staff of those accommodations to be housed there. So that is also socially inclusive. Even the provisions for having nursery schools, primary schools within this, so long as they are on the main road, I think there is a clarification mentioned for shops, and but there is no clarification for schools. It just says 12-meter road. I feel that any school should be on the main road, because otherwise
Buses and
when we do master planning of colonies, जो सबसे कोने में जगह बच जाती है ना, जहाँ हमको कुछ नहीं समझ में आता, हम वहाँ नर्सरी स्कूल लिख देते हैं. So that should not happen. And even I think the convenience shopping should also be limited to the main roads, so that the central area remains more and more green. One more thing that I'd like to add, which can address the problem of convenience shopping, because somewhere there is a provision for small shops.
Yes, there is.
So I feel that we must have some deliberation on roads. I find the road widths that are given here are very low in terms of the width.
We're not ambitious on the road at all.
It does not talk about the depth of the road, whether it should be a loop or can it be a dead end. Now, I don't know whether this goes with the existing conversation. Yeah.
Great. So opportunities तो मुझे तो यही opportunity दिख रही है कि घर एक पूरा green belt बन जाएगा, and then we will have the opportunity to have much better quality of life at a much more affordable price, right?
Can we also ask each one of them what the
Yes.
grade 3 part, because that is not housing, that is not, that's like.
Say that again?
The grade 3 uses which are allowed here are all, in some sense, going to be commercial uses or going to be put a low profit. For example, you can make a college here. You can make a
Knowledge center, cyber.
like a center like a Google.
Non-residential. So that's we were talking about that, where Mr. Gurmeet said that look, we shouldn't be looking at it as a big commercial hub like a Gurgaon, or maybe start having commercial buildings. It's not. It's as per the plan.
When it is in the grade 3, actually you're at 30 meters road. So technically you're not inside. You're at the edge of the development or in a very big road. So I think it will be more outside than inside. So I think.
Okay, so opportunities. Sanjay, what other opportunities do you see other than the farmhouses?
See, other than,
I mean, a lot has been mentioned here.
yeah, it's a very, the number of uses that are mentioned are a lot. What I see more than anything else is a little bit of a re-densification, because the central part of Delhi is very, very dense. Now, these parts, which are the farmhouses areas, are very low density. And that I think is being so underutilized, because Delhi requires some sort of a re-densification where these, in 2.5 acres, there's one family of 5 people or something like that staying.
Correct.
Now that is a waste. So the commercial centers that are what Gumit Singh said, and the other things, those are, I would say, ancillary or complementary or supports services for these for this redensification. So if this policy comes about, even in its little bit of a baby steps, like I said, then some of the urban part of the city, which is, so Delhi is like a donut. The center part is very, very dense. Then we have a little bit. Then we have a huge green belt around it. Then you have the Haryanas and the Noidas.
Gaurav, what do you see as an opportunity? Hitesh, go ahead, and then I want to ask people here also. What do you see as opportunities?
You're seeing it as a green belt, and everybody's talking about like a green belt. It is not.
Okay, now we've gone into another direction of debate. It is not even a green belt.
It's not even a green belt because there is rampant illegal construction.
Currently it is.
Already in place.
Yeah.
And it will arrest all that and it will come to that green.
Okay, understood.
So it's, I cannot even explain to you like how 200 square yards, 100 square yards, Pradeep is standing there, sitting there. His village, people are just cutting up. He's being one of the socialists. He stands up against them. And this policy needs to be out.
No, that I understand, that if you don't stop, it will just go into illegal, unauthorized colonies and with no sewerage, no water, no nothing. Gaurav, what do you see as opportunities other than de-densification, green?
See, I'll be very honest. I think it's when we heard about LDRA getting converted to LIDA and then it became a GTA, I think the most important change which was happening is introduction of grade 3.
Yeah.
Everything else remaining constant with some minor tweaking here and there. Now, what is grade 3, for example? I'm told I can make a place like a cyber hub there. I'm told I can make a campus like Amazon would have or a Google could have a campus here.
Yeah.
I'm told you could have university colleges here. And they are all sitting on the area which are currently designated as green areas. I think the most important part is, which we have to understand, good, bad, ugly. 2006, I bought my first land at 35 lakhs an acre. I'm sure Agarwal Saab has bought it at 80,000 rupees an acre. Today, average land in the Najafgarh part of Delhi is 3 to 4 crores an acre.
Correct.
Now, when the policy is not in place, prices have gone up so much. Imagine when the policy comes up, it will become again prohibitively expensive. So I think economics of the business has to be undertaken, and the uses will allow that land is easily tradable and there's an economic use to that. Otherwise, it will either become an illegal colony. Because so many people are not 54,000 hectares, 1.25 acres of land. You cannot have those many farmhouses coming up in these areas. That is something which is impossible. So unless and until this gets made, and most important part, secondly, is who will pay for the EDC, IDC charges? See, today it's a want, it's not a need. To have a farmhouse, it's a wish. I would like to have one. But then how many people? It's not a mass appeal. It's not something which out of 2 crores residents of Delhi, 50 lakhs will not move to stay in farmhouses tomorrow. It's impossible. The point is, how will that get done? Say, therefore, economic uses and who will pay for the EDC, IDC. The biggest challenge for DDA and so has been Haryana all this while is EDC, ID has always been a bone of contention. Then nobody pays it at the end of the day. So somehow, I think rather than charging EDC, IDC and then coming back to a builder that, you pay for it, then I'll build the roads, it's a chicken and egg story. We should start building roads, infrastructure. Dwarka Express is a classic example how you can't do a road which is properly done and 10 years it has taken for the area to come up. Economic uses, farmhouses, everything will go together. So I think grade 3 is a very welcome inclusion.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people sitting on the dais here who today are looking at farmhouses, but they will make grade 3 in some of the developments. I know what the locations are,
I was hoping somebody will say it, but the conversations kept going back to building farmhouses because that is the core business.
Most importantly, for example, Pradeep's village is the village called Dhasa. It is so close to KMP. Now, they have allowed cold storages here.
Warehouses, yeah.
There was the draft which we saw, illegal draft as we call it, which had written warehouses also. Now, imagine in Haryana, you go to the back of the beyond of Sonas and Pataudi roads and God knows where to build farmhouses. And why can't we build it in Delhi, which is, see, not everything is Chhatarpur and not everything is Bijwasan. That's a livable area tomorrow morning. Yeah. But the area which are the back of the beyonds today, when you cross Najafgarh, and you would not like to be in the evening today, at the night today, that's impossible.
So are you saying that yes, there is potential and developers who own land there will have to look because of the economics beyond just farmhouses?
What I'm trying to say
and there is also warehousing opportunity?
Yes, what I'm trying to say is grade 3 has thrown up all these options.
Okay.
Yes. Grade 3 is showing you that there are land which you can't build a farmhouse on today. I know somebody on the panel who also owns up a plot in Dhasa village. But he will not make a farmhouse to live in tomorrow morning. He can build maybe a warehouse. He can build maybe a
Meet, you
cyber.
agree with that? I know he's waiting to add.
See, grade 3 has opened up a Pandora's box in terms of anything and everything can be built there.
Would you like it to be built?
Just
I mean,
a
you
moment.
started with your vision of a green belt.
Personally, no.
Okay.
I feel very cleverly that whoever has drafted this policy has mandated 45% mandatory woods.
Yes.
Mandatory?
Woods.
Woods, yes.
Which means if you have a 2-acre plot and you wish to build a cold storage, 1 acre would have to be forest.
Then तो economics ही नहीं बनेगी warehousing की.
FSI that much.
It's a very good sort of counter
commercial with
because
green.
when you normally look at warehousing, we do a lot of warehousing projects. We look at 50 to 60% ground coverage.
Yeah.
So the rest of the area is hard. Nothing is pervious. What this policy says is ground coverage is 20%. And 45% of the area has to be mandatory woods, which I think we need to qualify a little more in terms of whether a lawn qualifies as mandatory woods or does a tree of a minimum
I think that
height,
is critical.
that is something that we would really need. I'm sure whoever has done it is a visionary person in a team, and I'm sure. So mandatory woods is something that needs to be elaborated upon a little more. Now, within 20% ground coverage, I would love to see a R&D center.
Yes.
I would love to see an architect working out of there. All my life, I've dreamt of working out of a farmhouse. Very nice. So long as the ground coverage is limited to 20%. But it shouldn't be, and we need to build in sufficient provisions therein that in the legal document we show 20% ground coverage, get license to do a cold storage, and then expand it.
And cover 40-50%.
That would be suicidal because see, economics, you cannot sacrifice environment at the altar of economics.
Absolutely.
So while one has to take positions, so I do feel that the green belt is the last green bastion the city has. On the Gurgaon side, we do have Mangar, which is a beautiful protection. But on the Jhajjar side, on the Kundli side, we have nothing.
Nothing.
So,
okay, yeah. I think we're completely
so one more possibility
over time
because there was an opportunity being mentioned. They've mentioned about TDR. One of the things that can be done is to create large master plan greens near Johards, near Gram Panchayat lands, and give TDR for creating forests. There is a mention of it in the policy of TDR. Maybe we can incentivize TDR to say that if you give 1 acre of land, which is next to the Johar, because water management has not been addressed so far.
At all.
We would need to speak about water management. And the best thing to do is typically all villages have a Johar where all the water goes. Around the Johar is typically Gram Panchayat land. Sometimes there is private land also, all of which can be converted to a master plan green. And the economic loss that that person would encounter or the village would encounter can be made up by elaborating on the TDR. So that person can actually sell those rights within the land pooling area. Land pooling mein FAR वैसे भी कम कर दिया, so that TDR will become very, very valuable. So the economics and the environment can coexist if we can cleverly tweak the TDR aspect. The other thing is we must legally allow agroforestry in Delhi. There has been some talk about it. It says forestry, but it doesn't say agroforestry. And the difference is when you do agroforestry, I can grow a tree and after 5 years, I can cut it. I can harvest it. In forestry, I can't harvest it.
Not cut it.
So I think the policy must elaborate a little.
Why agro and not forest?
It's just a term. Agroforestry ka matlab hai you can cut the tree and harvest
Forest
it.
is for agriculture.
So then you can cut it and then you can
So
do
if let's
commercial
say
woods.
if they do allow agroforestry,
Responsibility to grow back the tree again. It's not just
Correct.
Just move it out.
to give. So typically in agroforestry, they will say that you can cut 20% of your trees every 5 years, depending upon the maturity cycle of the
Yeah.
tree. So I think the opportunity piece over here
Is also agroforestry.
is agroforestry. I think there is a mention of it in the policy, and we need to elaborate it and make it doubly profitable by giving TDR for agroforestry. So if I say that I am giving my plot to agroforestry, I should be able to get TDR elsewhere. So the real estate does not get lost. So that is one.
Wow, that's like lots of directions we have all gone in. So I'm going to just take one concluding remark. Having said that, it has to be only 30 seconds or less. So the prize goes to the person who actually gives it to me in 10 seconds, Avinash, from this policy.
Good to go.
Good to go.
As fast as possible.
Okay.
Sooner it is, the better it is.
Sooner it is, better it is. So 5 seconds हो रहा है.
Looking forward to it.
Hitesh,
We're looking forward to it.
Sanjay.
We need a suggestion of each one of them, which you can write down.
Okay, all right.
Because otherwise it's all English or Marathi. We need a
So do you want it now? I can get them to
Yeah.
commit. I think start.
I think from an implementation perspective, the single window clearance should be really single window, and one should not run here and there. Something should be done there.
It should be a mix of commercial as well as
Residential and farmhouse.
residential and farmhousing with a little bit of commercial, as Mr. Singh said, should be allowed.
Okay.
I'm gonna fail your criteria because I do have a lot of it.
Doesn't matter.
So I
This
mean,
is
the
what the
online
workshop is for.
implementation on the lines of EODB, fantastic. They should do it. They've already done it. In terms of green rating, we need more clarity. Who's gonna do it?
Yeah, Griha 3, I didn't understand
Yeah,
much of that too,
So
but that's another
needs to be
conversation.
This thing. Then next is the water conservation.
Hmm.
Water conservation, recycle, supply of grey water, helping in clean Yamuna. I've been after the DJB for the last 4-5 years. RRW has made numerous attempts that if you give the grey water back to us, charge us, your clean Yamuna funds will come all free for you to do whatever rest you want to do. Nothing's working on that. Green cover, of course, is 45%. Wooded area sounds fantastic. ROW is a big challenge for us. Solar and wind power, again, is part of the policy, which is also...
Why is it a challenge? It's not a
No,
challenge.
the widening of ROW.
Widening of roads.
That's a big, I mean, that's the challenge we see for the authorities in terms of this thing, drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, of course, we do that. The big one is the pollution. So what we have not discussed is one of the downsides of the farm or this wooded area is going to create a lot of biomass and a lot of leaves, shell, I mean, on the terms of shedding and all that. We need composting, which is not a part of the policy.
No, composting is. Waste management is.
Okay, so then I've missed that.
Waste You can't, nothing in this green development area, any bio compost can go out.
Yeah, yeah, but they haven't given us options.
You have big farmhouses, do your own composting?
Whether
You could do a community
community level is what I'm talking about.
1 acre is enough to
यार
do
1 acre में आप अगर compost नहीं डालोगे, solar नहीं डालोगे, तो
No,
please आप 1 acre मत ही
I'm talking about,
बनाओ.
no, you didn't get my point.
Huh.
I'm talking about the
Composting can't. I mean, bio waste has to stop going out of these places. Sanjay.
I think this is like a evolving policy, and there's so many variables. So there should be a a redressal forum, or there should be something like once in a month sort of a thing that this will
Like the
evolve.
GST Council, you told me
the GST
offline. Why
Council,
not?
Which is what if that comes about, it should be there should be a clear-cut way of how to resolve new issues or something that are going to arise as we go along this. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Agarwal ji.
I think it should go earliest for the development of green area.
He did talk about the 25.
We are waiting since 40 years for this policy. Now I'm saying that it should go immediately.
Okay.
Thank you.
ये दर्द है दिल्ली के डेवलपर्स का.
मैडम फार्मर्स को हेलो मैम इट्स
Why do we say 40 years? Because in the first master plan, farmhouses were allowed. Where was an issue?
15 years. Madam, in 1985, 500 square feet is allowed with double height only in 1980. 1980 में 1985 में 1000 square feet was allowed in 2.5 acre. Nothing. We can't do. We can do only unauthorized construction at that time.
I think he's saying from a development, real development perspective.
I think the lunch is ready, guys.
I have a very
That's a different topic.
I have a very practical thing to say. If you see scenic farms, why does it look like a slum? Because the roads have no trees.
Correct. And
So-
roads are also
roads are
very
also narrow.
valuable.
So I think as part of the policy, one of the things, rest they've done a beautiful job. One of the things they need to look at is road width as a function of how many farms it's feeding. And then beyond a certain number of farms, it must be a loop. So it could be like we do colonies, 9 meter is allowed up to 30 plots. And then beyond that, you need 12 meters. And beyond 30 plots, it has to be a loop, even from a fire tender perspective.
Correct.
B, you need laybys. So entrance gates must be 6 meters recessed or 5 meters recessed. Additionally, every farm must give a layby for visitor parking, for social inclusion, like a dhobi or a chaiwala to sit. So those are the two laybys need to be provided for visitor parking in that. The 9 meter section should be standardized by DDA to include at least one tree on one side, if not 2 trees. Because it can be done. And then for 12 meters, certainly you should, because I've done many farm colonies, the whole Radhammohan Drive, 3rd Avenue, 5th Avenue, last 20 years, एक पेड़ नहीं लगता. And developer क्यों पेड़ नहीं लगा? Farm के अंदर तो पेड़ है भाई. Doesn't work. We need trees on the road, otherwise it's going to be scenic farm. So that's one thing. Trees on the road, laybys and loops. Other than that, a lot of problem is going to come when you have to take land from existing farm owners. Give them TDR. So if somebody has a corner plot, imagine उसको दो तरफ से अपनी दीवार पीछे करनी पड़ेगी, नहीं करेगा. But if you give him TDR, उसके अगर 2-4-5 करोड़ रुपए बन रहे होंगे तो वो कर लेगा. या उसकी थोड़ी सी FAR बढ़ा दो. So that is something, because if you don't do it, right now the policy is turning a blind eye कि अच्छा आज के 6 मीटर है, चलो जी आपको 6 मीटर लाओ. अच्छा आपकी 6 भी नहीं है, 5 है, आपको 5, ये नहीं होना चाहिए. Then you are creating scenic farms. We must have the courage to draw a line on the roads and give TDR, give some incentive. This is my humble suggestion. Otherwise you've done an excellent.
I think there are some open
yes,
suggestions
yes.
also coming.
Yeah, Pradeep Dagar, village Dansa. Basically ये पॉलिसी हमारे लिए है जो हमारे 47 विलेजेस है, क्योंकि जो 23 गांव साउथ दिल्ली के हैं वो तो रेगुलराइजेशन में जाएंगे, ऑलरेडी बिल्ट अप
हो जाएंगे.
हमारी वैकेंट लैंड है. तो एज ए मैं एक फार्मर हूँ और फार्मर एक्टिविस्ट भी हूँ, तो हमारे पास ये है कि हम आने वाले टाइम में एग्रीकल्चर तो करने वाले नहीं है. डीडीए के ऊपर है कि हमारी लैंड को या तो लीगली डेवलपमेंट करने दे, हमें प्लान डेवलपमेंट, या इलीगल हम कॉलोनी काट ही रहे हैं, काटते रहेंगे आपकी जमीनों के लिए. आज आपके पास यूआर निकालने के लिए जमीन नहीं है, क्योंकि उसके बीच दुनिया भर की कॉलोनीज है. आपको थाउजेंड्स ऑफ हाउसेस को डिमोलिश करना पड़ेगा, तब आपके यूआर निकलेंगे. आगे जो वैकेंट लैंड है वो बहुत जल्दी जाने वाली है. डीडीए स्लिपिंग है, ठीक है, सोते रहो, लेकिन हम एक्टिव है, हम काटते रहेंगे. दूसरी बात, राजीव सर ने बड़ी एक अच्छी बात की, कम्युनिटी लेवल की सर्विसेज कहाँ से आएंगी. तो लैंड पूलिंग अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुई, जीडीए कागज पे है, लेकिन डीडीए अमीर हो गई. 8 से 10 हजार एकड़ ग्राम सभा की जमीन डीडीए की पॉकेट्स में जा चुकी है.
जिसकी पॉकेट पे नहीं गई है,
डीडीए की पॉकेट्स में जा चुकी है. जैसे ही अर्बन डिक्लेयर करते हैं किसी गांव को, तो ग्राम सभा की जमीन डीडीए के पास चली जाती है. उसकी वैल्यू 40 से 50 हजार करोड़ रुपए है. डीडीए कह रही है कि रोड चौड़े होंगे, अपनी वैकेंट लैंड छोड़ो, हमें एडीसी दो. भाई आप कम्युनिटी सेंटर के लिए जमीन दो, आप उस ग्राम सभा की जमीन का क्या करोगे? 8 से 10 हजार एकड़ आप उसे बेचोगे, क्या करोगे? नहीं पता, डीडीए बोल ही नहीं रही. तीसरी चीज एक है कि ग्रेड 3 जो कि गौरव जैन जी ने कहा, बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है. उसमें डीडीए ने लिखा 30 मीटर रोड चाहिए. किसी भी गांव में, 47 गांव में 30 मीटर का एक भी रोड नहीं है एग्जिस्टिंग, एक भी. कहां से आएगी ग्रेड 3? आप कौन से हरियाणा में बना रहे हो या नोएडा में बना रहे हो, 47 विलेजेस में तो है ही नहीं 30 मीटर रोड, फिर ग्रेड 3 कहाँ बनाओगे आप? तो उसके लिए आपको 24 मीटर रोड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैक्सिमम एग्जिस्टिंग रोड है 24 मीटर या 18 मीटर।
तो ये सही बात बोली ना आपने, 30 मीटर छोड़ दीजिए,
30 मीटर है ही नहीं
तो मिलेगी भी नहीं, तो
24 मीटर या 18 मीटर पे जाओ।
ये प्रैक्टिकल बात है।
थैंक्स मैम।
Thank you so much. Well, I think we're going to wrap out. I think we should have started with his conversation, but because a man from the ground knows exactly what's happening. Thank you to all the panelists. And of course, I know I tried to hold it together, but it went in different directions. As long as some excellent points have come out and they will go to DDA and to Manjuji, I think we've achieved some purpose. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Yes, Manjuji, please go ahead.
When our concerned architects were saying that they are facing these issues in layout plans and everything, so when you're putting forward your suggestions, I will be very happy if you can also support it with your plans as to what you want further, because that will really help us in modifying whatever suggestion or incorporating your suggestions.
Thank you so much.
So I'll request all of you to and kindly join for a group photograph. Manisha, if you can join all of them at the stage for a group photograph, please.
I
think today's show is thank you
Not actually at that close proximity, but
Yes, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So after this, we'll
and then we'll start with session 3. So thank you for being with us.
thank you everybody for being here. So we'll now break for lunch for around half an hour. So I'll request everyone to please join us for lunch and we'll join back in 30 minutes. So please join us back in 30 minutes. Everybody please join us back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to everyone. And please join us for lunch now.
You guys do agroforestry better than anybody else, having done it.
panels. We have heard from them what are they looking for, and a very generic, in my opinion, as soon as possible. But as we all know, there's always a slip between the cup and the lip. I think the 99% is easy to achieve, but the last 1% or last mile connectivity is where the trouble starts. And I think everybody on the panel has been a very, I would say, key witness to this policy and the last mile connectivity, which didn't get done 8 years back or 7 years back. So, we are now sitting among a set of people who have been, part of the journey of this policy. So allow me to introduce my panelists here. We are joined by Mr. Vijay Rijbodji, ex-Commissioner Planning DDA, a very, very high quality, professional in the field of planning, and he knows Delhi like the back of his hand. B, we are also joined by Mr. Vinod Sakleji, who is the ex-commissioner, who is the ex-additional commissioner planning DDA, my apologies. And again, a person who has put a lot of, ink on the paper on various policies, and this being one of them. We are also joined by Mr. Pradeep Sharma ji, who is an accomplished architect and a practicing, person in the field of with various builders in Haryana and Delhi. And finally, by Mr. Sudhir Gupta ji, name which for the farmhouse owners community needs no introduction. I think he's worked with everybody in all areas. So, as I said, people who know the job, know the business. So my flow of the session will be the following. I've been told that, let the first question be like a open book exam, So let them speak what they feel like speaking. So there's no question to anybody. For the first couple of minutes, each one of you can give us your thoughts. But my only request will be, because this is termed as a technical session, if you could, whatever your thoughts are, we could keep it aligned on the technical side of the policy. I'll be much obliged. So in the same flow as I introduced, Rijbod Saab, Sakleji, Pradeep Sharma ji, Sudhir Gupta ji, maybe, each one of you could give your thoughts. And if you have any presentations to share, I think NAREDCO team would be delighted to show it across here. Is there anything to show at the presentation? Sir, please, your stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I will touch only some few and key areas of this policy, which are, to my mind, are unimplementable, which needs modification and changes. And we'll also try and touch some of the areas why this particular policy, why this policy came in. See, we started with, in the master plan, green belt area, everybody knows there was a green belt. Then the policy came in 2013 of LRDA, where large number of concentration of farmhouses was there to be retained, those farmhouses as they are, with some additional uses into it. Then discussion came with LIDA, low intensity development area. And now this policy has come at GDA, called as green development area.
Correct.
Now, in the beginning, what I would like to say is, if you really see this policy, there are a number of areas which are undefined. Now, whatever you keep undefined into it, it is a cause for delay and cause for non-implementation. That is number one. So these areas we need to identify. Say, for example, I can tell you one example. They said in the grade 3 uses, the parking for such and such activities will be as per the local bylaws. There are no local bylaws for parking. There are parking norms in the master plan given. So why can't they say straight away that the master plan norms for these particular uses, if they are provided in grade 3, will be as per the master plan? And that was the end of it. When you say it will be as per the local bylaws, it comes the discretion, and where there is a discretion, there is a problem. So there are so many such discretionary areas into this policy which needs to be removed. Then there is a grade 1, there is a plot of 600 meters. Now I don't know from where this 600 meter came. When the agricultural land is subdivided, it is registered with how much area? It is around 1008 square meter. So that was the basic thing. That was the correct thing to say. The minimum size should be 1008 square meter. and not 600 square meters. This, yeah, it's whatever that. But that is the correct way of doing the subdivision. But here is the 600. And in 600, what kind of economy you can achieve with the uses which they have shown as permissible? I don't know. Can you have a Smritivan in 600 square meter plot? So this is I think is a kind of very dubious kind of a clause into this policy, because this will, my fear is, let me tell you very clearly, my fear is majority of the land will get divided into 600 square meter plots, and or it has been shown for accommodating such subdivision which has already taken place, and the uses which has been mentioned here, which are not possible to be economically sustainable. So then what will happen? Unauthorized way, you go on adding something, do something, and construct into a regular houses on 600 square meter plots with 50% ground coverage. So this is this has to be seen with a great caution, this particular grade 1 uses, whether it should be there or not should be there. Then in grade 3, if you see, this has been shown on 30-meter wide road. Now I'll tell you why. Entire zone J will have a huge number of colleges, educational institutes, concert halls, exhibition areas, and things like that, because zone J is the only area where you have got maximum number of 30-meter wide roads as per the zonal plan. Open the zonal plan and you can see it. And to some extent, it will have in zone P2, that is Hiranki and that area. Rest of the area, if you see the greenbelt villages, which are all around, which somebody from Dhasa, he very rightly pointed out, there is no road which is 30-meter wide in zonal plan. Anywhere you can see any road which is 30-meter wide. So that is one thing we have to see. And so that means those villages will have to get themselves to be satisfied only with grade 2 uses and not otherwise any other use. Thirdly, now coming to the ground coverage issue. I think in the morning also we discussed. See, we always had this tendency, I don't know why this, though I was a part of this particular system, but at least I was always quite a liberal person in terms of my views. Why you want to restrict the ground coverage? For what purpose? See, when you have the mandatory things are fulfilled, then leave the ground coverage to the required needs and the needs of that particular use activity which you are providing, or the need of the person. Why you want to do that? See, do you want to have the boxes of 13.5 meter height all over the place? See, nobody will leave FAR, right? So what I have to do? I have to do 12 meter height, 4-story, 4-story, 4-story everywhere. The entire greenbelt area and all the villages are having 4-story development, because I have no other option left by this development control rules. Similarly, setbacks. Now, when you are envisaging low intensity, low density uses and activities, why you need to again have to say setback of 10 meters? You know, you say, whenever there is a portion of a building is constructed, that building can be 5 meters away or 6 meters away from the boundary of the plot. And that's the end of the matter. Give more flexibility. See, what is happening out the rule policies, what we are more restrictive in nature. Be more permissive in nature and control only those things which are required to be controlled, and those control them ruthlessly. But here what happens, we create the rules in such a manner that they encourage you, I'm using the word encourage, they encourage you to add and do additional things by unauthorizedly. Somebody in the morning said that the 500 square feet was the square meter was the size of farmhouse. And today what you are seeing, palatial houses, all 100% unauthorized. What you have achieved? What have you achieved? See, this policy has 2-3 good things. One is, this is for the first time, the integration of the National Capital Regional Plan requirements into the plan of Delhi. This is the first thing, for the first time I have seen something has been integrated of NCR plan with Delhi's plan. See, the use activities which they have added, they are welcome, they are good. It will promote the plan development for these activities. But in order to do the plan development, your rules and regulations also has to be such that they provide you enough flexibility and enough choice to design your buildings as per the need of that use activity. Now you are providing concerts halls, exhibition halls, and their parking is 5% or 10% of the surface area will be in parking. And then 3 asterisks, they say the parking requirement will be as defined by the local body. Why? Why can't you say that the parking, basement parking as required for the fulfillment of the parking would be allowed? What is wrong in it? So instead of having car, otherwise what you will have the cars all along the road in these, especially in zone J, because zone J is that zone which is being targeted by everyone now as on date with this policy. Zone J is the target area. जो भी कुछ होगा अभी immediately वो zone J में होगा या zone P2 में होगा और कहीं पे नहीं होने वाला. बाकी सब जगह पे फार्म हाउसेस बनने वाले हैं.
Chaliye, that's a good, interesting observation, sir. And my question to you, sir, would be the following. Given the policy the way it is, and your observations on the minimum land size of grade 1, then would you say that there should be a grade 1 at all in terms of the built-up area allowed, or at least because minimum size is something, then they're given a FAR on top of that. So what is that FAR for then? Because none of the uses which are permitted here can definitely define an FAR other than a caretaker, which becomes a dwelling unit per se. So would you suggest that either we don't have this size of grade 1, either a farm undivided as per the laws currently, or there should be no FAR on top of that. Therefore, you can't build anything at all.
Okay.
Because this is a contradictory issue, and we must be clear about it.
To my mind, it should be dropped.
Grade 1 or FAR?
Grade 1.
Okay.
And that size of the plot, minimum size should be 4,000.
It should be 4,000.
Or whatever the land holding is currently. But no, sir, whatever the land holding is, because let's say a farmer is having, let's say, only 1 bighah of land. So you say no further subdivision.
Yeah.
Should not be, they should not be allowed more subdivision in grade 1. Whatever the land holding is before this notification, I think that should stand.
Fair.
That's all. And the permissibility should be allowed in that.
Yeah.
So Sakla Sahab, coming to you now. As I said, open book, free flow, free speech.
Nowadays, I have thank you first to Gauravji and NAREDCO for inviting me. In recent time, I am trying to see the policies and regulations notified by DDA from time to time, though I was also part of DDA. But now I feel that since 2017, once we gave the work to NIUA for master plan, the policies which have come, because we came with TOD policy, we came with land pooling policy, regulations also came of these policies, and simultaneously later on LDRA also came in 2013, and it was even advertised by corporation in 2014, and then some approvals were also given. So regulations, policies were already notified, and these all 3 policies were reviewed by the NIUA, and I can say they are not modification, they are basically change. It is entire change of the policy. So I will give one example. If suppose you wanted to change the policy of land pooling, then you should have adopted, as we have got the session of best practices. We have got models of town planning schemes in Gujarat and Maharashtra. We should have adopted. There is a court cases also certified by Supreme Court and all. So we should have not gone anywhere. Simply the model of town planning scheme should have been adopted. But instead of going for that, we again came with 2018 new policy, and still we are in the process only. Similarly, TOD policy, recently someone asked me whether it is implementable. I was trying to search, regulations came in 2019. It was somewhere in March 2019, and they are not still notified. So it is more than 2 years. Even if I say Corona was there, before Corona 1 year it was there. So one has to see how long the government agencies will take to notify and implement. Now coming to this policy, LDRA policy also, if you see, as per my knowledge, up to February or March 2020, there was a discussion going on in DDA between farm owners, corporation, monitoring committee, and all others. What are the issues why we are not able to implement this policy? And then they came out with some 5 observations which were there, which were, you can say, these were shortcomings in the policy, which they thought that if these are implemented by DDA or incorporated, this policy can be implemented. First was ground coverage. In earlier policy, ground coverage was not there. Second was DU. Earlier, there were 2 DUs and 3 DUs, but whether it will be a composite or separate, that confusion was there, which was created by the corporation, and then subsequently, still it is not addressed in this policy also. Now, if you see in this policy, they have given community service personnel DUs, but they have not given main DUs. How many will be? So I don't know how the things will be. Third thing was, that time there was setbacks, and now they have given setbacks here. But again, as he rightly said, I will like to have one more point. I don't know whether someone has gone through the calculations. If you calculate the ground coverage, wooded area 45% in the higher category of 10,000, parking, setbacks, and others, you will not be able to achieve even 20%. So
it is 2% only. What
he is saying. So I was rather, I have given a suggestion that when DDA makes a public hearing, they should come out with the sketches based on which these modifications were proposed by them. That is my suggestion, because unless how it is going to be implemented, it's very simple to say that this much will be the 45% they are saying wooded area. How it is possible? So that then there was one was declaration of public street. That was the issue which was identified by corporation, and one was conversion charges. So I sometimes feel that instead of going for every time policy changes or making it entire new policy, government should come out with amendment in the existing policy based on the deliberations of stakeholders and local bodies, and try to implement the policy and come out with the changes whatever they require. Instead of every time, last 3 years or more than 3 years now, 4 years, 17 onwards, we are seeing all total new policies. As far as this policy is concerned, as other policies are also, in this also, green development area will be declared by DDA. So unless DDA declares that, your plans will not be considered also. So as I last time when I went for TOD objection suggestion, my suggestion was DDA should have in the policies and regulation a time frame when they will make these plans. Because unless it is implementable, then only. Otherwise, if suppose next 4 years, DDA is not able to make green development area plans, how the individual plans will be sanctioned, how the integration of services and other things will take place. So I don't know how the policies are made or how the things are taking place. Third thing which I feel is about overall the observation which I have seen, as he said about local body norms for parking, even they have said green building norms as applicable. There are a number of things I have given in writing my suggestions to NAREDCO, because simply either they should clarify. Now here in this policy, they have said regulations will come or will be regulatory notified. Now I have given you the TOD example. Even if suppose tomorrow this policy after objection suggestion is notified, unless there are regulation, it cannot be implemented. Now regulation, when this will come, God knows. Then third thing is charges. They are saying charges will be notified by DDA from time to time. So I feel sometimes, why can't you make a complete exercise of the entire process and come out with the collective policy? Like I have seen in Haryana recently, TOD policy they have implemented, their policy rates, everything is in the one policy. And I think it is 5-6 page policy is there. So one has to have a simple, public friendly policy which is able to implement.
So can I interject you here for a moment then? See, we all know that, and let's start with the fact that we know the efficiency of how we know that Haryana policies and their execution has been fantastic, and we have felt it because most of us developers are working in Haryana rather than in Delhi. Would you be able to, in next 2 days, help us to come up with a written proposal which we can submit? See, what happens, I think the challenge is because DDA wants to be told what is to be done, and in absence of any concrete, perfect document. So may I request you, sir, to help us with at least a one-pager on this, which we can submit to DDA. This is exactly you should include and do it in a certain time frame. Sakle Saab.
I have already given you in writing of
Yes, sir, but this, whatever is...
Clause by clause I have given.
Okay. So
clause by clause I have given only one DU point which I have said today.
But they're also saying that, this has to be a Griha 3-star equivalent or, rating. They mentioned the, equivalent rating of Griha 3-star. And can the setbacks, therefore, would not be used as wooded area? Because nothing stops me from using setback as a wooded area.
This is the point. That's what Sakle has made the point.
Yeah.
When you calculate all these, there is no area left for ground coverage.
I have written in observation. You should show us the sketches how you are going to implement those
things. When you go to municipal corporation, वो तो मक्खी to मक्खी जाएंगे.
Correct.
भाई setback के एरिया मुझे 10 मीटर का क्लियर चाहिए, 45% wooded एरिया क्लियर चाहिए, 10% सरफेस पार्किंग क्लियर चाहिए, 5% पेव्ड एरिया क्लियर चाहिए, उसके बाद में बचा
पार्किंग भी है,
कुछ भी नहीं है. तो किस लिए पॉलिसी बनी?
So Pradeep ji, can I, because now we go to the other side of the discussion, which is, I would say, what we do practically on ground. And I think you heard very learned discussions from Rishbut ji and Sakle Saab. So how would you see this getting implemented and how would you intervene from that perspective?
Gaurav, we should go back to LDRA policy. We have spent 7 years on LDRA policy.
Correct.
It was gazetted. It was passed part of the UBBL. Everybody heard it. NAREDCO said, everybody.
It still is actually gazetted.
Just a minute. Everybody was so happy about LDRA. People started buying land. People started preparing plans and everything. And then they could not implement it. So rather than, getting into this GDA format, let's try to find out why it could not be implemented. I am not talking about accountability, which I should. I should talk about accountability. Who was responsible for that policy, which took so much time, so much effort of everyone. And after 8 months, you say, no, let's go to somewhere. This is like when after this COVID, my kid said, Papa, let's go to, Manesar for a holiday. So I said, okay, packing karo, sab kuch karo. Then I said, no, we will go to Maldives. So I spent around 6 months discussing Maldives, flight kab jayegi. So my daughter came to me, Papa, lekin hum Manesar kyun nahi ja sakte? So I am surprised that why nobody is talking about that. Why it could not be implemented. I will tell you why it could not be implemented. Because DDA prepared that policy and said that it's absolutely fine. Only last 6 months, when monitoring committee asked, after this Vivek Nagpal case, monitoring committee asked DDA that what is wrong? I mean, why can't you sanction these plans? Supreme Court is giving last year. DDA said, sir, everything is fine. We have asked MCD to sanction it. Why are you talking to us? So who are these people? DDA and Supreme Court. Monitoring committee wrote to MCD Boss, why are you not sanctioning these plans? DDA is saying everything fine with this policy. Why are you not sanctioning these plans? So they send it to the CTP office. CTP explained them that in order to do a sanctioning of building plan, there are few steps. Master plan, zonal development plan, layout plan. Okay. So he said that let DDA prepare this layout plan. DDA said, no, I can't prepare the layout plan. You please prepare it. He said, sir, fine. If I have to prepare this layout plan, the CTP MCD, you in this policy, where is the provision of social and physical infrastructure? Period. Full stop. That's about it. जवाब नहीं अभी तक किसी के पास जवाब नहीं है आई मीन सुबह से हम लोग 10 बजे से बैठे हुए हैं सड़क की चौड़ाई पार्किंग FAR ये वो but where is the social and physical infrastructure in order to get these plans approved from the MCD you need this parent document. This parent document is called approved layout plan and there are some provisions like open area. There is अभी वो गुरमीत जी बोल रहे थे ना कोने में नर्सरी स्कूल घुमा देते हैं बॉस वहां से आता है ना कि टोटल 2000 मीटर का आपको एक नर्सरी स्कूल देना है on such and such population you have to provide that. Without a layout plan, how do you think that this 10,000 acre rest of the Delhi will work? How will Amazon guy go and deliver food there? Plot number कैसे आएगा उसका? So that is something which we have to think and we have to find a solution.
Pradeep, you are a very experienced person and I'm sure you come with a lot of wisdom. But let's accept the fact that now your ticket is only to Maldives. Manesar is not an option. So what would you do here? Because please understand the issue which we are facing is...
See, if a guy who cannot go to Manesar, how will he go to Maldives? What are you talking? I mean, going to airport is more problematic than going to Manesar.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think all of us are sitting here because we know that
we will have to resolve. We will have
now,
to.
There's no LDRA. See, let's accept the fact there's no LDRA for the time.
Whether it is LDRA or it is
so
DDA.
This particular policy,
I have to start from my home.
Correct.
Take out my car from my Chhatarpur farm and go to highway. वहाँ से मैं मनेसर जाऊँ या वहाँ जाऊँ मैं वहाँ तक नहीं जा पा रहा हूँ ना. Point is that what is the answer to social and physical? I will talk about physical infrastructure like roads. Everybody has talked about roads. जब ये फॉर्म काटे गए थे सुधीर जी नोज इट वेरी वेल जब ये फॉर्म काटे गए थे तो ये प्राइवेट DLF डिड दैट आई डोंट नो DLF छतरपुर के अंदर जो सड़कें हैं उसका मालिक कौन है हु इज द ओनर ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर लैंड
सर जो सरकारी लैंड है जो सरकारी
सॉरी नो या
जो सरकारी रोड है जो 4 गट्ठे की 2 गट्ठे की उसका मालिक तो सरकार है
करेक्ट
उसके बाद में यदि हमने 60 फुट की सड़क छोड़ी हुई है तो 30 फुट की वो फार्म वाला मालिक है लेकिन छोड़ी हुई है खाली मालिक तो फार्म वाला ही है उसकी
मालिक डेवलपर था जिसने वो कॉलोनी काटी थी रमेश जी अभी आए हुए थे आज भी उनकी जमीनें वहां पड़ी हैं
DLF ने उसको जो फार्म ओनर है
उसको लैंड दे रखा है आगे का मालिक
किसको
नहीं बट ही इज राइट
नहीं
द वे ही देव डन इट इट्स अ कॉमन रोड
sir there are 6-7 court cases which are going on I am talking about every area wherever people did this farm house scheme so they retained the land they used to talk to the prospective buyer ki boss if you want to buy this land I will give you 1.5 acre but you will get 1 acre so guy like me said boss I am happy with 1 acre you keep your half an acre so half an acre still lies with that developer can be DLF that can be Natulal also so I don't know where he is now if you are talking about making that road public how are you going to make it public because that land belongs to Natulal so Natulal has done so many times he has gone to the court the farm owner cannot open the gate because the road belongs to Natulal so then Natulal sold that land to the prospective flat buyer at price of 30 crore 40 crore rupees an acre there are instances I have gone through that a guy buys a farm and then Natulal suddenly arrives he says कि सामने की तो belt area है भाई मैं तो यहाँ से गेट नहीं देता
yes this has happened sir is right on
who is going to resolve this
but now in this policy is there a possibility that will happen
yes it is
under which clause would that happen because when I read this policy they say for a cluster development we talk about let's say new development for the time being in a new development I am doing a cluster development of let's say 100 acres of land I build the entire roads
and on those roads we give it to the public or as per the approved layout.
जमीन का मालिक तो कोई और है ना, कहीं ग्राम सभा की जमीन है, कहीं पे
अभी हमने जो अपना क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट करेंगे फ्रेश जमीन ही होगी ना उसके अंदर तो, because see my understanding is for this policy to be implemented, the nuts and the bolts have to be clear, as you rightly pointing out. Let's bring the nuts and the bolts in the language of the policy that please change this to this so that we eliminate the risk of running into a problem which we not anticipate today.
There are three types of development which might happen based on GDA policy.
Correct.
One is where you buy a large piece of land, which is called consolidation of land, 50 acre, 40
let's say 50 acre for the time.
Okay, 50 acre, 30 acre, wherever, which abuts on a 30 meter or a 24 meter wide road.
Or a 12 meter wide road as is required here.
Yeah, no, 12 meter wide road, which is transferred to MCD.
Correct.
You cannot just see a 12 meter road and buy 50 acres of land. No. There are specified 5 or 6 roads in entire area where you can buy that land. Like if you are buying it at highway, you are buying it at Bijwasan Road, MG Road, Tivoli Road. These are the roads. Maybe Band Road. So if you buy a 100-acre piece of land and then ask DDA to sanction a layout plan of that 100.
Correct. The cluster development as they call it.
Cluster development. Then DDA guys, if I talk like a devil's advocate, if I am that small JE, I am not like commissioner planning and guys who made the policy, I am going to ask him, boss, ये sanction करने के लिए मेरे को देखना क्या? What is the total open area which requirement? कितना इसमें मेरे को स्कूल देना है, मंदिर देना है कि नहीं देना? How much local shopping center I have to give for the entire layout? I am not talking about the plot. So this policy says you have to give nothing. But it says that there will be provision for DISCOM, there will be provision for fire tender, the fire office. It says they will have to give.
Obliquely it says something.
So वो कौन देगा जमीन? As a JE concerned who is sanctioning the plan, I am not concerned who is giving the land. I need a book which tells me, boss, when you sanction 50 acres ki scheme, you have to see that there is so much open area. There is so much CSC, LSC, one nursery school, one primary school, one health center, one, whatever. But there are no norms such like that. No? There are no norms. So I cannot approve the sanction plan because I cannot approve the layout plan. Nobody can.
What you're saying is there should be policy for proper, layout plan approval along with the.
I'd like to add one more thing.
So can I take Sudhir Gupta ji because इनका भी पहले आप फिर सबका हाँ.
Yeah जी, sorry.
आपका भी open book है सर, जो आप बोलना चाहे
I would like to say that this policy, whatever policy comes, whether it is GDA, LDRA or whatever, it should be basically landowners friendly.
Absolutely.
It should not be putting more restrictions like the road width should be like this or that. For that, I think we have to go in the past, how they were sanctioning the plans so far before this LDRA policy came. So earlier the requirements were the farm should be abutting or the approach road should have 12 feet wide WBM. WBM is waterbound macadam road. So even if the right of way was 12 feet, the plans for the farmhouse were sanctioned because they were having 12 feet wide WBM. At that time, nobody thought of fire tenders and everything. So now, if
you want the slides up there?
Yeah. Can I have the slide one?
Slides up there.
So at that time, the right of way, let us say the existing right of way is 30 feet and the proposed right of way of that road. Earlier, the roads which were ending in the villages, in the fields, they used to have a 60 feet wide right of way. 60. And the roads which were going from village to village, they were either 100 feet or 120 feet. And the national highways, that was 300 feet. Yeah. So, let us say if I am having 30 feet wide of road and the proposed right of way is that dashed land line. So if that portion is going in my right of way, if I deduct that from my total land, farm land, and if that is more than 1 hectare, then I can raise my boundary wall up to the existing right of way. But if after deducting this, the land which is coming in under right of way, if it is less than 1 hectare, then I have to raise my boundary wall at the end of proposed right of way. So I have to leave that portion of the my land to the right of way. So later on, they found that it is very difficult because it is going to have zigzag pattern, and it was used to be handed over to MCD free of cost. But after a few months, nobody knows, not even MCD people knows where that land is, and the landowner used to erect the boundary wall up to the same level, you know. So after that, they came with the idea that the boundary wall should be erected at the end of the proposed right of way. Say if it is 60 feet, so it has to be erected at that place. But nobody followed that. Nobody followed that. So if one person, then whose responsibility is this? This is implementing body's responsibility. The people who are supervising this, that is either it is MCD, DDA or whatever. Mostly it is MCD.
So Deji, now MCD is saying that you have to hand over the land prior to release of plan. You have to actually do the handing over. Now there is a notification. They are saying that if you are taking the FAR of a land, you have to hand it over before the release of plan.
Yes, before release of plan. This is what
But
I told
अगर
you.
वो जमीन मेरी नहीं है तो मैं कैसे करूँगा उसको? अगर वो बाहर वाली जमीन ही DLF की है, तो मैं उसको हैंड ओवर करने वाला कौन होता हूँ?
वो बात ठीक है आपकी.
So that is the basic.
So आप इसके, I think, would you like to continue the same subject?
Yes.
Because then I have follow-up questions on each one of you.
And just
सर जैसे
many sorry हाँ please.
सर जैसे गुड़गांव में कॉलोनाइजेशन होता है, वहां पे आगे रोड डेवलपर की ही होती है, बाद में डेवलपर उस कॉलोनी को हैंडओवर करता है हुड्डा को या जिस भी डिपार्टमेंट को. सेम वे फार्म हाउसेस वहां पे बन चुके हैं, सो टेक्निकली दैट कैन बी हैंडेड ओवर टू MCD एंड द रोड गोज टू MCD. It has happened in Gurgaon, it has happened in Noida.
We will discuss the Gurgaon model for a follow-up question.
I
but
think
let's just-
to conclude on this right of way, and again the front of the plot. In farmhouses, you have different front of the plot. Even you have just 12 feet or 16 feet or 18 feet of front. You have bottle shape of farm. So now you are asking for a fire tender or a truck. How much width is that? 8 feet, 10 feet? Not more than that. In any case, even if you have a gate of 12 feet or let's say 16 feet, that will enter. What you have to do is you use the right geometry of the road and the boundary walls at the entrance and the turning points of the roads. Even if you do that and you start sanctioning all the plans as it is with 12 feet or 16 feet or whatever metal road you want, you start doing that, you start the process at least. And who will monitor that the boundary wall is erected at the right after leaving the right of way? You have to start doing that. At least start doing with the road geometry. At least first, start asking the farm owners to put their gate behind and all the corners cut as per the fire requirements. At least start with that. Even if that is done, that is more than enough.
So can I take up the next level now? I think the enthusiasm of the first two sessions has died down right now. So we need to.
Because of time and after lunch.
No. I think, see, it's a very important point. I think most of us sitting here. No, it's not reality. I think no, it's not reality. No, one second. Let's not get pessimistic around it. It's not reality. It is just that there is a problem which needs to be discussed. I think that is the nature of the session now. Let us discuss what needs to be done, because earlier we were all wanting to do certain things. Now we need to address what needs to be done. I think that needs to be done is very equally important right now. So, Talwar sahab, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
No one can be more experienced in this.
That's exactly.
So you have.
That's the whole point. That's the reason here.
See, this experience is of ever since DDA was made.
Yes. And
We
the two
all-
extreme ends are the people who have, in any farmer development, I think Pradeep ji and Sudhir ji would have done at least 40%.
कौन नहीं जानता इनको?
बस.
कौन नहीं जानता इनको? I mean, all four of them are so well known.
So
what they are telling you is, thank heavens you would have never learned this had they been in service. Vijay, you were
about him.
No, Vijay would have said, I've been to Narela only once in my life. That was with Vijay. We went to the railway station that time, if you recall. Now they're giving you the right advice. See what your interest is, that the policy should be announced.
Correct.
Yes.
इन्होंने भी बोला कि यार decision तो ले लो, ticket मंगवा लो ना. This policy is nothing. This policy is the ticket to Maldives. आप क्योंकि वही उदाहरण ले रहे हैं, उसी पे बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये बोलते हैं कि टिकट ले लो. एक बारी टिकट ले ली तो ये भी नियुक्त हो जाएगा कि प्लेन कहां से आएगा और प्लेन कैसे उड़ेगा.
उड़ेगा भी नहीं
उड़ेगा. So your interest should be to get the policy. There will be number of difficulties because he says कि एयरपोर्ट पहुंचने तक रोड नहीं है.
Correct.
Gaurav, let me explain you one another fact. If you go back to this master plan business, after Mr. Rispot, so there was number of notification. रोज एक गैजेट नोटिफिकेशन आ जाता था. Prior to 2007 गैजेट नोटिफिकेशन देखे हुए हमें मतलब सालों साल बीत जाते थे, क्योंकि ऐसा नोटिफिकेशन लाने की जरूरत नहीं है ना जो पॉसिबल ना हो. So I have a very interesting paragraph. If you talk about industrial areas, you talk about plotted residential, you talk about कच्ची कॉलोनी मतलब बड़े आराम से हम लोग यहाँ.
हाँ मतलब सर बैठे
हम बड़े
भाई ने तो कह भी दिया बना रहे, अगर आप नहीं
कह रहे हैं, मैंने सब सुना है. पर एक बात देखिए, मैं फिर से इसका सिमली लेके गया था. आजकल हमारे मिनीले बच्चे हैं, डॉटर आपके बेटा है, अब उनको हम 1000 बोलते रहे कि बेटा तुमने बड़ों के पैर छूने हैं, दिस इज पॉलिसी, तुम्हारे को घर सुबह जल्दी उठना है, रात को लेट नहीं सोना है, सब कुछ ये पॉलिसी. हम पॉलिसी मेकर हैं, हम पॉलिसी बनाते रहते हैं. लेकिन होता क्या है, एक दिन रात को बच्चा शराब पी के घर आ जाता है. जब बच्चा शराब पी के घर आ जाता है, हम क्या बोलते हैं, कोई बात नहीं बेटा, सो जा सुबह बात करेंगे. हम नहीं करते. सेम डीडीए करती है. डीडीए फ्लैट्स बनाए, कमरे पे कमरा ठोक दिया लोगों ने, ऊपर से ऊपर एक एक्स्ट्रा फ्लोर बना दिया, दे चढ़ोगे रेगुलराइज. इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया बनाया, एक इंडस्ट्री नहीं चली, किसी ने वहां दुकान खोल दी, किसी ने वहां मकान बना लिया, किसी ने कुछ कर दिया. हमने कहा ओके अप्रूव, अलाउ कर दो इसको. फिर आया ये कॉलोनीज की बात, कच्ची कॉलोनियां बनाते गए, 2000 कॉलोनियां एक ही बारी में उन्होंने रेगुलाइज कर दी. 4000 कॉलोनीज, बात खत्म, छुट्टी. अब उनको कहीं से नहीं याद आया 6 मीटर रोड, फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कहीं से नहीं याद आया. यू गो ऑन प्लॉटेड कॉलोनीज, 20% बेसमेंट, ग्राउंड फर्स्ट सेकेंड, ममटी, बरसाती, सर याद है सारी चीजें. STF सीलिंग ऑर्डर कि एक फ्लोर एक्स्ट्रा डाल दिया, ऊपर कवर कर दिया, रेगुलराइज पार्ट ऑफ मास्टर प्लान. सो DDA इज प्रोन टू, DDA और आवर पॉलिसी मेकर, दे लव अस. जब हम शराब पी के आ जाएंगे तो वो बोलेंगे कि ठीक है, आई एम कमिंग टू द सोल्यूशन. जब हम शराब पी के आएंगे तो बोलेंगे बेटा सो जा आराम से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, सुबह बात करेंगे. जिस दिन मैं बोलूंगा पापा एक पैक हो जाए आपके साथ, या बेटा मेरे को बोलेगा, मैं कहूंगा क्या बात कर रहा है. सो दैट इज वेयर दिस पॉलिसी इज. So DDA or policy maker, they have to understand that only making rules is not possible now. This is a different generation. वो बैठे डागर साहब, this is a different generation. They need विकास. ये आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं. Unless and until, now I'm coming to the solution to the problem. Unless and DDA and policy makers accept the power and strength of a community, unless and until they involve them in the process, not in objection suggestion in a room here, 16 kilometers away from DDA office. They have to involve in the process, and they have to now do this. मैं वही अपने बच्चों पे जाता हूँ. You have to involve them. You have to think if she wants to do dance, यार let her do dance. You cannot ask her to do MBBS. सब नहीं हो सकता, ये बातें खत्म हो गई हैं. So in this process, where we were stuck at the point where town planning said that we need to approve a layout plan. Then only building activity can be released. In the layout plan, we have to look for the physical and social infrastructure, and we have to look for the shape and sizes of each plot. And we have to match it with the ownership of that particular plot, right? Yahi to layout plan hai. Why can't DDA leave this to RWA? Why can't DDA say, okay, Mr. Deepak Seth साहब अभी जो भी आए थे वेस्ट एंड से, कि साहब आप अपनी कॉलोनी का एक पूरा लेआउट प्लान बना लीजिए ना सारा, सब उसका सर्वे करा लीजिए, 10 मिनट लगते हैं, एक एक इंच नपा लीजिए, सारे पेड़ करवा लीजिए, सब कुछ करवा लीजिए, पूरा लेआउट प्लान बना के आप साइन कर दीजिए कि एवरीथिंग इज फाइन. You give an affidavit as a RWA that everything is fine. We will accept it, deemed approved, and we will start our process of sanctioning. So they can call Mr. Sudhir Gupta to prepare a layout plan. So whatever social and physical infrastructure, if required, if they need a substation, then they will have to figure it out ना कहाँ देना है. कहीं भी दे दें, घर में पीछे कहीं पे सबस्टेशन दे दें, जल बोर्ड को अगर लाइनें डालनी है तो उसको भी दे दें, सबको अपना अपना काम दे दें और खुद ही लेआउट, मैं क्या बात कर रहा हूँ, खुद ही अपना लेआउट प्लान अप्रूव कर दें कि सर हमारी कम्युनिटी इज हैप्पी विद दिस एंड वी आर ओके विद दिस एंड वी हैव दिस 60 मीटर रोड्स, हमारी रिस्पांसिबिलिटी है, नीचे जमीन रमेश अग्रवाल जी की है या किसकी है, दिस इज आस. इफ unless until DDA accept this, unless and until policy makers, involve the communities into this process, this can never be done. This can never be done. And this is a small statement. It's a minor. एक ही वर्ड तो बोल रहा हूँ कि यार उस जेई को क्या पता है पास कर क्या लॉ क्या होता है, लॉ तो सबको पता है. तो जो जैसे छतरपुर है या छतरपुर की वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन है, उन्हें एक एक इंच का पता है वहां पे. The guys who are working in that area, they know each and everything. एक नक्शा बनाइए और उस पर ठप्पा लगा दीजिए रेजिडेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन और साथ में एक आर्किटेक्ट टाउन प्लानर कोई साथ लेके उनको पास कर दीजिए, वो नक्शा पास हो गया. And start building activity.
Actually, I think that is a good suggestion for the.
इन्हीं के मैं थोड़ा कंटिन्यू करूंगा कि उसमें ऐसा है, लास्ट टाइम क्या हुआ था, एमसीडी कहती है डीडीए को कि जो सिजरा है उसके ऊपर सुपर पोस्ट करके दे दीजिए. वो डीडीए वाले कहाँ से कर देंगे, उनको मालूम ही नहीं है.
I think here we are going to digress, but I'll be very honest. I think all of us have worked in Haryana. Pradeep, you've done a decent enough jobs. Tilwar Saab, myself, everybody else. I don't see the problem. There is a policy called low density eco-friendly homes there. Similar thing, 25 एकड़ का 1 एकड़ कम से कम घर बनेगा. 4 पेज की पॉलिसी छापी AK सिंह साहब ने, उसमें सब कुछ लिखा हुआ है, हो गया काम खत्म. उसमें कोई अंग्रेजी है ही नहीं. जब आप उसका नक्शा लाइसेंस, सॉरी,
you have to acquire and consolidate 100 acres of land.
No, 25 acres कर दिया, कम कर दिया.
चलो 25.
चलो हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. What I'm saying is, there's a policy which is a 5-page policy. Everybody knows what the process is. Approve के लिए नक्शा आप जमा करिए, उसके ऊपर सुपर रिपोर्ट होता है, जो मेरी जमीन है, मैं गया नक्शा अप्रूव कराया, काम खत्म हो गया. There's no rocket science around it. So question is, I think we can delve on it a little later. My question number 2 is specific now on, let's say, grade 2. In grade 2, they're given multiple uses here, and we heard some of the participants in the process. Let's put into 2 baskets. One is existing developments, one is proposed. Existing means, let's say there is the Dela Chhatarpur farm, for example. So, and one is proposed. So maybe, Pradeep ji, starting from you, grade 2 uses which have been mentioned here, do you have any suggestions that they should be dropped, included?
There has to be minimum and maximum of those uses in a given geographic location. In every 50 acres, you can have one cyber park, you can have so many square meter of so many FSI of commercial area, minimum and maximum both. You have to have a health center also. You have to have a Shubham Shauchalay also. What is that?
Sulabh. Yeah.
Sulabh Shauchalay. You have to have a Sulabh Shauchalay for there, because there are people, there are workers, there are laborers. Where are they going to go? So they have to specify minimum itna to rakhna hi padega
that would be the social infrastructure, which would be part of every layout.
And the layout of a larger area, of a 50 acre.
Yeah, whatever the minimum dimension they talk about. Okay. But uses which are mentioned here, do you think they are all okay as a grade 2 is concerned?
These uses, what they are talking about is pertaining to one plot.
No,
I am
not
not
one plot.
talking about one plot. No, they're talking about one plot.
No, no, for example, I'll tell you what question I'm asking.
They're talking about one plot.
You're right.
Would you?
Use activity on the plot. These are on the plot.
This is one
I
plot.
know, I know, I
I am
know.
talking about the larger area. इसमें होगा क्या कि जो लोकेशन बढ़िया है, जो MG रोड के जितनी ग्रीन बेल्ट है, ये ग्रीन बेल्ट के सारे सपने आपके खत्म हो जाएंगे. वहां एक के बाद एक साइबर हब बनेगा. कोई रोक सकता है उसको?
नहीं रोक सकता.
कोई नहीं रोक सकता. और जो कोई जोंडी या पीछे वो ढासा वाली एरिया है, वहां सारे वेयर हाउस बनेंगे. So this is not town planning, no? This is not.
So what would you recommend? See, again, the question is,
I am saying that
we know what is wrong, but again, when you have to give it to somebody in writing in 2 days' time from now, what would you write as a single paragraph is what my question to you is.
You see, there has to be a approved layout plan of a larger parcel of land, and the norms of approving the layout plan are such.
So you want the establishment of the norms of the layout approval to be the prime facer issue,
You
right?
talk about Gurgaon.
Okay.
You have seen how beautifully they have brought this Deen Dayal scheme.
Yeah, fantastic.
So in Deen Dayal scheme, there was talk about social infrastructure. But in one paragraph, they said you leave 10% of the land. We will take care of the social infrastructure later. बात खत्म हो गई
Correct. अब जो मर्जी करो उसके अंदर.
But यहाँ पे, if you talk to Western landowner, he is not going to give you 10% land, boss. He would rather talk to Chief Minister and Chief Minister the chota hai. He will rather talk to Prime Minister and get it done, but he will not give 10% land.
Fair enough. So, Rishbhat Saab, great to, what would your recommendations be?
I think we need to understand that the layout plan preparation for greenbelt areas, that is DDA areas, and layout plan preparation for regular urban development are two totally different things.
Fair enough. Fair
And
enough.
it's first, we must understand that. We can't really say that whatever is there in the urbanizable area, the same thing it will be here in layout plan of this DDA area also. So that one thing one has to be really very careful about it. Another thing is that, see, preparing the layout plan is not at all a difficult job. Absolutely. I don't know why they have made it so difficult. It is not at all a difficult job. One village layout plan can be made in a day.
Absolutely.
I mean, Mark Sackler is sitting here with me. I mean, we have experimented Sackler a number of times these things. It can be made within a day.
Absolutely.
And I say DDA should say, okay, we will make a GDA plan for a particular village. But if the villagers want to make it themselves, okay, fine, you are welcome. You come forward and do it.
Absolutely.
See, this will hasten up the process. Now, talking about the physical infrastructure and the social infrastructure, see, when you see the number of persons and the type of population which is going to stay in this area, they are not going to use a school which is provided in that area. They are going to go into the DPS, Mathura Road or other somewhere, or modern school, or even
Or the school which is, no, sir, also the school which might be part of the land pooling areas actually. Yeah.
So
Which is
therefore,
there right adjacent to each
it is
other.
not a requirement of those nitty-gritty. See, what is needed is a proper layout plan with the road network complete so that each and every property is accessible. And see, it is not difficult. Why I'm saying it is not difficult, there are a number of revenue roads in every village. You pick up those revenue roads in every village and start making your layout plan.
But there are very few revenue roads.
No, but
very few.
No.
जो है वहाँ
In
से शुरुआत करोगे ना?
maximum revenue roads means maximum properties they are reachable by those revenue roads.
Many villages have revenue roads.
Except-
चाहे वो
except-
एक गट्ठे का होगा, दो
Yes.
गट्ठे का होगा. You can
Minimum.
widen that road from एक गट्ठा to 9 meter or whatever it is. And all those
Yeah,
roads.
but what about people who are not abutting revenue roads? They are not going to let this
No,
happen.
sir, ऐसा है बॉस, ऐसा है, उसका एक अलग प्रोसेस होता है, उसको कहते हैं चकबंदी. जब भी चकबंदी होती है तो हर एक लैंड ओनर को कम से कम एक गट्ठे का रास्ता लगाया ही जाता
लैंड
है.
ओनर अगर 20 एकड़ का था, अब 1 एकड़ की वहाँ कॉलोनी बनाओगे तो
उसमें आप अंदर की रोड दोगे ना बॉस.
So
इंटरनल रोड देंगे ना.
layout is not a problem is what we are agreeing upon.
It's not a problem at all.
My follow-up question is, sir.
जो सर कह रहे हैं ना, you should actually concentrate everything on this subject called layout plan. And you should actually
Tell me one thing today, and that's a question which, Avnish will take up in his next paragraph, next session. But if there are 20 landowners with, let's say, undivided ownership of the land in this 20 acres, and they are now going, with a layout plan which you approved, is that possible, or is it that you have to have your own individual ownerships before you go to the government? Because again, land is the key issue right now at the end of the day.
The 3 landowners are part of.
Let's say 20 landowners, 20 undivided shareholders.
If they are part of the one layout plan, then they can do whatever they want to do. If all the बट 20 में से एक भाई बाहर रह गया, 19
वो ठीक है, अंडरस्टूड
हो जाएगा।
ठीक है
सर ऐसा है कि मैक्सिमम आपके लेआउट्स वगैरह हो जाएंगे, बट देयर आर सम एरियाज वेयर इवन नोबडी वांट्स टू कोलैबोरेट। ठीक है, उसको
ठीक है
अथॉरिटी विल
तो सर टेकिंग अस टू ग्रेड 3 नाउ। ग्रेड 3 में प्रदीप जी आपका क्या ओपिनियन रहेगा? ये जो जितने यूजेस दिखा रखे हैं, साइबर एटसेट्रा, 30 मीटर रोड्स,
I told you there has to be minima and maxima on a sector or on a larger area. There has to be minima or maxima. That's about it.
And users are all okay.
One more point I would like to point out here, layout में, because J zone was declared somewhere in 2013. Villages were declared as LDRA villages.
Okay.
And master plan was approved in 2007. And subsequently, zonal plan was approved of Zone J in 2010. So entire zonal plan is based on residential as group housing.
Yes.
And population and all facilities and infrastructure, which Mr. Pradeep ji is talking, is proposed based on the population as per master plan. That zonal plan is not modified till date. LDRA came, साल हो गए, अब आपकी जीडी आ जाएगी, फिर भी वो जोनल प्लान चेंज नहीं होगा, तो लेआउट प्लान किस बेस पे बनेगा, इट विल बी अ मेजर।
Gaurav, I have very important point. Gaurav, I have very important point to explain you. This layout का जो हवा है या जो पिशाच है, ये सिर्फ आपके LDRA में नहीं आया, ये सब जगह, पूरी दिल्ली में सब जगह आया था एक दफा। अगर LDRA का नक्शा पास करने के लिए आपको लेआउट प्लान चाहिए, तो आपने लाल डोरा के कैसे पास किए? अगर
लीगल कॉलोनी कैसे किए?
अनऑथराइज कॉलोनीज आपने अप्रूव कर दी बिना लेआउट प्लान बनाए। मैं आपका रीजन बता रहा हूँ। आपने वेयर हाउस अभी सैंक्शन कर दिए 30 मीटर रोड पे, आपने मोटल सैंक्शन कर दिए, एग्रीकल्चर लैंड में मोटल सैंक्शन हो गए, आपने ग्रुप हाउसिंग पास करना शुरू कर दी इंडस्ट्रियल में ग्रुप हाउसिंग पास हो गई। इन सब का एक मिनिस्ट्री से नोट आया था, क्योंकि एमसीडी नहीं पास कर रही थी। एमसीडी ये गोदरेज वाला नक्शा नहीं पास कर रही थी 3 साल में, कोई भी चीज नहीं कर रही थी। दे वर सेइंग बट मोटल है, हम नहीं करेंगे जब तक हम इसको लेआउट प्लान में इनकॉर्पोरेट ना कर लें। लेआउट प्लान बनेगा कैसे? सोशल फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है नहीं है, बनाएंगे कैसे? मिनिस्ट्री को और पॉलिटिकल सर्कल्स को ये अनऑथराइज कॉलोनीज पास करनी थी। मिनिस्ट्री से आई डोंट नो वेदर इट वाज मिनिस्ट्री और डीडीए, वहां से एक लेटर आया दैट लेआउट शैल बी प्रिपेयर्ड साइमल्टेनियसली। दिस इज अ वेरी फेमस कोट इन एमसीडी नाउअडेज। द सेम थिंग फोटोकॉपीड एट लालडोरा कि ठीक है पास कर दो। मिनिस्ट्री ने ऑलरेडी बोला हुआ है लेआउट शैल बी प्रिपेयर्ड साइमल्टेनियसली। ग्रुप हाउसिंग का नक्शा नहीं पास हो रहा था, छतरपुर वाला और पीछे वहां ओखला वाले की बात कर रहा हूं, नहीं पास हो रहा था because town planner said, boss, I have a layout plan which talks about industrial area. Now suddenly if 400 dwelling units are incorporated, I have to see where they will go to study, social, physical infrastructure, what will happen. So they said the layout shall be prepared or amended simultaneously. So you have to use that clause which came from, I don't know, आप लोगों को पता होगा, which came from ministry only, कि आप नक्शे पास करो, बात खत्म।
Fair enough. So I think maybe some people are more enlightened or more confused, but I think
दो चीजें छोटी-छोटी 2 पॉइंट्स और ऐड करना चाहूंगा।
इतने सारे कंफ्यूजन और ये सारी चीजें हो रही है, तो 2 लाइनें ऐसी याद आ गई इसके ऊपर, थोड़ा लाइटर नोट पे।
मालदीव जाना चाह रहे हो? वो कह रहे हैं मनीषा जाए तो कंफ्यूजन हो रही है, तो मालदीव भी ठीक है। ये लाइन आपके भी बोलेंगे कि इससे अच्छा मालदीव जाया जाए, देखिए आप बोलेंगे।
जख्म कहाँ से मिले, छोड़ो इन बातों को, जिंदगी ये तो बता सफर कितना बाकी है, इंप्लीमेंट कब तक हो जाएगी? सर वहां पे कैसे हो सकती है, उस राह तक पहुंचाइए हमें। तो
गौरव जी
बताने वाले मेरे ख्याल से।
गौरव जी ऐसा है कि अब 2 पॉइंट्स और थे छोटे। एक तो जो नेशनल हाईवे है उस पे आप मोटल तो आफ्टर राइट ऑफ वे एंड ग्रीन बेल्ट अलाउ कर देते हैं, व्हाई नॉट फार्म हाउसेज आल्सो और अदर बिल्डिंग्स आल्सो। So even they should be permitted at that place. Why the farmhouses should be constructed at a 2 furlong means that is almost 6 acres of distance. And the regional park land area, private land area, mostly Dera Mandi, Bati, as well. उसमें जो that is earlier it was declared as ridge area. Then these people, they realized their mistake. Then they converted it to regional park, right? So whatever that regional park or whatever that is, that should be all Gram Sabha area, because all that hilly area or which cannot be cultivated or which is not ownership area, rest of the ownership area, even they should get the benefit of this policy. Because I do not want to go into the details why they declared ridge area,
That's
because
all right,
I know
sir.
the
That's all
details.
right. So Rishbut Saab, your inputs on grade 3, what your thoughts on grade 3? We discussed grade 1 and 2, now on grade 3.
There are certain.
What Pradeep has said is that there should be limited, minimum, and maximum both to be defined. It can't be open-ended.
Yeah.
So we got last 10 minutes to
I just
close the
be very
session
brief.
thereafter.
Here there are certain uses which are such as cremation ground, burial ground, which will be permissible. They have said wherever there is a fire station, other things are required, that land will be provided by you. See, in the morning, somebody made an issue that thousands of acres of Gram Sabha land has come to DDA. These villages were declared as urban villages. Now, the Gram Sabha land is predominantly meant for facilities of those villages. So when you have so much of land with you, you provide all such facilities on that Gram Sabha land in that village. See, do you want to have suppose if I am having a plot of 10,000, I want to make a modern cremation ground there. Would my neighbors would allow me to do that? See, I mean, these are certain uses which you have to put them in a very different manner altogether and not be there as a kind of a permissible activity. That is one thing.
But all these uses then should already be on plan. It can't
Yeah,
be
so that's why I'm saying.
random placing.
But that's why the DDA has said, we will make a GDA plan. So when you are making a GDA plan, take care of these things.
That will be by somewhere 2041 master plan.
Yeah.
All the required social infrastructure and all these ancillary facilities should all be there.
See, one thing is there, when you see these so many use activities, kind of use activities which are permitted, I don't think you require any other social infrastructure anywhere to be provided.
That is why they have written it.
अगर सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की सर जरूरत भी पड़ती है,
every plot they have said 20% will be commercial, will be permitted to you, right? So local shopping center की need या तुम्हारे convenient shopping center की need already take care हो गई. हाँ, सब डिवीजन अलाउड है, ये भी कर दिया. बहुत सारी चीजें और इसमें कुछ डेंजरस क्लॉज है बहुत सारे. आई डोंट नो दैट लीगल टीम में डिस्कस 4.7 वाली. देयर इज अ वेरी डेंजरस क्लॉज. आई मीन दैट मींस सब डिवीजन ऑफ एनी नेचर इज परमिसिबल एंड पॉसिबल.
So then the hierarchy which we are so used to talking about in the Delhi master plan is no
Madam, that's why I said that the layout plan for these areas will be completely different than the layout planning of the regular urban areas.
But somebody has to make it.
But somebody has to make the plan. See, MCD, I mean, sorry to say that, but MCD always rather shied away from making any layout plan. Very frankly speaking. They always pointed the fingers to DDA. DDA pointed the fingers to MCD.
Sir, as I said, coming back to grade 3 uses, sir. What are the grade 3 uses? Can we just quickly advise us, in your opinion, are these uses okay, they should be removed or they should be added? I just need a very clear understanding of grade 3 uses. उसमें से जो लिखा हुआ है, इसमें कम ज्यादा नंबर्स हैं, वो अलग बात है. बट क्या ऐसे यूजेस हैं जो उसमें लिखे या होने चाहिए कि नहीं होने चाहिए बस सर?
See, देखो, now agro processing.
Sir, grade 3, sir, grade 3.
Only grade 2, grade 3 only.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Agro processing. Now, when there is no agricultural activity in Delhi, that means you will be inviting this apples from Punjab and doing the processing over here in Delhi. Processing and packaging. So, which is actually against the principles of the master plan again. They should have gone into the NCR towns. Outside.
चलिए, एक ये point हो गया आपका agro processing. Agro, what else?
Then cyber knowledge industry is fine. Higher education campuses is okay because see, my only fear in the beginning, which I said, that when you go to Meerut or anywhere, what you see in the Greenbelt area is fully all educational institutes lined up from one end to another end. So this is what is going to be the picture in J zone predominantly.
Fair enough. But you think बाकी जो
uses will be fine. I mean, there is no.
Last में जो उसके अंदर FAR है, उसका point देखो. That is
see, and another one thing, there is amusement park. Now I am saying, but what I am amused is
but without water there will be amusement park. I don't know what kind of this.
Sir, होते हैं ना, globally there are amusement park which are all rides and everything else. There's no water there, which is okay.
But why this condition specifically? You say amusement park.
क्योंकि वो पानी, चलिए कोई बात नहीं.
Somebody wants to make it
water. They are very averse to water. Everybody says there's no water here. So unfortunately, that water thing has been going on for a while.
If you bring water from Haryana by tankers, then
no, not only that. Haryana has no river. Gurgaon has no water.
No. What I am saying, you don't put such kind of conditions.
Agreed.
गौरव जी, I will like to add something.
हाँ जी.
जैसे ग्रेड 3 में आपने पूछा क्या, जैसे अभी जो डाल रखा वो डाल रखा कोल्ड स्टोरेज. कोल्ड स्टोरेज का मतलब हो गया वेजिटेबल्स और फ्रूट्स, जो कि अगर आप यमुना वाली बेल्ट को छोड़ दो तो दिल्ली में कहीं नहीं होती. कम से कम हमारे जो 32 गांव है ग्रीन बेल्ट के, उसमें तो कोई वेजिटेबल या फ्रूट्स जैसी कोई चीज होती नहीं कि कोल्ड स्टोरेज में हम रखें. तो इसमें कोल्ड स्टोरेज बेसिक रहे, लेकिन एक वेयर हाउस जरूर इसमें डालना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में जितना भी सामान आ रहा है वो बाहर से बड़े बड़े ट्रकों से आ रहा है. हमारे गाँव से एंट्री होती है ट्रकों की, डीजल के ट्रक्स हैं, पूरी दिल्ली में जाते हैं. अगर वेयर हाउस हो तो वहीं वो ट्रक रुक जाएंगे.
So there is a proposal to add warehouse in the grade 3, which I think I saw in one of the draft which was there, but then it got removed in the last minute.
But they are saying on 30-meter wide road, na?
Warehouse.
Sir, वो 18 का आपने बात किया ना थोड़ी देर पहले किसी सेशन में. We'll propose it 18 or 24, and 30 is there, but 30 is not the norm as you rightly said. In zone L, there are no 30 meters. They are less than that. So
इसमें पहले भी सजेस्ट किया सर, वेयर हाउसेज और ये जितने बॉर्डर के विलेजेस हैं लास्ट में जिस पर एग्जैक्ट बेटर या जीटी करनाल रोड के साथ में है या ईस्टर्न पेरिफेरल रोड के साथ में, उनमें अलाउ किए जाएं, जिससे कि जो
I think you are right.
Right. See, because DDA's policy for regularizing these godowns, when they are regularizing so many godowns, thousands of godowns everywhere, we should not include godowns at all over here in this.
प्रदीप, सुरेरा में कुछ अमेज़न को दिया 30 मीटर रोड के ऊपर.
किसको?
उधर अपना एल जोन की साइड में वेयर हाउस में अप्रूव कराया.
एक ही पास हुआ है ना,
है ना, कुछ हुआ है ना. अंडर विच पॉलिसी? कोई पॉलिसी नहीं है हमारे.
नहीं, रेगुलाइजेशन की पॉलिसी.
रेगुलेशन तो
आप बात सुनिए, रेगुलेशन की पॉलिसी में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
इतना बना के इतना बना लो, उसके
जो बना लो आपको वो माफ हो जाता है. जैसे अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज होगी, वेयर हाउस
वही हो रहा है ना, द सेम पॉलिसी.
पास कराने के लिए प्रॉब्लम है, रेगुलाइज कर देंगे.
ठीक है
सर, वी आर डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज.
सो ऐसा एनी फर्दर इनपुट ऑन ग्रेड 3?
एक कहावत है ना,
वी वांट टू बी डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज.
जैसे इन्होंने कहा था अभी, अगर आपको कोई लीगली कोई चीज पास करनी है ना, तो आपके आंखों में से आंसू निकल आएंगे.
करेक्ट.
और अगर आपको अनऑथराइजली कोई करना है ना, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
बिल्कुल.
1-2 पेज की फाइल की नोट बनेगी और उसके बाद में आपकी चीज अप्रूव हो गई. This is what is the problem.
साकिब साहब, आप कुछ कह रहे थे एफआईआर के ऊपर, शायद मेरे ख्याल से
मैं इसी में एक्टिविटीज परमिटेड में एक लास्ट प्रोविजन है, देखिए.
हाँ जी.
ऑल ग्रेड 1 uses permitted with FAR as prescribed under grade 1.
अंडर
आपने
कोई बात, it should be under respective grade 1 and 2 होना चाहिए ना जी.
नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ आई एम अलाउड टू हैव ग्रेड 3 में मेरे को 1 and 2 की एक्टिविटीज अलाउड है, पर एफआईआर मेरा ग्रेड 3 का रहेगा.
ग्रेड 3 का रहेगा.
मेरे को कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन एफआईआर की नहीं होगी कि मैं 1 का रिस्ट्रिक्शन लगाऊंगा.
बिल्कुल.
यहाँ ये है.
नहीं. All grade 1 and 2 uses permitted with FAR as prescribed under grade 1.
Yes.
Grade 3 गलत लिख दिया, should be as prescribed respectively under grade 1 and grade 2.
नहीं, एफआईआर हटी जाना चाहिए ना बस.
2 लिखना भूल गए हैं.
मैं भी ये कह रहा हूँ 2 लिखना भूल गए.
नहीं, पर मैं ये कह रहा हूँ आप एफआईआर वो रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रहे हैं. आप इसको अगर समझ रहे.
सर, मैं जस्ट क्लैरिफाई करना चाह रही थी कि ये वाले में क्योंकि हमने मिक्स ऑफ ग्रेड्स अलाउ किया है सर्टेन प्लॉट्स में, तो आपके पास अगर बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा प्लॉट है जिसमें आपने ग्रेड 3 के यूजेस दे दिए हैं, फिर भी आपका एक सर्टेन एरिया बचता है जो कि मिनिमम एरिया है ग्रेड 1 और ग्रेड 2 देने के लिए, तो आप वो एक्टिविटीज ग्रेड 1 और ग्रेड 2 के एफआईआर के हिसाब से दे सकते हैं, ताकि मैंडेटरी.
You missed only one point. You written under grade 1 and 2 भी लिख दीजिए उसके बाद आखिर में ना.
ओके
गौरव जी, ये तो डिस्क्रिप्शन हो गया. फिर
ये तो
डिस्क्रिप्शन हो गया. आई थिंक दैट इज इट शुड बी सिंपल. आई एम अलाउड टू हैव ग्रेड 2 एक्टिविटीज, 1 activity in grade 3 with FAR of grade 3. Simple.
Why should I mean मैं इसमें होऊंगा तो grade 2
Sir, because the nature of grade 1 and grade 2 activities are given with a certain kind of FAR. तो अगर हम उसको allow करेंगे, then people will have all these grade activities in grade 3, which is not the, no, we don't want to maximize the FAR in those areas.
No. I think this is a very,
sir, we got last 1 minute, sir. That's it. So my request will be, your point is noted, sir. I think she also understood the point, but I agree with you. It cannot be grade 3 में फिर सब grade 1 2 कर लेंगे, FA grade 3 खा जाएंगे बैठ के.
Bro, on all these uses, what will be the circle rate of the land? If I am doing a cold storage, if tomorrow I sell it, what will be the circle rate? Circle rate will be 53 लाख रुपए का.
अरे वो तुमने करना ना. अब कुछ तो तुम भी करोगे, तभी तो बिठाए पैनल.
नहीं. What will be the circle rate?
Find solution, my dear.
ऐसा है, इसके साथ में जो भी EDC, ADC, PDC जो भी है सब इकट्ठे.
Fine, sir. Thank you for a great discussion. I think it has left our audience and the people on Zoom little buffered, but कोई बात नहीं, थोड़ा सा तरीका निकलेगा कुछ ना कुछ. दिल्ली दूर है. सर आइए फोटो खिंचवा लें. तलवार साहब आइए प्लीज जरा. जो फाड़ दी तुमने तो यार अच्छी तरीके से सबकी हवा निकाल दी साहब.
So we'll immediately move to the last session of the evening. So we'll request everyone to kindly be seated. We'll request everyone to kindly be seated. We'll immediately move to the last session of the evening. So the last session will talk about legal and policy implementation framework to be adopted for policy successful implementation. So we thank you very much for all our panelists to be here. So we'd like to thank our sponsors, Samak, Elements, Perryman India, Kailash Nath Group and KCT Group, and of course Seren Wine, supported by Delhi Dehat Vikas Manch. Without the valuable support and sponsorship from all these companies, this event would not have been possible. So we thank you all our sponsors for their kind contribution. Thank you very much. So we're moving to the last session of the evening, wherein we have Mr. Avinash Sharma, partner Khaitan and Company. So I'm so sorry. He is Mr. Avnish Sharma, partner Khaitan and Company, and Mr. Govind Rishi and partner Acumen Juris Law Office will join us virtually. We'll request Mr. Bhupinder Azad to be on the panel as well, and this panel will be, of course, and chaired by our vice president, Mr. Gaurav Jain. No, sir. After this. After this, no tea break. People won't come back. You know that last session out. So I don't want him to be, like left. Yeah. So. Gaurav sir, over to you. So legal session. Chairman sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But very good example.
Gaurav sir, over to you.
सर सेक्रेटरी साहब बॉस है, मतलब जो आएंगे अच्छा ही रहेगा हमारे लिए, तो है ना. आइए सर, आइए प्लीज आइए. लिविंग सर, थैंक यू. So after a session which silenced everybody, I think most of us, have understood what the existing policy about farmhouses is, what can it do for the proposed area. But I think most of us miss what we call as the legal understanding of the process. Most importantly, land and legal issues which are linked to this particular one, whatever it might be. So, for example, if somebody is saying it's become urbanized, I don't think anybody who's a normal human being would like to understand what does it mean, as long as he's getting something approved on top of that. Somebody says, DLR is still applicable, Gram Sabha is still applicable. You still have to go to the Tehsil to get your mutation done or your whatever, etc. done. So a normal person is not interested. He doesn't understand the jargons. The problem becomes that, when we need to understand that more we clarify the issues, more the process is clear, and people, when they're signing on a document which is this thick, all legal documents, should not be worried about what's there inside. I think that is the objective of this panel. How can we, to be honest, take the fear away from signing a document and take the fear away from understanding what the legal process is. So I'll start with my friend, Avnish here, who represents in a senior position in the real estate division with Khaitan & Company, a very renowned law firm. And as I said, this will be again an open question session for the first one. You have been dealing with a lot of such issues, lands, and developmental potential you have seen. With 54,000 hectares coming into the fray, as and when it comes, assumingly so, given the legal framework where we are, what your wish list be to DDA and to the government that please take away this uncertainty or take away these issues or clarify these issues? So help us to understand that process, please.
So I'll actually start on a lighter note. The demand for low density was such that only one lawyer is left on the panel. Everybody else is gone. So the high density of lawyers is gone.
Okay, allow me to interject you for a minute. Mr. Govind joined us from a virtual platform. So now it's two of you, Avnish. No, at least it's medium density now. It's not low anymore now.
Two dwelling units is clarified.
The lawyers have taken the home, they left none for us actually. It's always the case. I think that's the problem. But anyway.
Yes, it's audible. Please go on.
So we're starting with Avnish Govind first, and then we'll come to you.
Sure. So, the way I like to structure this is, I didn't think that you'll ask me to get into the basics of things. But there are 2 or 3 acts that are very important for this understanding. And the interplay between them, as far as the agricultural land or the urban land that has been declared, has always been mired in some sort of controversy. So 1962 is when the DDA Act was first implemented. So that was really the first leg where some sort of planned development was envisaged. There was a master plan. 1957 was the act. 1962 was the first time when the master plan sort of came out. There is an act which was in existence earlier. It's called the Delhi Land Reforms Act, which dealt with Bhumidars and Assamese. Again, a very historical concept which was taken forward. And in that, there were only 2 or 3 types of uses that were permitted for any Bhumidar or Assami. For instance, they would allow only agriculture, floriculture, horticulture, aquaculture. So only these certain elements were allowed. Anybody who was found to be in violation, the penalties are very strict. One, either the land would vest in Gram Sabha, or we would have colloquially all heard about Section 81 proceedings having been started. There was also another process, because it was to protect the farmers. They said that if anybody is wanting to sell agricultural land, if their holding is less than 8 acres, they must sell all of it. Otherwise, they can, if it's larger than that, they can only then subdivide. So this used to become a big problem till very recently in implementation of agricultural land. For instance, one farmer owned a house in a village, and he also had an agricultural land of 3 acres. Now, would you insist that he sells his house as well as the agricultural land? Because a lot of Abadi land, which was declared as Laldora, a lot of people living outside that also, which was primarily categorized as agricultural land. Now, this conundrum really continued, and we've seen it play out in a lot of farmhouses. It's not unheard. Section 81 proceedings we've all seen. What the development that happened subsequently was a zonal plan was being developed by the DDA. In the zonal plan, they said that, okay, you can go and get your plans regularized. Now, the challenge was when you would go and get your plans regularized, MCD would issue building plans. MCD would give you permissions, but it will still be agricultural land. So, to this effect, so there was a DLR Act application, there was a zonal plan development by DDA, and there was still an MCD building plan which was approved. Now, what is the exact categorization of land? Is it still agricultural, or has it been converted? same issues came up in multiple case laws. I think there was one which was GS Rangpuri, in which they actually delved into all of this. And they said once the zonal plan has been approved by DDA, it becomes a town city land. And therefore, the DLR Act should not apply. Now, this was an SDM court order. So therefore, it could not be implemented completely. We have seen now even post-urbanization, what has happened. Ideally, if you look at, say, other states, say Haryana, once it is declared as urban, it comes within the master plan. The revenue office has nothing to do with it. You don't have to do record keeping at the revenue office. All of that shifts to the municipal corporation. Now, similarly, for all the states that have all the villages that have now been declared as urban should ideally be now maintained by municipal corporation once they've been handed over. But that handing over is not complete as yet. So there is still some issues on who will maintain the files, whether it is the revenue office or whether it should be the corporation office. So a lot of that on ground needs some sort of clarification on how this will process. In fact, there is a High Court judgment in J.R. Chawla which very clearly delved into these issues, and they said that there are inconsistencies between municipal corporation, DDA, in Panchayati Raj Act, and even in LDRA. And they said that, and DLR, and they said ultimately it's Municipal Corporation Act being of 57 or last in order will supersede all of these, and therefore you must follow the MCD Act. But on ground, implementation is not complete.
Still not happening. Correct.
And that's really sensitization of the whole system. So that's just background in terms of the DLR Act and stuff. Now, coming to the LDRA and the revised development plan that we now have, it's a very welcome step. I think it brings a lot of points of this nature to the forefront. They are proposing to have a single window clearance. They are saying DDA will take over. But, maybe subsequently once everybody's had a chance, and this can be a more interactive session, I would like to get into some of the aspects that they have proposed in the policy, and then we can get into each of those and see, how everybody feels about it. Because frankly, like I think Mr. Sharma had also mentioned, the devil is in the detail.
When you set the context of niche,
sure. I mean, I'll be happy to take it forward.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is better late than never. In 2007, in fact, they'd come and said that no more farmhouses, we will not allow. Then 2013 LDRA never got implemented. Now, finally, we have a policy, and therefore you see the urgency that it should be implemented irrespective. What I'll do is I'll also talk about the positives and maybe what detailing is further required. I will not criticize the act, but I think it's always more detailed framework and some learnings from, say, Gurgaon and other places that we've seen, right? So the GDA very clearly says that it replaces the whole LDRA, LDRP, and the Greenbelt policy. So this is now an integrated framework. We need to see how integrated this will also be with the entire master plan development. For example, if there is an L zone development plan that's being created, how this is being dovetailed along with that, because a lot of infrastructure queries that are coming up. And this was always a constant point from everybody in terms of how it will be integrated. Because let's not look at this just in isolation, which I think Madam from DDA mentioned that they will dovetail it into the 2041 master planning, but it's thought about it better now as opposed to leaving it for later. So therefore, I think that's important. Earlier, there were obviously only 3 permissions. Now they are saying that they are allowing multiple activities to carry out. We've seen this even in Gurgaon context. When you talk about a cyber city, what is a cyber city? So I think they need to come out with developments. Is cyber city corporate offices? They came out with a full policy on what is industrial, what is cyber policy, what is IT/ITES, what uses are permitted in those IT/ITES, so that when someone's making application, they're very clear on what development can be carried out. While you mentioned Griha, but you should also specify what exactly is the nature, whether corporate offices can be done or not. Similarly, R&D centers. So some of these detailing need to, again, I think it was also mentioned in the earlier panel that density regulations, okay, will every plot be allowed, whether it will be on first come first serve basis, whether you will need to display some sort of past experience in having development, what will be the criteria for you to grant those permissions?
first you run a school. If you are fed up, then you run a warehouse in that, and then you convert it into a residential area. So it's all permitted. That is what policy is saying. Right?
Yeah, but
would you like to take on that? No, that's important observation Pradeep has made.
What is the circle rate of these lands? These are urban land, and if I am using it for a club, so what is the circle rate of this land?
So more than that, I'll tell you, and this is a practical issue that we face. It again boils down to what is the nature of this land. Is this converted land? Yes. Is it agricultural land? Because I'll tell you, from a foreign development, from FDI perspective, FEMA perspective, any private equity who would want to invest cannot invest in agricultural land. So is that reclassification?
It's not agriculture anymore. It's urban land. How is it agriculture anymore?
No, but okay. So
once it become urbanized. No, sir.
So
sorry.
So I'll tell you.
Whether they call it urban, but in the revenue records,
No, there's no revenue anymore. No, please understand.
No.
There is it's a master plan.
You're right. I'll explain. You know what I mean.
What is the land use of this so-called 600 square meter plot where I'm doing the burial ground? What is the land use of that plot? Is it a residential plot?
No.
Is it a commercial plot?
No.
Is it an institutional plot?
You can call it a utility plots.
No.
Circle.
So my point is,
I think let us flow with the flow. It's getting a little interesting.
No.
Unlike the last session where everybody was dropping dead, and before Pasrit Saab came in, last session was a washout, sir. Everybody got confused. First two session का जो मजा था, वो सबका हवा निकल गया उसके अंदर अब जरा. बस बताते हैं आपको तभी बेचारे आधे लोग भाग गए छोड़ दिया कमरे यहाँ से. And he's a victim culprit, he started Pradeep ने सारी tempo शुरू किया था. Anyway, please start. I think Govind is also waiting for his chance somewhere over there.
Sure. So maybe, I'll just finish this and then I can come back to other. So I think he's right. So you're right in that some of the land will stand converted to urban. It will not be agricultural, but there is still a gap. So if you look at the notification of villages that have been urbanized, and if you look at the list of green belt area, not all green belt villages have been urbanized. So to your point, yes, to the extent they've been urbanized, one can take a view that they are urban. They're not agricultural anymore. But for
in the current standing, not all the villages of the green belt are urbanized. You're right. In the current master plan, because the next master plan has not come yet, right now they still have the land use as green belt, as agricultural land, as water bodies, and as LDRA, where LDRP is allowed. So the point is that this will take a while. The notification will happen because we are allowing these activities. They have to be urbanized for them to be able to come in these areas. And that will happen in due course, as to how it happened with LDRA as well. Once these villages got notified before land pooling. So the current state is this. And as far as these activities are concerned, in the next master plan, these will be overlaid. They will be an overlay layer indicating that this is the area where such kind of grade uses can happen, and the spatial policy that allows it will be the GDA policy. So this will be integrated into the master plan such that there will not be any cross this thing out there once it's out there.
Yeah. So I think the request is practically, if you want to attract capital today, we would need that clarity. So I mean, it's good to know that it will be included, but sooner the better.
A lot of it is already there, especially when he talks about Zone J and all this. There is already an existing ZDP, and that is undergoing the notification. So that is there. Okay. And with the policy getting notified, this will be the permitted activities that will be allowed. Then there is no scope of.
Why did you change the road as the residential plot to farmers again?
No, but see, you have to understand that earlier, because it was residential plot, it was being very restrictive. You are allowing only a certain kind of residential this thing into these greenbelt areas. Whereas when we look at greenbelt and when we see how it contributes to Delhi, it has to offer economic value, but not at the cost of ecology, and also not in reference to built up area. So we are looking at providing economic interest to a larger set of people. When we were talking about Google or Apple coming in, there is a certain economic interest associated in these areas, which will allow that. But at the same time, you'll ensure that there's a certain amount of green that is there in the area. The reason for, again, just 2-3 points to just clarify.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we can jump to Govind on his views as well on this.
Yeah. As I said, this is the first question is free for all. You can say whatever you feel like. So there's no context to what you need to speak. It's just that it should be in the context of the Green Development Area Policy and clarifying the legal framework around it. There are many people here who don't understand the legal issues. Help us to decipher it and help us to understand how it is the best thing and how, in case there's a legal issue, how can we handle it?
Yeah, first of all, I thank to Avnish for getting a very factual and brief background of the DDA and then the present policy. So primary one question outing again this discussion is that what would be the circle rate? So my suggestion towards it, this need to be integrated in this policy, that is once as restricted right now, like 23 villages has been notified under the Green Development Policy. So the DDA now is taking over all these villages. So they should come up with, as they have done with other municipal areas, they have graded the areas in grade A, grade B, grade C, and circle rate has been decided. So there should be a clear-cut mandate and narration of this in the present policy. This need to be incorporated, that there has to be a specific grading of the area to understand and lever the circle rate of the policy for further transactions. As in last, the first question posed by one gentleman, Mr. Purveen, if I'm not wrong.
Mr. Pradeep Sharma.
Pradeep Sharma, yes. So that's a very relevant point. So if tomorrow I build a farmhouse and I want to sell it, or I want to purchase a certain kind of activity, then why should I struggle in between two things? Like there is no clarity over the circle rate, there's no clarity about the character of a land. So in my opinion, this need to be practically incorporated in this policy for its successful implementation.
So,
sorry.
Yeah, Anji, please.
Sorry.
Mr. Sekhri would like to add something. Mr. Bhupinder Sekhri.
I tell you, in the policy, they have 1.81. So I will read 181, which already have written my clarifications. 8.1 said, landowners shall be required to pay EDC and any other applicable charges for development for zonal roads and trunk roads, and shall be suitably linked to grade of development. So I have asked them a question which I have sent you also. Request disclosure of EDC and other charges along with policy. So it clears everything. Now, as my fellow colleague has explained to you, in Delhi there is another problem. There is a Punjab Act lands also. And mostly in our area, the lands are Punjab Act. In fact, Punjab Act, this section 80 does not apply.
Yeah.
But it was a shop of Revenue Department to misguide us, to charge money, and there was a scandal going on. First, Patwari will come, he'll ask for some money, otherwise 80 लगा देगा. 80 की definition क्या है जी? आपकी boundary wall is allowed 4 feet. Section 80. फिर आप अपील करेंगे, SDM उसको क्लियर कर देगा, 5 लाख रुपया ले लेगा. I'm talking openly now. Then their advocate will file an appeal to the DM. आप DM साहब को जाओगे, सेवा करोगे, क्लियर कर देंगे. Then again their advocate file to revenue. Financial commission, sorry. So this is going on. First of all, before the implementation of policy, we should tell DDA कि आप LG साहब को बोल के अब these villages are urbanized. इसके ऊपर आप सबसे पहले जो ये प्रॉब्लम्स जो पुरानी थी आप बेशक चेक करके उसको खत्म करो. So only then any plan will be sanctioned. You make a policy, you go to corporation, they will send to revenue. They say, "ये तो ग्राम सभा में वेस्ट हो चुकी है land." It will not move further. So first of all, that we should ask. The next question I ask them, conversion charges. See, as per my feeling, that's why I asked for clarification. Same in green development area, they have allowed facility corridors. You know, facility corridors, what rate they have decided? 38,000 rupees per square meter they are asking. Plus 2,000 rupees per square meter for EDC. So that comes to about 17 crore rupees per acre for your land conversion charges. So that's why they are giving you their 125 FAR, but here they are giving you only 60 or 30 or 20 FAR. So I think, but we ask for clarifications. Secondly, the worst thing what I feel and feel ashamed of, I don't say that Haryana is different or Gurgaon is different. We are all Indians. We are part of India. Today, that stage has come. I think in every session, everybody quoting Gurgaon. But what is lacking in Delhi? It's only because of policies.
Should I tell you what is lacking in Delhi? Gurgaon का एक बाप है, एक माँ है. गुड़गांव का एक चीफ मिनिस्टर है.
मैंने यही बोला.
चीफ मिनिस्टर सब कुछ काम करता है. यहाँ दिल्ली में चीफ मिनिस्टर भी नहीं है.
मैंने सुबह ये बोला.
काम के लिए हमें प्राइम मिनिस्टर के पास जाना पड़ता है.
ये सुबह ही मैंने ये चीज बोली कि नंबर एक. दूसरा दिस.
Because the land does not come.
You're right, sir. You're right. No, I
see, Pradeep ji, second worst problem is Delhi. I have written one letter to the Honorable VC also, कि you are always conservating in giving FAR. First you gave us 1.5 story in Delhi, then they say अब आप 2.5 बना लो, हाँ? फिर आपने बोला जी 3 बना लो, अब जी अब 4 बना लो, स्टिल्ट बना लो. क्या? Can you? Is it possible to break your house and then you make 3 story? It's a national wastage. अभी भी देखो उन्होंने आपकी क्या किया, वो प्राइवेट लैंड पॉलिसी में 200 FAR बोला, अब देने वक्त 700 दे रहे हैं. अच्छा, लैंड पूलिंग में
DLR when you are talking that is a state subject. The DDA policy is coming from center. So when center will meet DLR Act or state government, that is why I am asking you again and again, what is the circle rate? Because circle rate will be decided by the state government.
Sir, another.
Once they get to know that you are doing a cyber pass there, they will say, okay, B category into 3. Circle rate आ जाएगा, आप sanction करा के बना के दिखा दो.
Sir, another problem.
Sanction नहीं कराएगा.
और क्या? अपने आप बनाओ. Secondly, I tell you one thing more very peculiar in Delhi, which many people don't know, and I'm going to put it in the site also. In our 13 South Delhi villages, acquisition happened in 80. 85 was Section 6 was imposed in 85. 87 they were doing paper kabza karwai. 88 the High Court order came. This acquisition is quashed. 89 your Joint Secretary, Land and Building Department, Geeta Sagar wrote a letter that land has been denotified. Anybody who has given plot should return it. And anybody who has taken compensation also should return it by paying 12% interest. And this confusion started, things were going on. Later in 2000, some confusion came. Some of our Honorable Supreme Court judge said, no, that was in persona, not in RAM. Problem started.
Yeah.
Again,
so again, their view was, you're right, that only people who were filed.
Give me 2 minutes. Again, the law came, Acquisition Act. We people all went to court. Our lands have been denotified by High Court, by Supreme Court. Then our Arun Mishra ji came, Honorable Justice साहब, उन्होंने एक ऑर्डर दे दिया. Luckily, इन गांव वालों की किस्मत अच्छी थी या उनका कुछ था, उन्होंने भी ऑर्डर किया था. उसमें there are 2 points. One is if you have not taken even paper possession and you have not paid compensation, land is denotified. Second main point was in any village, if you have not paid compensation to majority of the villagers, pay as per new act. We made a representation from Ansal, DLF कि भाई ये 2 चीजें हैं, जिसका आपने पेपर पोजेशन में नहीं लिया, कंपनसेशन में नहीं दिया, वो जगह डीनोटिफाई कर दो. दूसरा, अगर आपने लेनी है जगह तो एज पर न्यू एक्ट ले लो. This thing is going on since 2 years. Finally, LG Sahab issued an order, 14th August, that you make a committee with the Chief Secretary Delhi and inform us the status of 13 villages. Minutes of that meeting, they have given 1 week. Minutes of that meeting was drafted on 10th of September. The time was 1 week for report. At least report also has come. Now he's lying with the VC Sahab and other people. Nobody wants to take decision.
That's very interesting to know, Sikri Sahab, that
That's why we have the legal heads around us. So that हम कह रहे हैं हम अपना काम तो कर सकते हैं मगर ये सरकारी जो है और legal है. So I will take it back to you, Avnish, and Govind. Please help us to lay out a, let's say, roadmap which doesn't confuse most of us sitting here and says if you go one way, 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll be able to reach your target. I think that's what the whole point is. We get derailed in the process.
We should ask for these clarifications. I have given my objections. I asked for clarification also. So we should ask for clarification. A lot of things can be clear with that. And then these are the things which I don't know.
So coming back to the policy, right? I think, so again, it has the heart in the right place. But on detailing again, they say that group of people can come together and apply for the scheme. Now, what will be the document that they will execute? Will it be a collaboration agreement? Will it be a joint venture agreement? What nature will be acceptable to the authorities? Again, I mean, I'm again going back to Haryana not because of anything else, but because these are tried and tested. Like we look to the West to get the best practices. It's just one of those sort of exercise. So here again, the idea should be, they have specifically mentioned that you will execute a joint development agreement, pay stamp duty, register it and bring it to us, and we will thereafter allow for this to happen. Now here they say group of people can combine together and apply. I'm not sure legally what will be that document. Our Stamp Act in Delhi does not talk about development agreements. It only talks about lease and it talks about sale agreement. What will be the nature of this agreement is not clear. Or what will be acceptable to DDA as a single window clearance needs to be clarified for people to then start collaborating. Otherwise, how will land be aggregated by people? And when you talk about clusters has not been defined. Will it be landowners? Will they subsequently then be permitted to transfer, subdivide? They say that subdivision can happen, but a subdivision again will have issues. When assuming a license or a scheme is passed in name of 3 people, can one person then subdivide, or you need signatures of all 3? These are practical issues that come when things like this happen. Similarly, a mix of land use. They say you can have a mix. Now, it's not been determined what will that mix be. I think you mentioned, you clarified that it will depend on the person who's applying. But again, are there any contours? Because you see, when anybody wants to start applying, these are the questions they have. They will go to the architect, they'll go to the lawyer, they'll go to everybody on, listen, I have a 20-acre parcel. How can I subdivide? Will it be, first you make an application and then the authorities will tell you, but why can't we have those guidelines upfront?
So the GDA scheme under which any of these applications will be made will have a series of these, what you mentioned. Also in terms of how it's happened in the land pooling also, where there was a developer entity or a consortium formed, and it will be a similar case what's happening in TOD also. Even in GDA, where a group of landowners want to have that integrated parcel and come under a scheme, will have to undergo the consortium process, wherein the stamp duty, and these are actually going to be a part of the regularization, the document along with it, regulations document, which will then further define the process as to how this entire thing will be executed. The GDA scheme will also it will be also where the landowner has to give details about how much percentage is going for mandatory wooded area, what is that area, the access road that is being talked about, and where the mixing is happening or to what extent the mixing is happening.
Okay, great. That's good to know. I think so. We'll have to.
So one point I would like to make here, as ma'am has mentioned, land pooling policy. The consortium concept has also been narrated in the land pooling policy, and lately, while drafting the consortium agreement, there has been so much inputs and difficulties from the stakeholders that lately DDA come up with a draft or a model consortium agreement, which was again sent for observations and inputs, but till that same has not been finalized. So DDA need to, as Avnish has already pointed out, DDA need to come up with this concrete set of document, what they want, because these is the same shortcoming that has been faced while implementing a land pooling policy. Then it seems that DDA is committing a same mistake again with this green development policy. This need to be addressed properly. See,
fair enough, Govind. So maybe I'll ask a question to Mr. Pasrich. He is a veteran in the business development, ownership, managing associations. So therefore, he has seen all kind of legal issues from point A to point Z. I request you now to be, entertaining us and highlighting to us what would his wish list be from a legal standpoint, that in case we go this route, we'll be able to reach our objective. I think we are only trying to see a path, sir, that if we start from this point to that point, follow all the right, touch point, we'll be able to reach our destiny.
Hi, is this working? Hi. Good afternoon. Sorry I was late. I was only asked this morning to speak, and it's a privilege to be here again. I'm also asked to speak because I happen to be a lawyer who's done a lot of this land work. Various developers and foreign companies also coming into India, very interested, but they know the restrictions for them. As far as the farmhouses are concerned, I mean, I see this policy being implemented through the DDA Act, and you will still have to declare a development area, which until then, this nonsense of the Delhi Land Reforms Act will continue. I call it nonsense because the Patwari and all this tamasha, it's such a joke. It has to be overcome. There's a notification declaring us urban, but nobody knows the effect of the notification until you hit development area. Once it's declared a development area, then even the Patwari can't walk in. But until then, he comes and checks my crops out. This is bizarre, but it's true. Okay, so let's put that behind us and let's carry on paying the Patwari, which is what I've heard today. Huh? I didn't pay them. I've never paid a Patwari. That's a fact. But the fact is, one of your speakers was here today, has actually caught a Patwari range haath. And I don't know if you know what range haath means, but he has used notes marked with red ink, which the Patwari has taken and has been caught and has been arrested for corruption. And I'd urge you all to move on down that path. Sekri Saab, all that you've said and so many things, I think we have to start moving as a community in the direction of taking up more legal reforms, which means attack, and attack again and again when they ask you for money, because we are not all guilty. And just to go from one step to another and pay 5 lakhs here and 5 lakhs there, it may sound small, and it is much smaller than the lawyers charge. I'm sorry to say, lawyers charge too much. Senior counsel charge much too much. So 5 lakhs is a lot cheaper. Find a cheaper lawyer, try your luck with the courts, but stop paying. Everybody will stop paying if we all stop paying. I'm sorry, that message has to go across. It has to go across to the developers.
No, I think it's an important point which you're making on the platform NAREDCO. We understand and we support the cause actually.
And the second part of it is also, I mean, I said something a little nasty, and not this morning, but yesterday's session. I said that Germany has picked themselves up from the rubble of a destroyed, decimated nation in 1945 to what it is today. We had 330 million people. We have built a population without building a nation. And we're very proud of ourselves. So if we don't abide by the law and follow it in that direction, it's not going to get us anywhere. We're a country of law more than we are a country of order. In China, you have order. In India, you have law. We need to have both. You can't have both until you decide to follow these policies and say, all right, implement that policy. For the DDA, from my point of view, you ask what's the wish list? The wish list is declare the development area sooner rather than later. Declare the zonal plans and don't sit on them for the next, 300 years. I mean, at least 300 months is your normal standard. They talk about 2041. I don't know why. Do you know where 41 is? Do you know where we are? 2041 is 20 years away. At least let's do it in 5 years. And I don't know why we've got 20-year plans that are out there for so long. When we looked at them, and I've grown up through these plans now, we are looking at the future for reasons that, we keep thinking by then it'll happen. It won't unless we do it today. You talked about the circle rate. I personally think the circle rate is irrelevant. I've litigated it. I've fought against it in the High Court. I've gone up to the Supreme Court and I've argued the matter. The circle rate issue, as far as we are concerned, is only a form of benchmark. It has to apply per area. It has to be notified. It's a function of the government. And if they're just out to make money out of it, we can see how much we've reached. That's my wife. She can always find wherever I am. Whenever I move locations, my phone rings. And so that's how it works. It's automatic. So anyway, so the long and the short is, I think the sooner the better. The empowered people, and there, I was told something greatly good today. I said, there's these people in the DDA who are honest. Everybody looked up and said, wonderful. It's so nice to see that, especially the younger form. Younger means less than 50 now that I've crossed that. So you can turn around and say, if they want to implement it, please let them. You don't have to get the Prime Minister's stamp and Mr. Kejriwal's stamp on everything. Put it forward with some courage and say, let's do it. That's my message to the government. Thank you.
I'll take 1 minute. I'll ask one clarification from you. I would like that indigenous species you have written for, that should be specified. Otherwise, there will be again a confusion. Kindly confirm that whether renewable energy will be calculated on the basis of sanction load or minimum demand indicator. Then third, I have is request disclosure of EDC and other charges along with the policy. Conversion charges not to be applied and additional FAR charges should be disclosed. So these 4 or 5 clarifications are there. So I would like that if you...
There's one contradiction, by the way, in the policy. It says for existing farmhouses, and if they are existing on the date the policy is notified, I'm afraid that's in violation of Section 14 of the DDA Act. It has to be on the date when the zonal plan and the development area is notified. You can't have a policy notification that even matters. It's not legal because the DDA Act, the Head Act, doesn't provide for that. The proviso under 14 gives us protection of activities, and I've used this for sealing, until the development plan is notified. So you cannot, it's absolutely illegal to say on the day this policy is notified. The policy is irrelevant. It is the development area notification.
So my question to you would be that let us say there's a farmhouse which is illegally built today. So you mean it is now getting covered as it will get legalized?
Let's answer that. An illegal construction is not legalized by a master plan. If they have a provision to legalize it, then your question is answered. Existing farmhouses that are against the law or whatever, by paying so much will become legal, subject to architect certificate, setback, and they'll have to demolish something that is outside. Subject to those norms that are set up, those can be legalized. Today they are illegal. And if the policy, I'm afraid, is irrelevant. It has to happen with a development plan. Otherwise, somebody will challenge it.
In Delhi, not even a single square inch of land or a house is legal.
चलिए,
Not even government office.
That's a good one, Sikri साहब. भूपेंद्र भाई, आपकी तरफ से क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में?
ये प्रबुद्ध हमारे जो लीगल मास्टर्स हमारे साथ बैठे हुए हैं,
जमीन से जुड़े आदमी, हम आप जमीन के बारे में बताओ हमारे को तो आप, क्योंकि चक्कर क्या है कि जमीन ठीक आ जाएगी तो लोग कुछ कर भी लेंगे, वो जमीन में फंस जाते हैं लेने के बाद, वहीं से नहीं निकल पाते 10-10 साल तक फिर।
जमीन में जो टेक्निकल इश्यूज हैं जो अभी तक एग्रीकल्चर लैंड पर 81-33 की वायलेशन और ये सारी चीजें लगती थी, अब वो
मैं आपसे स्पेशल क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ। जैसे आज मैंने जमीन खरीदी किसी अर्बन विलेज के अंदर
जी,
अब मुझसे कोई कह रहा है जी उसकी तो म्यूटेशन ही नहीं चढ़ेगी आपके रिकॉर्ड्स के अंदर, तो मेरे पास सेल डीड रह गई है, वही मेरा ट्रू रिकॉर्ड है, या फिर मेरे को म्यूटेशन भी करानी है?
जी जी,
म्यूटेशन तो हो नहीं पा रही, वो कह रहे थे अभी अर्बन हो गया है।
जी जी, अब
इसमें तो उसके लिए वो कह रहे थे आपको कोई छतरपुर साइड में एनओसी नहीं दी जा रही है, जबकि जहाँ पे अपना छावला साइड में एनओसी दी जा रही है। तो ये एक ही शहर में एक तरफ कुछ काम हो रहा है, एक तरफ कुछ काम हो रहा है।
जी, समझ गया मैं आपकी बात को। अभी काफी सारे गांव ऐसे 32 से 33 गांव ऐसे बचे हैं जो अर्बन नहीं हुए हैं, उन गांव के एनओसी मोटेशन सारी चीजें हो रही हैं।
नहीं, जहाँ पे अर्बनाइज है छतरपुर साइड में, वहां पर भी क्या नाम है म्यूटेशन, सॉरी एनओसी नहीं लिया जा रहा, कह रहे कर लो जरा इस हिसाब से। अब कैसे करें इसको, बिना एनओसी के और बिना म्यूटेशन के ठीक है जो हो रहा है ये?
नहीं, एनओसी के साथ तो ठीक है। अभी जैसे डीडीए से मुलाकात हुई थी, वीसी साहब से जो बात हुई, उन्होंने अभी ताजे ऑर्डर पास कर रहे हैं फाइल बन चुकी है कि जब तक हम इसको अपने अंडर में पूरी तरह से नहीं ले लेते हैं तब तक के लिए आप रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट ही इसको मोटेशन करेगा, और एनओसी सिर्फ अब 81 की और 33 की एनओसी नहीं दी जा रही, बाकी और चीजों की एक्विजिशन में एलएसी डिपार्टमेंट है वो सारी एनओसी तो दी जाएंगी। ऐसा नहीं है कि उनकी एनओसी नहीं दी जाएंगी,
नहीं दे रहे।
अगर नहीं दे रहे हैं तो वो उसको चेक करना पड़ेगा क्या रीजन।
सर आपके साइड में नहीं दे रहे हैं, पर आप जब कापेसाड़ा साइड जाएंगे तो वहाँ पे एनओसी लेनी पड़ेगी।
पर्टिकुलर मैंने तो लिखवा के ले लिया है कि हम म्यूटेशन नहीं कर रहे हैं, पेमेंट टू कॉर्पोरेशन, वो नहीं म्यूटेशन कर रहे, तुम करो।
नहीं, मोटेशन की बात अलग है सर, एनओसी की आप बात कर रहे हैं, कौन से कहाँ की एनओसी नहीं दी जा रही, किस लिए, कौन से पार्ट की नहीं, क्या कह के रोका जा रहा है
भाई? अभी मैं एक एडवाइस करना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज देयर आर ऑल फार्म हाउस ओनर्स मे बी लिसनिंग टू आवर टॉक virtually. Now another problem is going to come, which I anticipate. I can be wrong. I wish I should be wrong. Now house tax people, what they are doing, they are putting heavy charges on the vacant land. Vacant land charges. And these some of the cases we have won also in the tribunal, house tax tribunal. But that order also says कि अगर आप उस पे एग्रीकल्चर कर रहे थे तो नहीं लगेगा. And department has gone to High Court. And lot of cases are pending there. Now, if I have got any vacant land, either I show them by vegetables are grown there, or flowers are grown there, or some crop, maybe wheat or bajra or something, and I take pictures and keep a record. Otherwise, they are putting a huge 20 लाख, 25 लाख, 50 लाख के नोटिस लोगों को आ रहे हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू द साइज ऑफ द फार्म कि आपके वे, और हालांकि उनके ट्रिब्यूनल ने ऑर्डर किया है, सम डीसी हैज पास्ड अ क्रेजी ऑर्डर, ही हैज रिटन वेरी नास्टी वर्ड्स फॉर द डीसी, बट इट इज डन, वंस इज डन इज डन. So that another problem we are facing.
Can I just, I've got an order in my favor on that. I argued it myself in 2015 or 16 from the tribunal, and it went back to the MCD. No. And they passed another idiotic order. I'm sorry to say, because now we've decided to appeal that. My father was the owner at that time, and my father died, and the property came to me. So we've gone to the High Court, we're going back to the tribunal to show them total disobedience. They did not appeal the order. They disobeyed it flagrantly. And this is the state of the MCD. So now we
That's why we were telling we have to choose one, either DD or MCD.
But a younger friend of mine sitting right in the corner. So
here, what else you have asked, that what would be the steps for implementation of the policy. So I was going through this policy, and what I found is that object is very clear in this policy, that what we wanted, and but the missing point is, as we were discussing discussing the how to reach that path, how to reach that object and meet that. And we discussed that there are so many challenges, like EDC, IDC are not clear, the circle rate is not clear, then how to calculate the renewable energy charges. These all are some revenue things which are directly being concerned about any development of the land. So first and foremost thing is, with respect to each of the clause which I was going through, there is a requirement of deliberation and to codify and explain that how that is to be achieved, and what would be the time frame that by which this is to be done. And any implementation is based upon codification of the law, and unless the law is codified, it is very difficult to implement which is not written, and administration would even find it very difficult to implement it. So this is the first and foremost thing which is required for implementation. And if on other side, if government wishes to implement anything, this could be done in a very short span of time if government wishes, and for that it is not required.
So will you be able to, between today and tomorrow, give Mr. Bazad a kind of a written single piece of paper which we will submit to DDA, that this is what you need to take care of while this policy gets implemented?
We would be privileged to.
But that's all, please just help us do it. Thank you.
I will take care of that.
So
Avnish, coming back to you now. You do.
So one more thing,
Hanji.
just as Avnish mentioned about the foreign investments in this development land. So as he mentioned that in agriculture land, it can't be done. So he is correct there. But as mentioned that once it is urbanized, but here we have to look at if it is urbanized, whether still that be a farmhouse land. So if it is a farmhouse land, then again, there are restrictions and prohibitions on the foreign exchange laws to invest there. But again, for other facilities which are provided under grade A, B, 1, 2, and 3. So in those, the facilities like amusement parks and like other cold storages, there the foreign investments are allowed. So that again, as a policy matter, it is to be looked into that in what areas and how the foreign investments would be done for development of the entire green belt region.
That's an interesting point, actually.
No, he's right. Sorry.
A policy like this, what comes first? A policy like this or declaration of development area?
So I think along with this should come the declaration of the development area. Otherwise,
Before such a policy declaration of development area should come. Your thoughts? It's after. Always after.
ये जो ग्रीन बेल्ट के गांव बचे हैं बच्चे जीडीए इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए क्या उनको भी अर्बन डिक्लेयर करना कंपल्सरी है?
प्रोसेस में है, नेसेसिटी की बात इसलिए है कि तब डीडीए कुछ कर नहीं पाएगा वहाँ पे। अगर वो डिक्लेयर ही ना हो तो ये पॉलिसी ही इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पाएगी सही तरीके से, वो पैचेस में इम्प्लीमेंट होगी और पूरे एरिया का होलिस्टिक प्लान नहीं बन पाएगा।
तो रिमेनिंग
विलेजेस अगर डिक्लेयर हो भी जाते हैं, वहाँ पे एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस कंटिन्यू होगा और जीडीए का पर्पू एक्सक्लूजन में आप देखेंगे वो लाडोरा एरियाज वगैरह उसमें नहीं काम होंगे। तो ये जो भी ग्रेडेड सिस्टम आएगा वो आपकी एप्लीकेबिलिटी सिर्फ उन एरियाज में होगी जो कि अर्बन एरिया है और वो इन एक्सक्लूजन्स का पार्ट नहीं है।
जो रिमेनिंग है वे अर्बन भी डिक्लेयर होंगे और डेवलपमेंट एरिया भी।
अगर अर्बन होंगे डेवलपमेंट एरिया में उनको सर्टेन रिक्वायरमेंट्स जो हैं, जैसे अगर ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग लाडोरा एरिया है तो वो जीडीएफ स्कीम के अंदर नहीं आएगा।
नहीं वो उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं एग्रीकल्चर लैंड की बात कर रहा हूँ। जैसे कि लैंड पूलिंग के विलेजेस पहले डीडीए ने अर्बन नोटिफाई किए, फिर डेवलपमेंट एरिया नोटिफाई किया, उसके बाद अभी डीडीए ही प्लान सैंक्शन करेगा। जो ग्रीन बेल्ट के विलेजेस है, क्या डीडीए उनको अर्बन नोटिफाई करके डेवलपमेंट एरिया नोटिफाई करके डीडी
अभी डेवलपमेंट एरिया नहीं नोटिफाई करेगा। जीडीए के केस में उसको ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट एरिया कहा जा रहा है, जिसमें जो 3 ग्रेड्स हैं उसके अंदर आप अलाउ कर सकते हैं, जिसमें ग्रेड 1 में एग्रीकल्चर अलाउड है,
नहीं वो तो
जो कि लैंड पूलिंग के केस में नहीं है।
ठीक है।
So, is the question answered or why are they taking so long to declare? And the usual.
Oh, she's NIUA, so she can answer you NIUA.
She might know.
Well, no. Their boundaries are very clear, sir. Though they're next door neighbors, but they don't infringe into each other's areas, actually.
I'm tempting to believe that this 5,000 or 10,000 acres of land will be developed in a development area after declaring development area without acquiring any land. Without acquisition of any land, do you think that this kind of a thing is possible?
The process of acquisition follows the declaration.
So
what happens is that the notification declares an area. Let's say defense colony for your easy understanding. Defense colony used to be called colloquially, okay, and it was all fields. And similarly, South X in the 50s. They declared that development area. Then some parts of it are acquired by DDA for infrastructure, roads, facilities, development. Correct me if I'm wrong. And after that is done, the land acquisition proceeds, on the site. And unfortunately, it's under the new act, so it's going to take more time.
Why?
Sorry?
Why?
Why mean?
Why can't DDA say that, okay, after we are going to acquire all these lands?
No, I just
for the road and
because everything is not to be acquired. It's what they need for schools, hospitals, not hospitals, mostly police station,
roads,
post offices.
Roads
is the big one.
In this
See,
case,
the road
is not being transferred to.
I'm just explaining. The roads are not highways, so they don't fall in the highways act. So they get acquired under the normal rule of the 2013 Act. And that is currently taking a lot of time. There's a social impact assessment. My question.
While we were discussing LDRP, we were saying that these roads will be transferred to LCD. But if you are declaring it as development area, then who will take the ownership of the road?
So the master plan road, even it's written in the policy, the master plan road will be no, internal roads will not be the mandate of the master plan, because see, the thing is that master plan is.
एक बार कंटिन्यू करने दीजिए आप.
Here, I'll give an example here. We have done a project in, Jaroda Kala, 40 acres of land. It sits on a zonal plan road, and the road width said there is 30 meters, and the current road width is maybe 3 karams or 3 gattas, as you call it. We got the layout approved, and we got one of the let's say site plan approved for the farmhouse in the earlier policy, and we have left the road width widening in front of us. Internal, we have planned the project with erstwhile a 15-meter road, 1.5. And now going by this policy, we are looking to reduce it to 9 meters for that matter. So I satisfy my condition that its internal road is 9 meters of a cluster development, and I'm accessing through a road which is 12-meter right of way or more than that. Okay. So that is my internal road. And that internal road is as per the cluster approval process. Either I will hand over to the approving agency if MCD says, or it can be my internal private road on which I will maintain all infrastructure and services connected to the master services laid onto the zonal road as and when they're laying it out actually. So this is the simple thing. Unless, something else comes up, I think that would be the internal roads which we all have to build internally.
I believe here there must be some advisory layout plans.
Layout plans is, 1 acre with a road in center, 9-meter road right away. The only question that remains to be answered is the 9-meter. If I leave, like people have done in erstwhile locations, by leaving my half here and my half there, as per the earlier LDRA policy, will I get FAR benefit on top of that or not? So that's the only question we left to be answered actually. Otherwise, it's a simple layout like we do in Haryana, as he rightly said some time back. Deen Dayal, we're also doing a project in Sonipat, so it doesn't really matter. It's a simple process. Leave a 9-meter road, get it approved, and over and done with.
विशाखा जी कुछ बोल रहे थे मास्टर प्लान रोड्स के बारे में.
बस यही बता रही थी कि मास्टर प्लान रोड्स में क्योंकि लैंड एक्वायर होना है तो पूलिंग प्रोसेस होगा जो डीडीए करेगी, और उन लैंड का FAR they'll be able to manage on the site. जितना जा रहा है मास्टर प्लान रोड में, अगर मास्टर प्लान रोड उस समय प्लान होता है उसका बेनिफिट लैंड ओनर्स को मिलेगा. वेयर जो प्राइवेट जो फार्म हाउसेस के लिए अगर लैंड बनाना है, 9 मीटर का रोड बनाना है, उस केस में कोई एक्वायरिंग नहीं हो रहा है तो डीडीए इन्वॉल्व नहीं है, वो लैंड ओनर्स को ही बनाना पड़ेगा.
लैंड ओनर्स ही बनाएंगे उसको, और लैंड ओनर्स बनाने के बाद उस क्लस्टर को जिसकी लैंड जाएगी उसके अंदर जितना पार्ट जाएगा एकड़ में से, वो एकड़ का उसको FAR का बेनिफिट दिया जाएगा. नहीं मिलेगा जो
एज पर पॉलिसी अभी उसको उसका बेनिफिट नहीं मिल रहा है, क्योंकि नए वाले केसेस में उसमें ऑलरेडी मेंशन है कि आपको 12 मीटर रोड लाना है वहां पे, तो नए में तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता. जो रेगुलराइजेशन प्रोसेस है उसके लिए ऑलरेडी कुछ रिलैक्सेशन दिया गया है. जो एग्जिस्टिंग फार्म हाउसेज है उनको 12 मीटर नहीं करना है, तो उस केस में इट कंटिन्यूज द वे इट इज. तो FAR एडिशनल कहीं पे भी मिलने का स्कोप नहीं है.
I think the question which is being raised to you is, and which I can hear because I understand what everybody is saying, is there a benchmark which you have followed to make this policy and submit to DDA? For example, this is not a complicated process at all. Wherever there is a policy like this in Haryana, for example, it's a very simple 5-page policy. We'll forward it to you. There's hardly any issue there, zilch whatsoever. So take a benchmark approach, because it's very easy to say 12-meter road, 9-meter road. People are very clear. They say if you don't approve, we'll go the illegal way, like our friend there said some time back, So that I think the voice of the people is, we want to do it, but as my friend Avinash said some time back, and you used a very important word, what was that? Eligibility criteria. So whether it's 9-meter road, 12-meter road, doesn't really matter. You give us whatever FAR, it doesn't really matter. People will eventually build 600 meters, for example, with 5 FAR. I can assure you, there'll be a first 300 square feet of a house for the caretaker, which will become whatever it becomes over a period of time. So question is, benchmarking is important here. Delhi, unfortunately, has been seeing policies being built and proposed
without any benchmarking, right from Kanyakumari to, Srinagar, there is no benchmarking of daily policies.
No, I understand. In fact, we have noted Avinash's point in terms of the eligibility criteria.
No,
and
all I'm
not
requesting
looking
is
at
have some
terms of-
benchmarking around you. It will be easier for us to develop. Land pooling is failing here because you made it suddenly 500 acres, 300 acres, 70%. People today can build a 5 acres project as per the data enough. But if you say I need to build a 50-acre project, Kuldeep has been working with Purvankar as the CFO there. It's not easy anymore. It's impossible rather. So it's very easy to say big projects. Today, nobody can do it. 100 acres, 300 acres, only one gentleman, Ramesh Agarwal, has it. Nobody else has it. There will not be any further land assembly to that extent. So my request is, benchmarking is important. Somehow, we are missing that point in the process here. And that's the reason so much of deliberation is going on.
No, what to talk of Gurgaon, even in DDA's own LDRA policy, previously it was given that if you subdivide your plot, you will be given the FAR and the advantage of that in the policy. So why it is now
And
it is not there now?
still in force actually.
In fact,
subdivision of plots, it's not the problem. The problem is when the farmhouse does not have an access to the main road. Then in
No,
that
I'll
case,
tell you very honestly. See, I'm very multiple hats. For example, this peripheral business, 25%. Believe you me, I've never read anything of that kind in my entire professional career of 30 years. It doesn't just make sense. You have a road in front of you, 12-meter, period, baat khatam ho gaya. Secondly, most importantly, is a road is feeding what? Number of dwelling units, right? A 500 square plot is having 4 dwelling units right now. Nowhere in DDA or in MCD it says your road should be 9 meter, 12 or 15. They say the minimum road is 9 meters. That's it. Full stop. Even Southex has had 9-meter road only. Question is, if a farmhouse has an acre with one dwelling, 3 for the time being, even a 6-meter road is more than enough because everything is parked inside my farm, not outside on the main road. It's important. So the question is, we need to look at the practicality of the discussions. Then only a policy will be implemented on ground actually.
This was very wrong, as Mr. Gaurav says, like my farmhouse. It's on the main road, Chhatarpur Bandir Road. The road in the master plan is 60 meter. My farmhouse is a rectangular. It's 200 by 800 feet. So if I count the periphery, it becomes to 2000.
Right.
So 2000 means 25%. Even I will not qualify. So this is, I don't know.
stand on the perimeter point. That's
So this is, देखिए आप सुबह से हैं यहाँ पे. You are the lone person standing to represent the government or the quasi government. So we have a lot of sympathy for you. एक मिनट सर, Pradeep, one second.
I mean, normal colonization, it happens everywhere. Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Kerala, Honolulu. Go to any.
फिर तो मैं Honolulu पहुँच गया यार. Stay in India only यार.
Every community is living in a colony. It's not a rocket science. I mean, why are we wasting so much time with it?
Point is, help us to decipher the trouble or the puzzle as we call it. You've seen the keenness, you've seen the enthusiasm. Everybody is very, very excited about it. But we don't understand the logic behind some of the things. I think you know it better. Help us to represent that to the government in a very positive way. And I think we will have a very high quality city to live in. All of us want to improve the standards. We want to emulate what Sikri Saab has done, So maybe our 200 by 800 acres somewhere in the 6-meter road of the Garini Mansata, kya kare zara? So with that, I think I'll request, in case there is nothing left, maybe Bhupender Bhai can give us what we call a final, address to close the sessions. I thank you all for being here today. I'm sure that, we got enlightened, but I request one thing very, very importantly, and Sumit, everybody should know your email ID. Whatever you have to contribute, say verbally, SMS, WhatsApp, please send him something by end of the day today or latest by mid-afternoon tomorrow.
I would
So
also
that,
just have one request while you're doing that. Please give us some, like now that you all have also stayed there the entire day, I have tried clarifying few things from my point.
Say what you have to say. I'm little tired of standing on this one.
Okay, I'll introduce myself again. I'm Vishakha Jha. I work with NIUA and I have been a part of Master Plan for the past 4 years. And it was really overwhelming to see so many positive outlooks towards this policy. It's not usually how things work, at least for what I have seen in the past 4 years. But I think some of the points are really well taken. I'm sure you all have done your own, bit of research. More than research, it comes with a lot of experience, and we are really happy to make those improvisations in the policy to make it even push from our end to DDA is to make it this more holistic in every manner, and more than that, more implementable, because that's why we needed this workshop, and I'm very happy that NAREDCO managed to do it really well. So a couple of things. I think some of the points that came up also were very specific to certain contexts, and it's nice, but it would be also good when you're giving your suggestions to specify which area, this particular suggestion is coming from, whether it has, so that it will be easier for us to see whether this has a larger policy implication, or should we just look at that specific area, or there can be a certain clause that could be relevant only to certain, category of problems. And secondly, wherever there are issues of better ways of, say somebody was mentioning about street sections, or somebody was mentioning about building setbacks or other calculations, it would be nice to have those also along with the suggestions. And overall, I just want to say that a lot of the things that are mentioned, and I'm happy to see that a lot of that is being dealt in the overall plan. I know you have your reservations on why we keep calling it Master Plan 2041, but it's just the way the 20-year vision is seen. But a lot of these spatial plans, for example, the green development area, the TOD policy, all these spatial plans eventually are feeding into what Delhi is envisioned for 2041. Doesn't mean we have to do it then, but a lot of it is actually starting now. These are smaller steps towards, and I just feel that we have environment at the heart of everything that's happening. And green development policy, as rightly mentioned before also, is the last piece of land that does provide us that opportunity to, not just look at development as built up areas and, securing farmhouses, but also to just add value to what the city already is. I just want to end with that. Thank you.
I have one question. Sir, one question. And you have been advocating this policy to DDA, and I'm sure you attended various discussion panels with all the policy influencers. In your honest opinion, if all goes well, when can this policy see the light of day?
No, I mean, honestly, given NIOs, no, I'll just... No, totally.
With all your professional wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah.
Because there's a very high quality euphoria which has got there. But if it doesn't get done in a certain time frame, everybody loses their, momentum in the process.
No, so one has to understand that this policy, because the master plan is in process, this policy could have waited. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that, the policy could have waited. But because there's so much interest from the VCDDA, and there's so much interest which is being seen from the people, and because the land pooling policy is already, is rolling out. So it made it really important for people to be prepared for the master plan also, because this will become a part of the master plan. So this was made a part of it. From what I see, the regulations are already in place. It's being deliberated. A lot of these suggestions will also go in the regulations. I won't be able to give a timeline to it, only because it's not, had it been NIO's mandate, maybe I would have a rough time estimate, but because we work with a DDA, essentially it's DDA's baby. We just help them and support them in whichever way we can in making the policy. So I think it will be better if they, because from our end, we wouldn't be able to give a timeline.
But ये टारगेट टाइम फ्रेम का हमें ही बनाना पड़ेगा, और इसको हम सबको मिलके प्रेशर करके, मैं तो कहता हूं कि इस जुलाई के टारगेट मैं अपने इंटरनल माइंड में फिट किया हुआ है कि इसको जुलाई तक गो थ्रू करना है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, और इसके साथ में रेगुलेशंस भी इसके साथ में लेके आनी। क्लोज करें सर सेशन।
So we'll request all of you to please get together for a photograph.
फाइनल उसके लिए दे रहा था मैं, उसके बाद फिर जी। पूरा क्लोज करने के लिए आज पूरे दिन की जो चर्चा में डीडीए के द्वारा जो अभी पॉलिसी जीडीए को अंडर ड्राफ्ट पॉलिसी को रखा गया, उस पे सारे प्रोफेशनल ने, विशेषज्ञों ने, आर्किटेक्ट्स ने, प्लानर्स ने, लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स भी हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, पॉलिसी एक्सपर्ट्स सभी लोगों ने, या पूर्व अधिकारी थे जो रिटायर्ड, उन लोगों ने भी सारे बिंदुओं पर अपने विचार रखे। सभी सेशन में चर्चाओं के दौरान काफी जो विचारणीय तथ्य थे।
इट्स लाइव, स्लाइड्स आर रेडी।
ओके, तो विचारणीय तथ्य सामने आए हैं। सभी चाहते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय जो राजधानी की जमीन पे जुड़ी हुई योजनाएं हैं अद्वितीय हों, काफी अनुकरणीय होनी चाहिए। सभी सम्मानित जो लोग हैं पॉलिसी को स्वागत किया, और इस दिशा में कुछ चिंताएं भी मुखर हुई जिन्होंने अपनी अपनी चिंताओं को सामने रखा। इसमें मुख्य बिंदुओं पर जो पॉलिसी के संबंध में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का सबसे बड़ा जो पार्ट था वो निकल के आया कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे होगी। इतने लंबे समय से पॉलिसी ड्राफ्ट पर अनेक बार चर्चाएं हुई, संशोधन हुए, उसके उपरांत भी फाइनलाइज नहीं हो पा रही है। तो सरकार को प्राइवेट सेक्टर पर थोड़ा भरोसा रखना होगा, और गुड़गांव, वेस्टर्न ग्रीन और एरो सिटी वगैरह जो डेवलपमेंट्स जो देख रहे हैं सब प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स द्वारा किए गए। तो अब हम ये बताने में सक्षम है कि हम प्राइवेट लोग भी इस हमारे जो डेवलपर्स हैं वो इसको करने में अच्छी डेवलपमेंट को बड़े अच्छे तरीके से सक्षम है। इसमें जो कुछ पॉइंट्स आपके सामने स्लाइड चल रही है, जो पहले सेशन में कुछ मुख्य बिंदु हैं, उन बिंदुओं को सेशन फॉर एग्जिस्टिंग फार्म हाउस जो लगे हुए हैं उनमें कुछ पॉइंट्स निकल कर आए थे। फर्स्ट पॉइंट था प्रिजर्व ग्रीन इंटेंसिटी। सेकंड था रोड आर लाइफलाइन, वाइडनिंग ऑफ रोड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड लैंड ओनर्स विलिंग टू सरेंडर। ये क्रक्स उसके निकल के आ रहे हैं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सर्विसेज कैन बी नेग्लेक्टेड, cannot be neglected. For number escrow account for the fund utilization of specific purpose, एक ये था। 5 नंबर है 25 पैरामीटर इज इम्प्रैक्टिकल। तो ये फर्स्ट सेशन के कुछ पॉइंट्स थे। सेकंड सेशन में जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज के ऊपर था, the manner by which rampant unauthorized construction is being done, a great opportunity would be lost. Second, mix of farmhouses and other issues is welcome. Single window is critical. Agroforestry should be allowed, TDR for volunteering. Redistribution mechanism system as the policy is evolving. अच्छी बातें किया जाना चाहिए। सेक्शन 4 के लिए टेक्निकल इश्यूज थे जो, उसमें ग्रेड 1 ग्रेड 3 के अंदर 25 मीटर रो होना चाहिए। ग्राउंड कवरेज रिस्ट्रिक्शन शुड बी रिमूव फ्रॉम द फार्म हाउसेज। ग्राउंड कवरेज के जो रिस्ट्रिक्शन है वो रिमूव की जानी चाहिए। 600 मीटर साइज अंडर ग्रेड 1 इज अब्जर्व्ड एंड नो सब डिविजन फॉर लेस देन 1 acre parcels. नंबर ऑफ dwelling units ज्वाइंट और सेपरेट, फोर्थ पॉइंट था। क्लस्टर प्लानिंग नॉर्म्स आर अवेटेड। इसके साथ एक पॉइंट और ऐड करना चाहता हूं कि इसमें जो बॉर्डर के विलेजेस हैं उसके अंदर जो वेयर हाउसिंग है वो अलाउ कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि बॉर्डर के विलेजेस के अंदर बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। बाहर से कनेक्टिविटी भी अच्छी है, और जो दिल्ली की जरूरतों के लिए भी इस वेयर हाउसिंग की आगे आने वाले टाइम में बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। सो ये पॉइंट्स आपके सामने रख दिए। तो इन जो विचार जो सारे के सामने समक्ष रखा है, इन सभी ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए लोगों के भी कुछ क्वेश्चन आए थे जिनका जवाब नहीं दे पाए, पर अपने जो ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए लोग थे उनको भी बेचारे अपने जो विचार है वो शेयर करके पर्सनली भेज सकते हैं। उसकी हम समीक्षा करके, क्योंकि मेरा जो पर्सनल भी है NAREDCO के प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी भेज सकते हैं, हम लोग दिल्ली देहात के प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी भेज सकते हैं। तो उनको अपने पॉइंट्स में जो व्यूज हैं उसमें ऐड ऑन करके हम लोग DDA के सामने या मंत्रालय के सामने जहां पर जरूरत होगी सक्षम अधिकारियों के सामने रखेंगे उनको। और ये पॉलिसी के सभी के प्रयासों, ये जो पॉलिसी है ये हम मैं अकेला या आप या अकेले कोई कर नहीं सकता है इसको। तो हम सबके ज्वाइंटली प्रयासों की जरूरत है इसमें, चाहे इसमें एग्जिस्टिंग फार्म हाउस वाले हैं या नई फार्म हाउस पॉलिसी है, वो सभी लोगों को साथ में जुड़ना पड़ेगा, विशेषज्ञों को भी साथ में जुड़ना पड़ेगा। उनकी गाइडलाइंस के तहत हम लोग अपने प्लान्स और सरकार से चर्चा करेंगे और उनको आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। आदरणीय वीसी साहब तो आज आ नहीं पाए, मगर डीडीए से मंजू पॉल जी, मनीषा मैडम जी आए थे, एनआईए से हितेश वैद्य जी आए थे, विशाखा जी ने भी बड़े अच्छे विचार अपने रखे हैं यहाँ पर। तो इन सारे सेशंस में प्रैक्टिकल बातें हुई हैं सारी, और इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी का जो आज अपने विचार के सभी लोगों का आज मैं तहे दिल से उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं। और आगे जुड़े रहने के लिए हम लोगों से कनेक्ट रहें। डीडीवीएम की टीम हमेशा आप लोगों के साथ है, और विशेष रूप से भाई गौरव जैन का, जिन्होंने इतना समय लगाया इन सारी चीजों को इकट्ठा किया और हम सबको एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया यहाँ पर डिस्कशन करने का, और जिसमें सरकार भी साथ में जुड़ी हुई है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी मैं अपनी भाषा को शांत करना चाहूंगा, तो धन्यवाद आप सभी लोगों का जी। तो एक बार हम फोटो,
गुड फोटोग्राफ ऑफ ऑल द पैनलिस्ट
जी, थैंक यू।
So
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Vishakha
ji, come on.
So we'll request Vishakha ji, Rajesh Goyal sir. सर ये चेयर के पीछे कर,
प्लीज कम ऑन। अजी इधर आइए, सेंटर में आ जाओ थोड़ा
भाई। मोमेंटरी मास्क उतारना पड़ेगा एक बार।
हाँ, आप मास्क उतार दीजिए।
थैंक यू।
Thank you.
So we thank you everybody for your kind inputs, and and we are sorry that we could not take a question answer which was shared over Zoom platform, but we have noted all the question answer with us, and we'll of course get back to each and every attendee who shared their inputs. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, which is Elements, Samyak, Karan Man India, Kailash Nath Group, KCT Group, Fertile Wines, and of course supported by Delhi Dehat Vikas Manch. And anybody who wants to share their feedback, you're requested to kindly reach out to us on DDA Green Development Policy by tomorrow afternoon. By tomorrow afternoon on NAREDCO@NAREDCO.in. It's our email ID, naredco@naredco.in. And please, we'll request each and every one of you who have joined us virtually as well as in India Habitat Center to please share your inputs at the earliest, because we need to submit all the inputs and by tomorrow to and by day after to ADA. So we seek your inputs at the earliest. Please get back to us at the earliest. We thank you once again and for joining us and for this important conference. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
Guys, please join us for a cup of tea.
Yeah, please join us for a cup of tea. And we thank you everyone who has joined us online for your time and for your patience to attend this session virtually. And we thank you once again to each and everyone and for their valuable time and guidance for this important workshop. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Take care. Bye.
उतनी ज्यादा लीगल कॉम्प्लिकेशन आएगी, उनको एक बार करने के लिए आप लोगों को तो बहुत